All right. Speaking of China, we got to watch this because, of course.
China's censors not stopping new AI videos like these, mocking President Donald Trump and the Iran war.
I don't have a good impression of President Trump at all. The U.S.-Iran conflict was stirred up by him too. I just think this guy, look at the trade and economic war before.
It's not working, isn't it? Got it.
Nobody knows when better than me.
China's censors not stopping new AI videos like these, mocking President Donald Trump and the Iran war.
I don't have a good impression of President Trump at all. The U.S.-Iran conflict was stirred up by him too. I just think this guy...
Patricia, welcome back. How you doing? How is it down under?
An economic war before. Wasn't that him too?
Yeah, this is amazing.
You just got a tiny little taste of the sentiment towards Donald Trump as he visits China for 3 days. And in case it wasn't already painfully obvious, they think he is a complete fucking buffoon. And they are correct about that. And they've been sounding off on social media across the country about Donald Trump.
Wait. I thought we were supposed to get respected like never before if we elected him. What?
And I swear to God, they've got jokes and memes for days. Now, to that guy's point, Trump was bragging about getting China to agree to buy U.S. soybeans again. And that's interesting because the question is, why did China stop buying U.S. soybeans in the first place? Well, the answer is because of Donald Trump's tariffs, of course.
Yeah. Now,
I'm going to let a farmer who farms soybeans in particular summarize the predicament that Donald Trump put him in last year.
China consumes 61% of soybeans produced worldwide. The rest of the world is 39%. Of the soybeans that American farmers produce, 25%.
I think it's because just behind this number, right? I'm gonna take this guy's word. He sounds like he knows. He's a farmer, right? He knows what he's talking about here. The reason it's probably that high is because soybeans are used not really in food as much, guys, but also in like all sorts of like products, right? Like emulsifiers and things like that. So a lot of that stuff is made in China. That would make sense. Yeah. But obviously as well, food, right? Like it's soybean oil and all that stuff, right?
Currently have been going to China. And right now we have zero sold for this crop that's starting to be harvested right now. So it's a 5-alarm fire for our industry that 25% of our total sales is currently missing. And right now we are not price competitive with Brazil due to the retaliatory tariffs that are in place. Our prices are about 20% higher. And that means that the Chinese are going elsewhere because they can find a better value.
But it's okay, everyone, because Donald Trump just convinced China to buy from U.S. farmers again. In other words, he solved a problem of his own making. Great job, Mr. President. You truly are a genius. Masterful gambit, sir. Like the way that you're able to solve the problems you cause sometimes is astonishing. But he also reportedly went to China to try to beg them to bail him out of the crisis that he created by invading Iran. And Politico reports that the scope of the summit between him and Xi shrunk. And rather than securing some sort of grand bargain, his priority was to get their help reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And because Donald Trump backed himself into a corner globally, it was obvious that he wasn't in a position to make any sort of demands from China, despite the usual bluster that we see from him. And as Politico explains, Trump has less leverage to get Xi to agree to tangible returns from their meeting that the president can peddle as wins when he returns to the United States. And China knows it. The confidence that you see from Beijing in recent months that they are negotiating with the United States as equals, if not as the stronger player in the negotiation, is striking, said Henrietta Levin, former deputy China director at the State Department during the Biden administration. So the dynamic has changed. We used to be the ones that would swing our dicks around, but thanks to Donald Trump's actions, we've become an international laughingstock. And now China gets to walk into this meeting and set their nuts on the table because they know that they're soon going to be the global hegemon since our credibility has been irreparably damaged by Donald Trump. And social media users in China are pointing that out. And CNN aired this report about their observations.
U.S. intelligence analysis concluding China is on top. It's incredible, and that analysis details how Beijing is exploiting the war in order to undermine Trump. This new reporting coming as Trump is about to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping tonight, a high-stakes meeting which is being mocked across China. And Beijing's strict censors are letting the ridicule go viral, which is a statement in and of itself. I mean, here's some of the comments that are viral. They'll look up to us from now on. Here's another. Trump came to China. Wow. We won the tariff war. And then this. Trump, you're welcome to visit China and learn from us. Then there's also this. The U.S. is no longer a country that we look up to. We can now compete with them with confidence and strength. The U.S. economy is in bad shape. Then this. Trump has been blustering Iran for so long, yet hasn't bought them a real victory. America has lost its swagger. They're nothing but a paper tiger.
They clocked us, bro. They clocked us.
Real.
They know we're cooked. Everybody knows it. The only people who can't see the writing on the wall are Western chauvinist Americans, namely Trump supporters, who actually think that the rest of the world...
And we were talking about this yesterday, right? Why am I so blunt? Why am I so... Why do I always push this internationalism bit, right? Oh, if you want to say it like that. Why do I always talk? Because it's just the fucking truth at this point. Exhibit A, right? Jesus Christ. And this is in part because we've just like fell asleep at the wheel, right? Like because of people like Trump. Because you're a dick. True. True, that too.
Really does love Donald Trump as much as they do because he says that's the case. But in actuality, most people around the world despise him because he is obviously a fucking imbecile. And it's not like our reputation was ever great to begin with, given our imperialism and economic terrorism. But Trump burned the last shred of credibility that we had. And I don't think most Americans have come to terms with the fact that it's never going to be the same again. In theory, we could try to repair international relationships that Trump destroyed if we ever elect a normal president again. But when half of the country consists of a bunch of fucking inbred savage barbarians shitting their pants and smearing it on the walls, other countries know that it's only a matter of time before we elect a different psychopath who may be even worse than Donald Trump. It's why our closest allies like Canada are trying to disentangle their economies from ours because they know that they can't trust us ever again. We're too unreliable. We're too unstable. Yeah. And we did this to ourselves. But on the subject of Iran, they are fully aware of the fact that they're actually winning this war, contrary to what Donald Trump says, because they've got their boots on Trump's neck pussy, and they're leveraging future Chinese hegemony against us. And CNN also pointed this out in their report.
China is Iran's biggest oil customer. Beijing also dominates green energy and claims to be cutting oil demand by more than 1 million barrels a day. While others are still bashing their heads in over oil, we've already gotten ahead in the next era, he says. Solar, wind, batteries, and...
Yeah, that's 100% true, right? Way ahead on that stuff and adopting it too, right? Objectively so, right? Jesus.
And electric vehicles. Chinese carmaker BYD now overtaking Tesla in global sales. At the same time, pressure on the U.S. dollar, the backbone of global oil trading. This Iranian embassy post says it's time to add petro-yuan to the market. At one point, Iran considered allowing tankers through the Strait of Hormuz only if oil is sold in Chinese yuan, a senior Iranian official said. Some Chinese influencers say petrodollar is ending.
I love it.
Beijing's not fighting this war, but on China's social media, many are already declaring victory.
they're sharing AI-generated videos of Donald Trump dancing on a big red button to show how unserious he is. And it's so brutal. And as an American, I'm embarrassed, but I'm also thoroughly amused. And speaking of Tesla, another meme that's circulating on Chinese social media is this AI-generated video of Elon Musk dancing flamboyantly to traditional Chinese music. We all know that he's accompanying Donald Trump on his trip because he wants Tesla to have access to Chinese markets, but their feelings about him are also pretty clear as well. But I want to explain what Iran is touching on here with their petro yuan and demand to sell oil in Chinese currency. So they're seeing the world collectively start to move away from the dollar. Currently, the dollar is the world reserve currency, and they're using their newfangled control over the Strait of Hormuz to accelerate the process of the world moving away from the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency. It'd be truly devastating to the United States if this happened. And both Iran and China, they don't really have to do much because they're basically watching us self-destruct in real time, and they've got front row tickets. And Sky News actually released a report about a nickname that Chinese social media users gave to Donald Trump, Chuan Jiango, which translates into Trump Nation Builder. And what they essentially mean by that is China is the beneficiary of Donald Trump's stupidity, and he's shooting himself in the dick so much that he's essentially doing the bidding of China and helping to boost their international standing. And they're not wrong. Like, think about how badly the Iran war has backfired.
I said this years
China
ago.
is less dependent on oil than we are since they were smart and they actually invested in renewable energy. And as Robert Pape argued in the New York Times, Iran could possibly emerge from this war as a global power player if they're actually able to maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz in the long term. And the countries disproportionately affected by its closure are smaller countries, but often our own allies who were already pissed off at us because Trump decided to tariff them for no reason whatsoever. So we were already on thin ice, and Trump's invasion of Iran could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, that gets them all to just like decide once and for all to move away from us in myriad ways, namely, getting off of the dollar as the world's reserve currency. And our loss is China's gain. So Trump has basically checkmated himself, and people across China are amused because they're watching this fucking idiot act like he's this genius playing 3D chess when actually he's just sitting in a corner, shitting himself, foaming at the mouth like the idiot that he is. And CNN talked to people in China, and they made it abundantly clear that they don't want China to help Donald Trump clean up the mess that he made, because why should they?
We went up and down throughout town in Beijing, Boris, most of the day yesterday, and I was so struck by so many who told us they do not want China getting involved at all in this U.S.-Israel war. Let's listen to what they said. We'll come back and talk about it on the other side.
I don't think China should interfere too much in those kinds of issues.
China's diplomatic principle has always been non-interference, so it won't do anything. It only calls for something, not take concrete actions or specific measures.
I mean, I can't blame them. If I were in their position, I would agree. Like, they're on the cusp of becoming the world's preeminent superpower, and helping America in any way, shape, or form just delays the inevitable. But the thing about China is that they think about the long term, whereas we don't. We think about short-term profits for large multinational corporations. But China, they think about the long term. So even though we're going to be a diminished superpower at some point, we'll still be a regional power player, and China will inevitably have to work with us in some way, shape, or form, even if they are the biggest superpower in the world at some point. So they know that it's wise to try to maintain the relationship while using their leverage to get what they want from us now. And
guys. Remember that scene from that really stupid movie? This is CNN. You must take your place in the circle of stuff.
For the record, Trump claims that China actually agreed to help him out with the Strait of Hormuz, although at the time that I record this video, China hasn't commented on whether or not they will, and seeing as how Donald Trump is literally the least credible person in human history, there's a high likelihood that he's embellishing or just outright lying. Either way, it doesn't matter if China chooses to throw us a life vest or not, because China sees us for who we are. It's less about them making a deal with the devil and more about them keeping their frenemies closer, right? And aside from the memes, Chinese people on social media sounded off about how Donald Trump's credibility is also dog shit, and not so many words. And this was before he even set foot in the country.
On Chinese social media, the message is clear. So far, he says, the biggest winner is neither the U.S. nor Iran. It's China.
Good to see you again.
President Trump is set to meet Chinese leader Xi Jinping in Beijing next month. Online reaction, blunt. Trump is not welcome to visit, and even if he comes, it's meaningless. No need to come. Without credibility, what are you coming for? That word keeps coming up, credibility, especially when it comes to ceasefire messaging. The entire White House's credit score combined wouldn't be enough to even unlock a single shared bike. Every day, Trump wakes up and reformats himself into a new Trump. Whatever version he is that day is the one that counts.
Brutal, just absolutely brutal. And to be clear, it's not just that he lacks credibility. I want to emphasize that they also think he is a gigantic fucking idiot. That's an important point. And they were dunking on him in China even before the visit. So, for example, remember this weird-ass video of Christian nationalist Trump cultists praying around him in the Oval Office like freaks? Well, Chinese people found that so shockingly stupid that it became a trendy parody on Chinese social media sites. And I can't stress this enough. We are a fucking joke to the rest of the world. It's not just China who views us this way, mind you. It is everyone, and rightfully so. And it's not just Donald Trump, it's the whole fucking posse. And to show you what I mean, Fox News accompanied Trump on this visit. I don't know if they went with him or whatnot, but they were in China, and Brett Baer of Fox News was filming a report. And I want to play this clip for you because it just proves that irony is dead, my friends.
Big Brother is watching. There are literally cameras everywhere in Beijing. We are outside the Haidian station, and I can count at least 20 on this corner. In fact, in Beijing, they've added 1,500 cameras just this year alone. They see everything. There's nobody jaywalking here because they could get a ticket right away. In fact, our driver parked illegally for 2 minutes, and he got a message on his phone that he got a ticket for about $40 US because they saw it on the camera. Now, there are real questions what the CCP's goal is about citizen tracking and social scoring. They say it's to make everybody feel safe. These cameras are watching every minute. They're everywhere.
Yeah, that
and while
part
they're
I
watching
disagree
us
with
here in
entirely.
China, we hope you continue to watch. Special report from Beijing.
Indeed, mass surveillance is bad, but of course, only when China does it. See, never mind the fact that we also have cameras everywhere too with dystopian.
Well, and it's like we're just like a less decentralized version of it, right? This doesn't make it right, and it's not a wash. I mean, I think you can equally critique them both, right? Fucking Brett, right? It's so dumb. Ugh.
Facial recognition software. Not to mention the National Guard is patrolling streets right now, so it looks like we're under some sort of military occupation. But the Trump regime literally teamed up with Palantir to collect...
For literally the same reason, right? They say it's for security, right? That's why whenever you hear for the national interests, national security, these are all like the same term. It's just to give them more power, right? Exhibit A, China, Exhibit B, like the United States here and how it works, right? On how it's able to like collect all this information. It's just so stupid, guys. Like, don't buy it.
data on American citizens, and he just renewed warrantless surveillance. But Brett Baer isn't going to talk about Big Brother in the United States because he knows that the regime would punish him for doing that.
Of course he would.
And listen, I'm not saying that you can't talk about authoritarianism in China and mass surveillance, but have a shred of self-awareness when you do it and maybe be a little bit consistent. Right? If it's bad for China, then it's got to be bad for us too. Or wait, does Trump have a legitimate reason to do it, perhaps? Like, I think he would maybe make that case. I don't know. But what else can you expect from what is effectively U.S. state media, right? Like, as we descend into authoritarianism, objectively speaking, according to political scientists, we're still criticizing other countries for being authoritarian. It's just, we truly can never, ever fathom us being the bad guys or doing anything wrong, ever. We're always the good guys. We're perfect little angels, no matter what. But what I find funny is that Beijing residents actually got footage of Brett Baier making a propaganda piece in Beijing in the middle of a fucking bike lane like a dickhead. So, I mean, if you don't want to get tickets, maybe don't park illegally or put a license plate on your ass if you're going to stand in the middle of the fucking bike lane. But to get back to the topic at hand, the takeaway is that the American empire is dying and the world is dancing on its grave.
Right. Well said, buddy.
We always had a great relationship before that and after that, and now it's as strong as ever. I mean, I went over to
China,
where he lives, which is something that rarely happens. Were you there? I don't know. Amazing. I mean, people have never seen it before. It's amazing, actually. We had lunch.
Talk to him about the cyber attacks that he's done in the United States, or the MSS has done.
I did, and he talked about attacks that we did in China. You know, what they do, we do too. It's like the spying. They're talking about, oh, the spying. I said, well, the spying, we do it too. Look, no, I'm talking about spying. The question was asked to me yesterday, I guess, what about the fact that China's spying in the United States? I said, well, it's one of those things because we spy like hell on them too.
2.5 more years, folks. Hi again.
Yeah, for real.
With a
I'm so
president
done.
like that, who needs enemies?
He's causing me
Donald
to
Trump on
age
Air
10
Force One
years every day.
Earlier today, on his way back from his trip to China, and behaving more like a fan of Chinese.
He wasn't lying, but I mean, like, what an idiot, right? Like, there's just like no sense of like tact, right? I agree, Jersey, completely, right? We definitely do spy. We've been spying for, we have both, right? Like, you know, there's millions of examples at this point, but
Superpower ambitions than a leader of the United States of America, a global superpower, or at least we were. Those remarks, though, from Trump cap up a visit that, despite Trump's bluster ahead of the trip, most observers across the ideological spectrum agree and note was a resounding victory for China. Donald Trump left with 0 trade deals closed, something he had stated as one of his key objectives for his meetings with Xi. Donald Trump also appeared to soften on the issue of the U.S. continuing to sell weapons to Taiwan after being pressed on the issue by Xi. Helping Taiwan to defend itself against a potential Chinese invasion has been America's foreign policy in the region since the year 1979. On that, Donald Trump told reporters this, quote, "I'll be making decisions, but you know, I think the last thing we need right now is a war that's 9,500 miles away."
Oh, you mean like the one you just started? You started by yourself. Cool. What the hell, guys? Literally. Oh my God. What the hell?
You don't say.
For real.
Now, in no small part because Donald Trump is obviously stuck in a war in another part of the world, about that far away with no way out, and it is a war that has dramatically weakened him politically here at home, as well as on the world stage. It's something that was made all too apparent when he was pressed about the war on Air Force One. Here's how Donald Trump responded to questions from New York Times reporter David Sanger, who wrote that damning piece on Xi gaining the upper hand at the summit. He asked about the state of the ceasefire in Iran.
On Iran, Mr. President, just to be clear, I mean, what's next? Is the threat of the bombing starting again? How realistic?
Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, I'd like to tell you. I'd like to say on a certain hour, on a certain day, the bombing is going to start. I don't want to say that. I can only say that Iran, I can say this with very, very strong conviction, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Not going to happen.
Mr. President, what would the use be?
They have no chance.
What would the use be of repeating the bombing? You did it for 38 days.
Well, no, we did.
And you did not get the political changes in Iran.
No, I had a total military victory, but the fake news, guys like you write incorrectly. You're a fake guy, and guys like you write about it incorrectly. We had a total military victory.
Guys
We knocked
like
out
you,
their
fake.
entire Navy. We knocked out their entire Air Force. We knocked out all of their anti-aircraft weaponry. We knocked out all of their radar. We knocked out all of their leaders, number one, and then we knocked out all of their leaders in the 2nd Division, and we knocked out numerous of their leaders in the 3rd Division, and they're very confused. We've had a total victory.
I'm very confused.
Like people like you that don't write the truth. You know, you should write. I actually think it's sort of treasonous what you write, but you and the New York Times and CNN, I would say, are the worst.
Donald Trump lashing out at the journalists accompanying him on his trip to China after his own public displays of weakness were revealed for the world to see. It's where we begin the hour with former Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, our good friend Sue Gordon. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome, Nicole. Good to see you.
Let's start with the trip. What is your assessment of both the substance of the trip and the reaction from the two leaders, Trump and Xi?
A disaster?
So I guess on the top line, nothing bad happened so far, right? But I think we need to be clear that there were two different games isn't the right word, but it's the one I'll use today. Two different games being played. One was about deliverables. One was about position and strategy. And we were not on the position and strategy side.
No, you don't say.
And with China, we've been here before.
It's treason not to kiss my ass. That's why I said, guys, loyalty is like I was doing some reading on this subject, right? And I'm like, what is loyalty, right? What is this concept? And apparently it's an emotion you feel towards something, right? It's a sense of like, oh, I want to do good for you, or I want to show up for you. That's something that you can't create in people, right? Like you either have it or you don't. And it's kind of like love, right? Like, let's look it up real quick. Hold on but like what Trump wants is not loyalty, right? Like, let's be honest, guys. There's loyalty and then there's sycophant. There's like just blind dedication, right? Yeah, loyalty is a virtue we value in relationships with family, friends, romantic partners, workplaces, organizations, religions, and nations, right? And I would even argue one step further as human individuals, right? Like among other people. So like they kind of mentioned that, but I'll go even further than that. But what is loyalty and why is it so important? People tend to define loyalty but what it is not. For example, not being betrayed, cheated on, or abandoned. Correct. That is not what loyalty is, right? But loyalty is much more than the absence of mistreatment. Correct. Right? Characteristics of loyalty. This is what I want you guys to understand, right? So I was doing some research because it kind of like, I hear this all the time. Trump wants like a loyalist, or he wants like a loyal following, right? Loyal people around him. Yeah, but Trump only sees one way, even if he's exactly. That's the problem. It's only like one way for him. Loyalty is faithfulness, dedication, honesty, trust, and support in a relationship, right? This is why humans like it, because it provides all these things, right? However, you cannot generate this in a person, right? You either have loyalty or you don't towards somebody, right? It requires an emotional commitment and engenders a sense of identity. There we go. So loyalty is an emotion, right? It's a type of emotion that you feel. Now, you either feel it or you don't. That's what she said. Loyalty means being there for someone through the highs and the lows. Look at that. The highs and the lows, right? And staying by their side regardless of the circumstances, right? So this is why it's considered a virtue and not a sin, correct? Right? Like, what would we consider a sin? Jealousy, right? Hatred, right? And I'm not like a big Bible person, but I think these are just like basic concepts in human psychology and like philosophy that are important to understand, right? Loyalty involves accepting and loving someone for who they are and are not threatened to leave when things become challenging. Oh, look at that. People display loyalty by weathering storms together. Right? So when things are high, you're there, and when things are low, you're there. Providing support and sticking them out, right? Consistency. Loyalty means being consistent in your treatment, right? So if I'm consistently a dick, then I'm being loyal. See how that works? Huh? I know you're gonna do some shit. No, but in all honesty, okay, consistency in your treatment, behavior, and regard for other, being the person they can always count on. Loyalty also involves consistently treating other people with kindness, fairness, and generosity of spirit. If Rumpy goes down, I wonder how many will stay loyal. But they won't, yeah. Being vulnerable and not hiding parts of your identity. So look, this is a part of being loyal, right? And this is not Trump. This is why I said, guys, read this stuff over, because I'm making this a point on the stream, because this is the opposite of Trump in many circumstances. Yeah, he wants this without any of this. Being vulnerable and not hiding parts of your identity or parts of your life are important aspects of loyalty. You got to strip down and lay it out, guys, okay? Strip down to your undies and maybe even more, okay? People who share their thoughts and feelings display a willingness to be known and others in an authentic, open way. Just get a dog or cat. Yeah, Jersey could never do loyalty like that. Vulnerability? Nah, honest. He's only loyal to money. Exactly. It's he only cares about the money cult, right? He's a part of the money cult. Loyalty can have both benefits and drawbacks. Of course it can, just like anything else, right? Loyalty can strengthen relationships because people are more honest and forthcoming when they know the other person is loyal. That's why I say, guys, this is not loyalty, okay? This is not loyalty. This is sycophancy, right? He wants sycophancy. He wants like followers, right? Hey, Last Caranberry, how you doing? Long time no see. It's been a long time. It engenders trust and closeness in relationships, right? So basically, what you're noticing is loyalty is directly like related to like being close to somebody, or like having that openness that a lot of other people don't get. And there's different kinds of it, right? There's like a romantic, just like friendships, right? There are romantic, romantic friendships are a little bit, right? But work, family, social, these are all different. And it's kind of like somebody explained it to me, like you have a circle and the people you let into different circles kind of show PDF. That could never be you, girl. PDF. New Jersey, PDF. God. Northerners in PDF, more like drawbacks of loyalty. Okay. And so yeah, you get the point, right? How to build loyalty. Let's look at this. Show appreciation. I appreciate you guys. I have nipples. Wanna milk me, Greg? Show that you value the person. Communicate how important their presence is in their life. Don't take them for granted. Showing someone your loyalty can foster their loyalty too. Oh, look at that, guys. I love it. Be supportive. Offer encouragement when they're struggling. Does Trump do any of this shit? No, of course not. Oh man, this is a joke, guys, right? Throw paper towels at them. Yeah, exactly. That's the support that he gives you. Keep promises. He doesn't do any of this stuff, right? So this is what I mean. Like, these are like the crowning, the things why loyalty feels good to people. And I think what's going on is people are not as loyal as they used to be, right? And I think we're all feeling it on like on a societal level. So people like Trump get their way into power because they demand this. And if you demand it, then it's like a condition. But the problem is it's sort of like a fake loyalty, right? It's sycophancy. It's like worship. And it's like, no, you shouldn't worship him, obviously, right? Motherfucker doesn't do any of this stuff and he gets all this, he demands all this stuff, right? Honor your relation. Like, come on, he doesn't do any of this shit, guys, right? Address problems with the relationship, right? Like, do you think he's talking to Marco Rubio about... Yeah, okay, we ended it there. You get the point, right? Our system was built for pricks like him. Exactly, right? And this goes to a greater point that I wanted to make, what Dr. Romney said. If you watch the videos that I told you to watch on the Discord channel, right? Dr. Romney spoke about or speaks about this as one of the primary issues that is not being addressed in our culture, in our society. What does she mean by that, guys? She means that as a society, we are way too forgiving and we don't solve the problems that these narcissists create. We don't even solve the problem of creating narcissism, right? Or like putting them not in positions of power. But then the side effects of that are catastrophic, right? That's her, basically her thesis on this problem. And I completely agree, right? I think Trump is just like the capstone, if you want to call it, right? He's the capstone of narcissism in this point.
Different games being played. One was about...
Well, patriarchy assumes a lot of this stuff, right? So yeah, you could easily say that.
Deliverables. One was about position and strategy. And we were not on the position and strategy side. And with China, we've been here before of thinking that we could get them to want to have our values by welcoming them into the free market system. And interestingly enough, President Donald Trump in his first term was one of the people that sounded the strongest alarm on what China was doing. So anything that he might do that doesn't recognize what their imperatives are, that are very different from ours, is problematic. That he got what sound to be deliverables, whether it is Boeing jets or soybeans, and they have not yet manifested, so who knows about that.
In other words, I'm loyal to the community. I love you guys.
they aren't even strategically big deals in the grand scheme of where we've been left economically with them.
I didn't mean it
none
like
of them
that, girl.
are about the big issues. So, and if you listen to it, she signaled this. He was very clear. His warning about the Thucydides trap was, hey, big boy, we're an ascending power.
Hey, big boy.
And history is replete with existing powers that didn't recognize that moment. So he was very clear. She did not back on any of his positions. And his messaging on Taiwan was also very clear. And again, the importance of Taiwan to the United States, yes, we don't like big powers trampling over smaller powers. Taiwan is one of the world's really strong free and open market societies, and to lose that, to say that, well, I don't know, it's the strait, is just not reflective of its strategic importance in a world order that is
we're fucked with that Taiwan.
So
yeah, I agree.
I don't think it's very hard to understand what happened here. The president went in with some things he needed. He came away with rhetoric and a few deals. And Xi didn't change one whit on his strategic position about the things he needed. So I don't think this is mysterious in terms of how it actually played out.
Sue, in the early months of covering the war in Ukraine, a lot of people pointed to, the global implications of the United States of America not supporting Ukraine, and then the blow up in the Oval Office having global implications. And it wasn't clear if Trump didn't believe them or didn't care or saw sort of Putin's sphere of influence and seemed to think, well, Putin has a right to that. That's in his sphere. I mean, his response to the questions about Chinese spying, which has been a national security, imperative for American presidents of both political parties forever, to just shrug it off and be like, everybody does it. It's reminiscent of his answer when he was running for president to Joe and Mika on Morning Joe, when they said, Putin isn't like us, he kills people. And Trump says, oh, we kill people too. I mean, what is the impact around the world? What assessments are being rewritten today with Donald Trump equating our foreign policy sort of worldview and imperatives and how we operate as being exactly the same as China?
Yeah. So let me start with, he's wrong. It isn't the same. At least still, for the next little bit, we're a nation of laws. There is a bright line between our government and our private sector.
Are you sure?
Things that, what? Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well,
still?
Yeah, I don't think so, girl.
Well, I guess
this lady's.
Point.
Who
Thanks,
is this?
For depressing me even further today.
Yeah.
Like fascism.
No, but I'm just going to say that there is a difference.
I disagree.
Yes, on one level, spying is a really old profession, and it has been one of the great tools of strategic advantage for nations worldwide for the longest time, since Gettysburg, and before that. But we are a nation of laws, and I've lived in this world, and I haven't seen that those laws have gone away, and they do create boundaries, and also just intellectually, we have had a bright line between
clearly.
What I'm going to call civilian casualties, even to include economic casualty, and there just is. We don't go trooping into Chinese companies and steal their intellectual property. We just that isn't for the same reason we don't go trooping into our companies and steal it.
Okay. So she's equating to like murdering people and killing people and doing all this stuff that we've done with the CIA and spying agencies, right? Other intelligence agencies, I should say. It's not that bad because we don't steal property. You see what I mean? You start to realize like all the system really cares about people like this and people who are like what Ducky just said, right? Feds, right? All they really care about is protecting property, right? Intellectual property, physical property, right? All this stuff. But Gus, how you murder, that's the point. That's important. Yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it honorably and with taste and with respect to human life. I mean,
intellectual property. So he's wrong about that. There is a difference. And probably the most concrete difference is that they have national security laws that insist that every Chinese citizen or company, when asked, must provide their information that they have of any data of somebody else's that go through them. That isn't our law. And so it isn't the same. I reject the notion that it's the same. Now, if it's being done differently by some people and it hasn't been discovered yet, but just intellectually, it's a different thing. But to your question of, Sue, are you sure? That's exactly the impact with our allies and partners. It's like we've changed sides, right? It was when he said, maybe we'll do a joint venture on taking tolls from the Strait of Hormuz, when freedom of the seas has been as old as our nation. And so whether these things actually manifest or whether they just become what we say we're okay with, that impact with the people that aren't sitting with their friend Sue and saying, you sure you know that? They're saying, well, I guess I have to assume that. And they have enough observables to do it. So it is a profound impact, and you're seeing it with the choices our allies and partners are making for themselves. Now, is it irrecoverable? I don't know, but they're making it.
When you listen to the substance of what he says about Taiwan, which is why would we want to get involved
He's
there?
trying
It's
to stay
9,500
awake.
miles away, which has never been an American president of
say
either
fuck
party's
off.
answer
She is a
to
wet
Taiwan.
blanket.
It's
I
been
agree.
about its importance. It's been about its people. It's been about its alliance
Jesus,
to us.
Peter.
That has never been the answer. Why would I get involved? It's 9,500 miles away. And then you look at the other side of that. All of Xi's unswerving public and private conduct. I mean, even in an interview with Hannity, Trump couldn't say that she had anything, collaborative to say about Iran's nuclear program. I mean, she didn't move an inch off of anything for anyone. She didn't go to the airport. I mean, she plays a 100-year game. Donald Trump can't sit in discomfort for 15 minutes. I mean, how do you view our disadvantage on the question of Taiwan right now?
So here's a bizarre answer that I just thought of. I actually don't mind that he said it out loud because I have believed that it was true, that it had become true, that with this president, the way he is, with the difficulty he's encountered with Iran, which has, if Iran was monumentally different from Venezuela, I can't even put the difficulty of China and what it would take to prepare for doing something about that. So I think it had been in question and should have been in question, and Taiwan was probably wondering if it was in question, and our allies and partners were probably wondering before he said it out loud. So what I would say now that he's articulated it, the other branches of government, the other people who are involved, because no matter how much it may seem these days that this nation is completely under the control of one person, that he has now said that, those other elements of national power have better leap into the fray and ask that question and do their job. And yes, I'm speaking to you, Congress, because this question, the idea that he would sit by if, no matter what people might say on the edges, if Xi decided to take that by force when we know what the will of the Taiwan people are, we better deal with that as a nation because it is a big question of national interest. So I don't like hearing it.
There's that word.
I would rather it be out there that we
It's like clockwork.
as a nation have to deal with, and ask that question of ourselves: what are our national interests, and get the other elements of power into the fray.
Just watching Congress, if you were assessing Congress for another, allies' information, what would you assess the likelihood of that to be?
Today, 0. But one of the things I've said for a long time, she has some problems of his own. They may not be problems that are going to make them weak in the short haul, but I don't believe he's ready to do it either. So one of the things you and I have talked about before is why we have these conversations is it's really to get the American people to start thinking about what's important to you.
Right.
So we're about to have elections coming up. I would say ask your representatives. Start making this a question that you care about, because I'm here to tell you it will matter.
Yeah.
It will matter.
Yeah, and this doesn't have a partisan divide. 75% of Americans do not approve of China. Yeah.
Ugh. Wow, that lady was libbed up, guys. Nope. No, thank you. All right. I heard about this, and we have to cover it because it's hilarious, and Elon is trash, so...
I know there's some areas you can't go into with Elon, which we totally respect, and you answer what you're able to answer. But, he definitely flirts with, if not overtly embraces, eugenics ideology. He did the very infamous "My Heart Goes Out to You," which looked very much like Sig Heil. Like, what can you tell us about his views on race?
I absolutely do not agree with anything that he's putting out there. Recently, he had reposted something saying that there's no way Jews can be friends of the Anglos and the whites because they promote race mixing. And that to me is so abhorrent to tweet. I hope he gets help. What was it precisely that attracted you to him? I think there's like an aspect of like being starstruck when you met anybody who's a celebrity when you're like 23. But he does have a fantastic ability to make people believe in it. And I would call it the Elon effect because I saw it before most of MAGA did, because I began a relationship with him before they were kind of, he was enmeshed in the Trump circle. And then I would see it happen. Like all of a sudden Don Jr. is with Elon and the next day he's like, we gotta go to space. And he does have this way of, especially in private conversations, making you believe that, wow, yes, there's so much more than what we're focusing on right now. And we have to expand the light of consciousness. So yeah, he's very good at that. Elon has actually admitted to prescription ketamine use. Did you see him ever use it? One more thing on Benny Johnson. There's a famous incident where he complained about getting an ad for the world's largest gay cruise on the Military Times. And of course, that was a targeted ad and he wasn't aware of that. And everybody in the comments let him know, like, hey, dude, you're sort of telling on yourself here. He's been accused of hooking up with a man, I believe it was at a holiday party back in the day when he worked for BuzzFeed, if I remember the facts correctly on that. And then, of course, there were allegations from Milo that he's a closet case. Tell us everything you know. Well, all I know is the conjecture, and I'm actually working with Luke Beasley on something regarding Benny. But they all talk shit on each other. They all get drunk and share each other's secrets. Everyone's got beef with someone. It's all like very, very chaotic. And they're all sleeping with each other.
Who would be the type of people that are like, ew, Ashley, you need to get your boobs done? Like, where is this? Who is this coming from? People at the State Department right now.
No! I don't think you guys understand. Oh, my word. This is what their time is consumed with while they're pretending to save the country and save Western civilization, when in reality, all of their time is consumed with like the gossiping and the affairs and the social signaling, the class signaling that they're involved in. Azealia Banks claimed that Grimes told her that Elon's kids were mostly born from IVF because he has a deformed penis from a botched enlargement surgery. Can you confirm or deny that?
Guys, you do not want to miss this interview. This thing is spicy. This thing is juicy. This thing is everything. So do yourself a favor. Sign up below on Substack for Crystal, Kyle, and friends and watch the entire thing. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video.
I thought that was the full video. The fuck? Oh, man. Where is it? Damn. They pulled the bait and switch on my ass. It's a trailer, guys. We gotta watch that when that comes out. Yeah,
now, I remember years ago, probably a decade ago or more, I remember covering a story on my show about how there is this religious practice that happens where in Orthodox Jewish communities, you have this thing called a mole or a mole. And basically what it is a rabbi. And there's this ceremony that happens when they want to circumcise a baby. And effectively, they do the circumcision themselves. They're not medical doctors, but they do the circumcision themselves. And then, I'm not kidding here, it sounds like this is fake or, some smear thing or what. It's not. It's real. What they do is they circumcise, so they cut off the tip of the baby dick, and then the mole sucks off the tip of the baby dick. I'm not kidding. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. That's what happens. Don't take my word for it. Go read it. Anything I say here, you have my permission. Always fucking fact check me. Always go look it up. Always go Google it. Shit. Who the fuck am I? Why should you trust me? Right? Nobody should. Nobody should trust anybody. Verify that shit. So go look it up.
What?
In Orthodox Judaism, there is a thing where the moles circumcise the baby, then suck off the tip of the baby dick and, get rid of the blood with their mouth. That's what they do. Now, the story I covered years ago is there was a problem. Well, obviously there's a problem, but you had some of these kids were dying.
And my disgust with organized religion grows. Yeah, same here.
Because they ended up getting herpes from the mole. And so you had health officials step in and law enforcement step in and basically be like, hey,
don't do that.
You can't do that. Like,
that's
sorry,
disgusting.
you can't. How dare you? This is my religion. Don't give a shit. Do not give a shit. Like, would that be a sufficient dodge for grape, for assault, for murder? Right? Is that legit? No. At some point, you got to go. I don't care. I don't care.
Guys, I believe in the ancient Aztec religion, and I believe that I have to sacrifice somebody every single day to the sun god. Therefore, you're next. Would that ever fly in court? Of course not, right? I mean, with this Supreme Court, maybe actually, but I doubt it.
Freedom
it's not a white religion, so therefore, yeah.
Religion doesn't mean
it's not an Abrahamic religion, right?
I get to commit other crimes that are obvious crimes and should be crimes. Like, freedom of religion is like, if you're doing this benign thing, then sure. This is not benign, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I covered this a decade ago or more. Well, guess what? This story is kind of rearing its head again because this happened in Belgium. And I have a local news clip here for you. We're going to watch, and then I'm going to break it down further. This is from I-24. Here's what they say about a similar instance that happened in Belgium and what the fallout was. Pay very close attention to what they say here.
For thousands of years, moels have been instrumental in performing the Brit Milah on the 8th day after a boy's birth. However, Belgium, which has seen a surge of anti-Semitism, has laws mandating all circumcisions be performed by licensed doctors.
Okay, let's just pause here for a second. That doesn't sound unreasonable to me.
Agreed.
Hey, if you're going to do a circumcision, it should be... Look, there's a bigger conversation to have about circumcision. If I'm being honest, I'm against it. I am circumcised, but also I think it's bad. I think it's brutal. I think the arguments that are in favor of it are sort of like rationalizations.
I agree. I think I think most of the rationalizations for circumcision are either have to do with like women, how women have it worse with female, or oh, it's not that bad. It actually helps with AIDS or something bullshit like that. You know what else helps with AIDS? Not having sex. Wearing a condom. Yeah, there's some like copium out there, Jersey. I've heard like the stupidest fucking things that I've had to debate people on, right? And I don't know. I just like, I have the principle, and maybe consider me a humanist or like some sort of like radical egalitarian, right? But I think that when you cause deep harm to a little baby boy or girl, you're fucked and you deserve to go in hell. Right? It's not a procedure that is like life-saving or anything like that. It's just like a thing that people have done for thousands of years. And what did I tell you about those kind of traditions, or whatever you want to call them at this point? At this point. Like, we need to examine them and eject them to the sun immediately, right? Like, if you're coping about this, right? I remember David Pakman was coping about this, and actually, I think that was the first time where I started to really, really question. This was a few years ago, right? But I just didn't get it. And then I obviously found out he was Jewish, and I was like, well, there you go, right? So, are we that surprised? Right? His cope was, oh, well, it actually helps with AIDS, and it's a religious thing, right? I'm sorry, but like, that argument is just dog shit. So you can basically cause harm to a baby, cut off any little like body part that isn't necessary, right? And even that phrasing I hate, right? Well, it's not necessary, so therefore, right? There's a lot of fucking arguments. I've had to debate this subject in classes and stuff, so it's something that I've heard all the arguments for, and it's bullshit, right, guys? But I agree. I'm glad that I don't think Kyle's ever mentioned his position, but I like how he himself says he's circumcised, but he's against it. That right there shows that he probably has at least some principles on this subject, right?
More than like, I think, hey, if you're going to do a circumcision, it should be, look, there's a bigger conversation to have about circumcision. If I'm being honest, I'm against it. I am circumcised,
Agreed.
but also I think it's bad. I think it's brutal. I think the arguments that are in favor of it are sort of like rationalizations more than like, you know, a good sufficient reason to start chopping off the tips of babies' penises.
Agreed, dog.
Call me crazy. So, but that's a separate conversation. If we grandfather in, okay, circumcisions are going to happen. Okay. Yeah, I would say a medical professional should be the bare minimum that one could ask for, but let's keep going.
And last year, Antwerp police made several arrests after a raid. Joining us now from Brussels is Avi Tail, the director of the European Jewish Community Center of Brussels.
The Brit Milah has been part of Jewish life for literally thousands of years in
I don't give a fuck. See, I am so tired of these conservative fucking arguments that I'm hearing from people on the left and on the right, obviously, mostly on the right. But obviously, there are people on the left that make these fucking arguments. I don't give a shit. We used to do blood sacrifices 1,000 years ago. We've given that up predominantly, right? Not everyone has. For fuck's sake, guys.
In Europe.
So he's saying that, hey, this ceremony is part of Jewish life for thousands of years. Like, it is a religious freedom issue. This is what this guy's saying.
The Belgian Jewish community is a wonderful community contributing to society in all branches of life. The Antwerp Jewish community, it's a thriving Jewish community. And I think this is a defining crisis, because criminalizing such a Jewish practice, which is in the core of Jewish life, many of us wonder if there is a future for the Jewish community in Belgium.
So what he's saying is, this is so unfair that you're stopping us from doing this, that we wonder if there even is a future for us here, because you guys are being so unfair, you're being so unkind, you're oppressing us by not allowing us to use our religious freedom and do this ceremony. That's what he's saying. Ugh. Okay, you ready for this? There's another layer to this story. You ready? Yeah. Chris Menahan says, Jews are questioning if they have a future in Belgium after 3 moles were indicted for conducting oral suction circumcisions. Quote, many of us wonder if there's a future for the Jewish community in Belgium. A Jewish community leader tells Israel's I-24 News. The Trump administration is demanding the anti-Semitic charges be dropped. Let me repeat that. The Trump administration is demanding the anti-Semitic charges be dropped. So when I first read this, I was like, hold up. Nobody's more inclined to believe some anti-Trump shit than your boy. Y'all know that. Everybody knows that. And I believe it because I think that shit is true as fuck, and there's so much evidence for it. However, I was like, I better look, before I take this to my audience, I better do a little Googlington, okay? Yeah. I better do a little Google skis and find out real quick. Is this true?
What the fuck?
It's true. It's actually true. It's true. The Trump regime is saying, how dare you? You should drop the charges. You should drop the charges and let them keep sucking the tips of baby dicks.
Ew. This is pedophilia. This is like, it's sort of, I don't even know what to put it, but And guys, this is fucking disgusting. Okay. And why did this practice occur? I almost guarantee you guys, this is how this practice occurred. All right. Let's be honest, right? Pedophilia was much more common, at least like openly, a few thousand years ago. Right? So probably this became a tradition because a few of the people who did this practice wanted to maybe do this because it was also like a fetish of theirs, right? I don't really care the reason why. It's disgusting and we shouldn't be allowing it, right?
Nah, son. Nah, son, we're not playing this game. Nope, 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 nope. No.
Exactly.
No, we're not doing this. Nope, we're not doing this. We're not.
This is why I'm a left. This is why I'm on the left, right? I look at traditions like this and I look at all this stuff and I'm like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Because 2,000 years ago, yeah, I don't give a shit. It doesn't fit with modern day society. Ejected into the sun.
Not doing this. Not happening. Not happening. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Listen, there's a Kyle rule. Okay, there's many Kyle rules. But here's one of the Kyle rules.
Let's hear it.
You are 100% allowed to vehemently disagree with and mock fundamentalist religious people.
Yeah.
That is not the same as being bigoted against a group, right? If you are mocking fundamentalist Muslims, that is not Islamophobia.
That is not.
If you are mocking fundamentalist Jews, Orthodox Jews, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, they are fundamentalists, right? Like Orthodox Jews are one of the most conservative, if not the most conservative, right? I think there might be one other. I don't, but they're one of the most conservative out there, if not the most conservative, if I understand correctly, right?
It's not. If you're going after fundamentalist Christians, completely and utterly allowed, that's not anti-Christian bias or whatever you want to call it, okay? No. The reason why
nobody's saying to go like grab them and then like hang them, right? Like we're not that fucking barbaric. But to just be like turn a blind eye to this stuff, that's just totally just like, no. We're not gonna do
allowed
that.
to do it is because this shit is fucking weird. Not only is it weird,
yeah.
It is criminal. Weird is too kind to just call it weird. It is criminal.
Yeah,
this is criminal.
Weird is like the shit you see in weird can be good. This is not good. God damn.
I'm not gonna allow my religious freedom allows me to suck baby dicks.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Ew.
Go fuck yourself. Not a chance.
I didn't have to
not
hear
happening.
this.
And the Trump regime is so fucking cucked. They're so cucked that they're now forthrightly defending the moles sucking the tips of baby dicks. That's probably the most humiliating thing I think I've ever heard in my life.
Fucking disgusting.
I could not see a more clear black and white like moral line right? Like, you would think that saying, no, you can't do this is as black and white as saying, like, no, you can't just murder that random person, right? Like, if anybody said, you can't say I have the religious right to murder somebody. Like, no, you can't. Everybody will say, fuck off. This is in the same moral category as that, and everybody's supposed to pretend like that's not the case.
Yeah, but you're not killing the baby. Ugh, that just like the thought of this is disgusting to me, guys. Ew.
Nah, bro. Nah. I'm done with the fundamentalists. I don't want to hear shit about, oh, it's anti-Semitic to criticize this. Not remotely. Not remotely. And by the way, that bastardizes anti-Semitism for daring to call this anti-Semitism. This is as ridiculous as saying it's anti-Semitic because a bunch of college students are protesting against the genocide. Like, that means you hate all Jews. That was fucking bullshit. And this is also fucking bullshit. No, this is called legitimate criticism. This is called, we don't do this in places that are fucking civilized and enlightened and actually give a shit about human rights and morality and justice, right? Like, this all goes without saying. But this is how low the Trump regime has fallen. This is how low, not that they were ever in any good place. They weren't, okay? Everybody should know that. Even the people who were MAGA and now no longer are. You've been had, you've been took, you've been bamboozled. You've been led astray and run amok. But the Trump regime is now defending the sucking of baby dicks. Is that what you signed up for if you were MAGA? Did you sign up for that? Is that what you thought you were getting? Did you think you were getting, no new wars and draining the swamp? Or did you think you were getting the defense of sucking baby dicks?
Yeah.
Oh, no shot.
This is fucking disgusting. I really didn't need to see this. Thank you, Patricia, for sending this over.
Wait a minute. He kind of looks like a baby. Come here, I'm gonna eat you! I'm bigger than you, I'm higher in the food chain! Get in my belly!
It's also very unhygienic, right? Like, you shouldn't be doing that because blood is... Like, what happens if the baby was born with AIDS or some sort of, like, disease, right? It's just kind of dumb. Like, what?
No shot.
Yeah, it's like... Yeah, just... Blood in general is never good, right? Like, the reason people kind of get grossed out by blood is because it carries pathogens. It can, right? It's not exactly a hygienic thing. Get in my belly.
Oh, my days. Oh, my days. I'm so tired of the rampant criminality, dog. These people are all disgusting, sick criminals. Every last one of them.
I hate it.
Arrest everybody in the Trump regime and fucking solidarity to fucking Antwerp law enforcement. Solidarity to Belgium law enforcement. Because, oh, my goodness. It's one thing to catch people in the
rusty.
act.
Well, yeah. It does have a lot of iron in there. Rusty ass blood. Right? So
committing that crime. And then it's another thing for them to gaslight the shit out of you and say, you're not allowed to disagree with this because it's bigoted. It's anti-Semitic. Spare us. Please spare us. All right, y'all. That's the show, man. Shit. I don't know how to end after this. How am I supposed to end the show after this? How am I supposed to land this plane? All right, you guys know the deal. Subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon. Support the show on Patreon because it's real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser, never done an ad read. Thank you.
This is what I mean. Like, thanks, ballsack. The first thing that pops up on the feed, guys, is blood libel. God, can we talk about something other than blood? especially after this garbage. Oh, man. Speaking of finances,
let's turn to how things are going domestically in the U.S. as Trump is at his big meeting in China. So you'll recall yesterday we covered Trump getting asked whether he considers Americans' financial situations when thinking about the Iran war. And he said, no, I don't think about that at all. Well, yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance got asked about those comments and just straight up was, I don't think he said that at all. Let's take a listen.
Really?
When approaching the war with Iran, do you agree with the president's position that Americans' financial situations should not be a consideration in that decision-making process?
Doesn't give a fuck.
I don't think the president said that. I think that's a misrepresentation of what the president said. But look, I agree with the president that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We're obviously engaged in a very aggressive and very engaged diplomatic process to try to ensure that doesn't happen, and the president has a lot of options.
I hate this.
So he thinks that was misrepresented. He doesn't think the president said that. Just as a reminder, here are the president's own words.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that matters.
There's the whole quote.
Yeah.
Literally, I don't think about Americans' financial situation, Tucker.
At all. Well, duh.
I mean, at a certain point, what do you even do? You just deny that it ever happened.
Sagar, fuck off, man. You voted for this, you motherfucker. Actually, I don't remember if he did.
I guess. Apparently. Not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
And Vance having to just lie about him. I don't think that's what he said.
Right.
Just shows you what a devastating quote it ultimately was. So let's take a look at Americans' financial situation, shall we? We got another very hot inflation reading. Let's put C3 up on the screen. This was wholesale prices that jumped in April. From the New York Times, they say prices rose at their fastest rate in 4 years. The latest sign that the war with Iran is taking a toll on the U.S. economy. The Producer Price Index, a measure of the cost that businesses pay for goods and services, rose 1.4% in April and was up 6% from a year earlier. You can see the spike there, guys, on that chart, and it's very clear what that is attributable to. That is attributable to a war of choice in Iran that this president decided to start at the urging of Benjamin Netanyahu. That is why these prices are going up. They go on to say the news came one day after the government reported the better-known Consumer Price Index rose 3.8% in April from a year earlier, the fastest pace of inflation in nearly 3 years. Producer Index typically gets less attention than the Consumer Index, but economists watch the measure closely, especially during periods of global disruption, because it gives an early look at how costs are filtering through the supply chain. So these are wholesale prices. This is what businesses will be paying. Do you think that they're going to just absorb those costs and decrease their profit margins?
Exactly.
Of course they're not. They're going to pass those costs on to you, and very likely then some in addition, because we hear them on their earnings calls, Sagar. We saw this play out during COVID, where they were bragging to their investors about, hey, because of inflation, we're able to raise our prices above and beyond even what our increase in costs are, which is why corporate profit margins have continued to go up and up and up, no matter what the inflation numbers are doing and whether their actual costs have risen at the same pace.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, initially, what they had seen in the last time that this happened from last month, the BLS said that PPI rose only by 0.5% in March, which they said at the time was an encouraging sign that the energy price shock was not setting off a broader inflationary spiral. However, after 2 months, they say that optimism is now called into question. The increase in March was revised up, and April's gain was triple what forecasters had expected. Energy prices jumped by 7.8% in April,
after rising 10.1% in March, and the price increases were not limited to energy. Key point. Core producer prices, energy, and other volatile categories were up 4 to 5% from the year before,
really
suggests
vote
that
for
the
Trump? I
oil
don't
price
think
shock,
so.
as well as the tariffs, is working through the supply chain. I will just challenge anybody in the world to tell me that a 17% increase in energy is not going to show up.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he did, but I could be wrong. It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. I'm so sick of all this winning.
In a bill somewhere. I mean,
Obviously.
Be real. Like, just take a look at credit card debt, at all of the other consumer, goods that are beginning to price. Honestly, I still don't even think that we've began to see really any of it, because right now the increase, it's only been 2 months. It's only at the gas pump and with diesel. There are contracts being booked out 6 months from now. There are hotels that people haven't booked yet for August or for September. There's some guy out there, maybe me, who's supposed to have done a rental car who hasn't done it yet. There are guys like that who it's been on his task list from his wife for over 6 months, and he's just going to push it to the end. There's a guy out there, again, maybe me, who is going to be paying probably triple for what he was supposed to have paid if he had just done it whenever he was told.
Yeah, I don't have any evidence to suggest that he did. I don't think he's mentioned it, but I think he probably did vote Trump. Like it's I wouldn't be surprised. Neither should you,
But that is one of those which is just going to continue to ripple out, I think, through the economy, where their sticker shock at these things is just so crazy. I was just talking to my parents because they flew back from India, and they're saying, if you want to avoid the Middle East, like right now, the going rate for an economy seat is literally what people were paying for business like a year ago. Again, if you want to take the risk of, getting shot by a drone on your approach to Dubai International Airport. That's the reality of just like basic international travel, plus jet fuel, grocery price. I just think really it has not even begun to show up.
Let's get forward to C6, just to show you the level of stress that the American consumer is already under. So this is credit card delinquencies. 90 days plus delinquent. Yep. The numbers here have skyrocketed. And this is not just Iran war and gas prices. This has been for the past 2 years. Those numbers have been going up and up and up. And you can see mortgage delinquencies there at the bottom, 90 plus days delinquent. Those are edging up as well. These are dire warnings and signs that the American consumer is tapped out. This means they are using credit cards to sustain their lifestyle, perhaps even just sustain their ability to pay bills at the end of the month. And they are running out of runway because now they're not able to even pay those credit card minimums at the end of the month. So this is a very poor sign for the U.S. economy in spite of, was it Kevin Hassett that went on and was bragging about credit card spending's up, as if that was somehow a good thing. Again, it's a good thing, I guess, if you are one of those credit card issuers, but for ordinary people, this is obviously a disaster and shows just how stretched people are and the ends they're having to resort to in order just to keep it together. So while unemployment continues to be relatively low, the last hiring report was relatively good. It was over 100,000 jobs that were added. You see these incredible signs of stress throughout the economy. And you also just see logically the way that the growth sectors in the economy, which is largely like AI and I guess gambling, do not benefit. And in fact, they are predatory and exploitative of the American public. You add on top of that the negative impacts, increase in inflation, increase in gas prices on the American consumer because of the Iran war. And it's a very bad looking picture.
Yeah, I mean, look, the credit card stress one, I don't know. It's hard to say. We've covered it now for 5 years. It's one of those where I think a lot of people often have a modal outcome of like 2008, like one big moment. I don't really think that that's what's happening here. I think what's happened is what's reflecting in our politics and in the general happiness and feeling levels. It just gets worse every year. It's nobody's breaking. There's no great kumbaya moment where everyone's like, oh, it's all fake, this entire thing, because that's very cathartic. And instead, it's just year after year after year. It gets more expensive. The house price goes up. The mortgage rate. It's like this slow grinding, thing where you can just look back over the period of your life and say, oh, wow. It's actually a lot worse. It's really shocking whenever you confront it, I always talk about my McDonald's stories, because that genuinely is like a 5-year difference of being like, wait, what? And I'm sure everybody has felt that at some point. Coffee. I know you're not a coffee person. I buy specialty coffee. The price increase is so insane. It's up 100%.
Wow, what a
literally
douche.
100%. I was looking at my old orders for what we would pay, the stuff that we drink here in the studio compared to what it was. I was like, I can't believe this. Now, granted, it's already specialty or whatever, but then I looked at the wholesale price and I was like, oh, so this is actually...
What is considered like specialty coffee? Does someone have that like off the top of their head, or somebody know? I don't know what that means. Like, what is considered specialty coffee? Gus's coffee maker? You're just jelly.
Rare.
Jelly vanilla girl. Starbucks label? Is it? That's what I mean. Is it Starbucks? Or is it like... Because I've been drinking that coffee that we discovered on the stream together. I don't know. I have no idea how to say it. Yigaref coffee? Ethiopian coffee. But I don't know if it's considered specialty coffee. So gourmet coffee or specialty coffee refers to high quality coffee often defined by superior flavor, aroma, texture achieved through careful cultivation. Okay. So not Folgers? Okay. That doesn't answer my fucking... Something about Boston. God. Oh, okay. Specialty coffee plays a critical role in shaping a more sustainable and equitable global coffee industry, aligned with SCA missions of fostering and thriving equitable and sustainable coffee sector. Specialty coffee represents a commitment to quality, fair trade, and ethical sourcing. Okay, so I guess I do. But for a Trumpist, I mean, I don't know, like the stuff I buy is fair trade.
Rare.
And it's not that expensive in comparison. But I guess like compare that to Folgers, you know.
Reflective of the whole market.
I don't like to buy non-fair trade because like, yeah, coffee conditions are terrible, guys.
But the thing is if you experience it daily, then the 5% or whatever cumulative inflation year over year, you get conditioned slightly to it. But it's only when you look back at the long increase of 21, 22% that you're like, wow, I really have materially become way worse off in terms of what I'm spending.
Yeah. One more thing here. C5 that was was flying around yesterday. Chicago Board of Trade wheat and KC wheat futures climbed by their daily trading limits on Tuesday after the U.S. Department of Agriculture projected the nation's harvest will drop to the lowest level since 1972. Now, I think a lot of people saw this and assumed this is because of the Iran war. Those effects from the Iran war, those are the ones we're still waiting on.
Next harvest.
That will come in the next harvest, okay? When fertilizer was so expensive that we're already having farmer bankruptcies have been accelerating. We're already having farmers saying we can't afford to fully plant our crop. That is all in our future. This is a warning sign of what is to come, though, because there was a devastating drought and very strange weather patterns last planting season. This is wheat that's sown in the fall, and then now is when it should be harvested. And there was massive problems because of this drought and then unseasonably warm weather in certain parts of the country that screwed up this crop for a lot of farmers. Again, this is very likely fallout from climate crises that has been exacerbated over the years and is something we can continue to expect in the future, but definitely not because of the climate crisis this time. We can expect for sure we're going to have problems because of the issues with fertilizer and the increased cost there for farmers.
So in general, low harvest means what? Limited amount of supply, which means
higher prices.
Higher prices.
And it means in poor countries, famine.
Famine, fertilizer, oil.
Yeah. No, I can see that. Oh God.
Credit card. I don't think anything is yet at a so-called breaking point or anything. I do think if we get to $6-7 a gallon, that we will be. And I'm still not far off. I mean, nothing has happened.
It's been
foreseeable. A week. Absolutely nothing has happened. Wait, how much is gas up? Let me take a look. Yeah, $4.53. It was $4.52 yesterday. So it just, give it a week. Every week it goes up by 6%, 7%. Gas is $6.14 a gallon in California. It'll probably be $7. I think I saw that in Los Angeles it's around $6.50, almost $7 a gallon. Very not uncommon to see $8 diesel or any of these things. The national average of diesel today is $5.66 a gallon, and the all-time high is $5.81. So give it a week, and we'll probably be there, or another bombing or something like that to happen. I don't know. All right, let's get to test scores. Hey, if
Speaking of oil prices, up here.
The amount of oil and gas we lost as of today in this energy crisis is bigger than all three major energy crises put together in the history. Every country will be affected from that. There will be a time lag, there will be differences. No country is immune to that.
There was another stark warning from the head of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol, saying that the global energy crisis is big, it's here, and it's going to hit everyone. The Iran war and the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz have put a chokehold on global oil supplies, and many countries are trying to lessen the impact by releasing large parts of their strategic reserves. But analysts are warning the speed at which those reserves are being run down is pushing the oil market dangerously close to catastrophe. Research by the bank JP Morgan estimates that global stockpiles were around 8.4 billion barrels at the start of 2026. Now, that sounds like a lot, but only a tenth of that, around 800 million barrels, is actually usable. The rest is tied up in pipeline storage and other infrastructure and is needed there to keep the whole system running. Now, the supply stop from the Persian Gulf has seen that buffer of 800 million barrels used up at an alarming rate. By late April, it was down 35% to 520 million. Analysts warned that if the blockade continues, the world's oil industry could enter what they call operational stress by early June. And from there, the worst case scenarios look pretty dire. To tell us about them, I'm joined now by William Usher. He's a former executive at the CIA and expert in intelligence and international security. He's currently a lecturer at the Bush School of Government and Public Service at Texas A&M University. William, welcome to DW.
Oh God,
now, in
Bush?
a recent article, you predicted June as the oil market's point of no return. June is around the corner. What do we have to brace for?
So I think we're in for a pretty severe shock in the price of oil globally. Your intro from the director of the International Energy Agency captured it exactly right, that efforts to mitigate the impact of the Iran war and the loss of about 20% of the global oil supplies coming through the Strait of Hormuz have probably about run their course. And coming in June, we'll see inventory starting to be depleting at a much more rapid rate, and that's going to translate into higher prices at the pump and higher prices that we'll be paying for everything from airline travel to food to everything that the global energy markets support.
Asia is most dependent on oil from the Persian Gulf. Of course, for them, this energy crisis you're describing, it's already here, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Asia is the most affected. They got about 85% of their petroleum supplies through the Strait of Hormuz, and they have been suffering mightily since the beginning of the Iran war and Iran's move to close that strait. So we've seen impacts in several different countries imposing rationing, reducing use of electricity and air conditioning as the summer months approach. And
we saw that in Indonesia, right?
This is going to be a severe problem very soon for places like Philippines, Pakistan, Bangladesh, etc. The other countries in the world are not immune. There have been many in the United States who were thinking that this would be the case because we produce a lot of our own energy these days. But as these oil tankers that left the Strait of Hormuz in March have arrived in the United States, discharged their loads, the impact will be felt here and in Europe.
You mentioned operational stress. Before we continue, could you describe what exactly that means?
Sure. What oil analysts mean by that is there's a certain amount of reserves and storage that the oil refineries and pipeline systems need to have on hand just to remain operational. Think of just keeping pressure in the pipe, keeping systems.
And guys, it's not just about gasoline, right? I think gasoline is one of the products that you can make from oil, but oil makes a ton, like you can make a ton of products from oil: lipstick, makeup, plastics, right? The list goes on and on and on and on. So like that's gonna have an effect on all those products that you buy in the store as well, right? Plastic bags, all this stuff, right?
It's kind of operating at a bare minimum. When you cross that threshold, operational stress, you really need to start shutting down facilities. And shutting down oil facilities is a very tricky business. And
hairspray, hair products, right?
Restarting them, ramping them back up can be a quite prolonged affair. So that's what they're talking about. And this could occur as early as next month in several locations.
So we're looking at an economic crisis, potentially just months or even weeks away. Is enough being done, in your opinion, to end this blockade, or are our leaders currently asleep at the wheel, just waiting for this to happen?
Well, I don't think that they're asleep at the wheel, but I think we're in a very complex game of chicken between the Trump administration and the regime in Tehran. They each have a stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz, and each is waiting for the other side to blink. The calculus in Washington is that the Iranian regime somehow is going to cry uncle because their economy is suffering badly. Inflation is soaring. There's already widespread unemployment because they can't import through the Strait of Hormuz and they can't export their oil, which is their sole source of hard currency. That calculus, I fear, is misplaced because I think the Iranian regime is highly committed, very ideological, and they're autocrats, so they don't really care about the impact on their civilian population. Conversely, in Washington and democracies in the West, they do need to be responsive to public opinion. And public opinion is already pretty sour on the war here in the United States, and it's going to sour further as the price that people pay at the pump shoots beyond the current levels of $4, $5 a gallon to, $6, $7 in the weeks ahead.
Yeah, the price of Brent crude was pushing $110 a barrel today. How high could it potentially go?
Well, that will depend on several factors, not the least of which whether a resolution is found of the conflict. The Trump administration is considering doing a tax holiday, alleviating federal taxes.
That's not going to really change
gas prices. That will lower prices by about 18 cents a gallon.
In Germany, we got paper and plastic, but paper is cheaper. Yeah, but there's a ton of stuff that like computer parts are made from gasoline, right? A lot of them. It is going to cause a massive price increase on this stuff, right?
It will have,
and corporations already have a huge incentive to raise prices. This is just going to cause it's going to cause prices to go up, right? It's going to make them want to do it. You already heard it in our last story we covered, right?
Some impact, but not really. They're also talking about banning exports of U.S. Crude. Again,
but I blame the Aborigines. How fucking stupid you got to be to say that? Oh my God, that's literally I still remember you said that, Patricia, and I was like, huh? Jesus. What fucking cope?
Will have a limited impact because much of what U.S. refineries are designed to process is crude from other parts of the world.
I saw a report that motor oil will also be scarce. Yeah, I mean, anything, guys, there's so many things that you can make that you can make oil out of, or that are derived from oil. And if you don't have a supply of them, a steady supply, those products are going up in price eventually, right? Maybe not right away, but
including the Strait of Hormuz. So I think measures that governments can take will have a limited impact. It may soften the blow, but it won't prevent it. The only thing that will prevent it is reopening the strait.
Yeah. Let's put this into perspective for a second. We had the oil shock in the 70s, the COVID pandemic, the energy crisis stemming from the war in Ukraine, and we did get through somehow. How is this scenario different?
This scenario is fundamentally different for a couple of reasons. One, the amount of oil that's been taken off the market, about 20%, right, of global oil supplies, haven't been flowing, and it's barely a trickle. So the size of the impact is substantial. The other is, the war has done damage, obviously to Iran's facilities, but also in UAE, Oman, and Saudi Arabia. So bringing those facilities back online isn't going to be something that could be done with the snap of a finger once an agreement is reached, if one is reached. Now experts at financial houses and the IEA are saying, full return of Strait of Hormuz flows won't exist until 2027. So it's prolonged from the get-go, and it's going to be quite severe, probably more severe than any energy crisis that we've seen in history.
How much of a threat to international security is this growing resource scarcity?
I would say...
Well, when scarcity occurs, right? This is just something that you guys should know. When scarcity occurs, conflicts arise. For obvious reasons, right? People start fighting. People start becoming, right? Which is why I always say post-scarcity is the answer, right? Because if you've noticed throughout human history and just tensions and people become, the more they have to compete with one another, the more scarcity there is, the less cooperation there is. It's almost like it's like a feature, not a bug, that these people wanted.
It's quite severe. And, oil is what's got everyone's immediate attention. But, the Strait of Hormuz also is a key source of fertilizer. And I think the food security impact will be what is perhaps felt earliest and most severe. Some experts estimate about 100 million people are going to become.
Yeah, that's crazy, but that's white Australia for you. Well, we talked about that, Patricia, right? Like, what is considered white Australia is also just completely BS as well, right? I mean, the whole concept of race is bullshit. It's just a social construct. But like what people in Australia consider white, right? One of our Australian viewers, longtime viewer, he thought that like Greek people aren't considered white. Right, and I'm sure there are people here in the United States that would agree with him, but I don't know. I always thought that white people were anybody from Europe, basically. Natives to Europe. Damn, color me fucked. But according to Australia, right? This is according to him, right? It's considered it's mostly just white or Anglo. Sorry, white Anglo Australians are considered white. It's pretty stupid, but what do you expect? The U.S. has a weird definition for whiteness as well. But that's what I'm trying to get you guys to see, is that all these things are just bullshit fucking concepts made up by humans, right? And they change depending on who's in who you're talking to, right? Because technically speaking, right, the definition of just white is somebody from Europe or has ancestry from Europe, which, that's kind of like the importance that these people try to put on this stuff, right? They put way too much importance onto it, and that's how you get these like weird definitions of shit. Yeah, it's insane, but they put that group into a hate group and then they face jail. Very strange.
Food insecure because they lack access to fertilizer from Persian Gulf states. So that's one. We've already talked about some of the energy rationing that's occurring in East Asia, poorer parts of the world that will soon arrive in Europe and the United States, and that almost inevitably is going to lead to, at minimum, political distress. In some countries, it could lead to political unrest. So, some countries are really unable to bear up to a severe energy crunch, and they could see, violence and political instability on a scale that they weren't anticipating. And then lastly, over the longer term, this was a war of choice for the United States and for Israel. And a lot of the costs, at least early on, have been borne by our allies and partners around the world. And I think they're going to begin to question the reliability of the United States as a security partner as they reflect upon what's occurred over the last 2.5 months.
Wide-reaching consequences. Thank you so much for breaking them down for us. That was William Usher. Thanks for your time.
All right, I wanted to cover the ICE protests in New York City.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Last week, so-called border czar Tom Homan threatened New Yorkers that he would, quote, flood the zone with ICE agents if New York State passes the Local Cops Local Crimes Act introduced by Governor Kathy Hochul, which would limit cooperation between local police and ICE under the 287G program. On Tuesday, a coalition of groups held a rally to protest ICE's abuses at 26 Federal Plaza in New York City, a 41-story federal building in lower Manhattan that houses immigration courts, ICE field offices, immigrant detentions, and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Every day, New York residents from all over the world arrive to attend ICE check-ins or hearings and risk immediate detention. This week's protest, organized by Hands Off NYC, included advocates from Make the Road New York and the New York Immigration Coalition, as well as a surprise guest. Democracy Now!'s Anjali Kamat was there.
My name is Murad Awauda. I'm the president and CEO of the New York Immigration Coalition. Every single day, we're seeing the Trump administration continue to wage war against immigrants because this is a test for them. They want to say some people in this country have no rights. And if that's the case, none of us do. That's why it's incumbent on every level of government to step up and fight back. We need the city of New York to ensure that we're strengthening our sanctuary policies, that NYPD is not providing cover and collusion to ICE.
That's right.
We need to ensure that the state of New York passes the New York for All Act, which would prohibit our tax dollars, New Yorkers' tax dollars, from going to collusion, to separating families and gutting our communities.
We want peace. We want ICE out our streets.
My name is Halen Choi, and I'm with Hands Off New York. We called this rally today because we think it's important to talk about how immigrant communities in New York are terrorized right now and traumatized. And we don't want anybody to think that the crisis is over. We've heard a lot that after Minneapolis, this administration is moving more quietly. And I think in New York, we had a brief moment when ICE was at the airport that it felt like they weren't on the streets anymore. But in the last 3 weeks, we've seen intense enforcements in our streets. We chose this place because in this building, 26 Federal Plaza, every day families walk in and they don't know if they'll all be able to walk out again. And so we thought it was important to shine a light on the fact that ICE is still here. ICE is still kidnapping New Yorkers every day, and we have to call this out.
Say it clear, immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear, immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud.
We also spoke to Alan Michael Marrero, who's originally from the Cayman Islands. He's lived here for 13 years and was detained by ICE during a routine green card appointment right here at 26 Federal Plaza last November.
I didn't expect anything like this would happen. I've never been arrested, never been convicted of anything, any crimes, and it was just out of the blue at my green card interview with my husband, which we were married for 2 years at that point, so I didn't expect to be detained or arrested at all. They said that I missed the scheduled hearing, which I was never notified about because I was between addresses, and at the time.
Alan was then held in immigration jails across the country for 5 months before finally being released on bond just a few weeks ago in April. He talked to us about his experience inside ICE detention.
It was a very traumatic experience. It was very sad to see the way that other human beings were handling fellow human beings, regardless of our immigrant status. It was just very jarring to see the lack of compassion or empathy that was happening throughout the facilities.
How many detention facilities were you in?
5.
In how many states?
In 5 different states.
And how did they move you around?
they moved me around. Well, they first of all move you in the nighttime when you're not allowed to contact your loved one to tell them that you are being moving, and then they shackle you by your ankles, by your waist to your wrists. During that process, you're taken on a bus, and it's pitch black. You don't know where you're going. They don't inform you of where you're going, and then they sometimes put you on a plane. You're still shackled while you're on the plane, and that could last up to 8 hours at a time each time you are being transferred, and it was a very harrowing experience.
And do you know where you're being taken? Are you getting any answers?
You don't. No one tells you anything. The ICE officers on the plane, they try to make a game of it. If you guess where you're going, then I'll tell you yes. But they never told you where we're going. We will guess what states to see if we knew where we were going, but we never got an answer. They would just laugh at us.
Do you feel safe now?
Right now, I'm feeling okay that I'm home with my husband. I do feel that I'm still looking over my shoulder. It was a very harrowing and traumatic experience.
Do you have any message for people who might be going through a similar situation?
I think that just make sure that your loved ones are safe. Always check on your status. Try to retain a lawyer as quickly as possible, especially if you're going into interviews, just to make sure you understand where you stand, because coming into the interviews, it's ultimately a trap just to get you here and detain you.
Tuesday's protest closed out with the Grammy Award-winning guitarist, singer, songwriter, and activist Tom Morello.
I'm Tom Morello, and ICE. It is great to be back in the city of my birth. My mother and I lived at 142nd and Riverside a long time ago. And brothers and sisters, if I've learned one thing in all my years since then, it's that if it looks like fascism, sounds like fascism, acts like fascism, dresses like fascism, talks like fascism, kills like fascism, and lies like fascism, brothers and sisters, it's fascism. It's here, it's now, it's in LA, it's in Chicago, it's in Minneapolis, it's in big cities and small towns, and it's right here in your city. These Gestapo tactics have been employed ruthlessly right here in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty. Today, those huddled masses yearning to be free are hunted, hounded, disappeared, beaten, and dead in custody under mysterious circumstances. This betrayal of humanity, this betrayal of compassion, this craven betrayal of justice must be resisted, protested, defended against, stood up to, exposed, ousted, overthrown, and driven out by you and by me. That's right!
Damn right.
A close family friend was recently kidnapped by ICE. A grandmother, a law-abiding, hard-working...
New Jersey? No way. New Jersey? What the fuck is happening? Hey, Kiki, welcome back. Good to see you again. This is a protest in New York City, against ICE. How you doing? How you doing, girl?
Grandmother, coming home one night from the grocery store, was jumped by masked government thugs, thrown into an unmarked van, and deported without a hint of due process. Shame! We must stand up for our neighbors and for ourselves, for democracy and for justice, because ain't nobody coming to save us except us. And brothers and sisters, it is now or never. That is why, right?
Kiki Bibi just got a 15-day stream streak.
Damn right.
www what it? Gust X8 gloggers, Gust X8 gloggers, Gust X8 gloggers, Gust X8 gloggers, Gust X8 gloggers.
Love it. Thank you, girl. Appreciate the support. 15 days. Let's fucking go, girl.
Now, every act of art...
And thank you, Living Lily, as well, for the 185-day stream streak. I think she has the highest one so far. Yeah.
...is an act of resistance. Right now, every truth spoken is...
I think you're a second, Jers. You and her are neck and neck, basically. Shout out to the stream streakers. The streakers.
Beacon of light in the gathering darkness.
More streaking.
And right now,
Less
let
close.
every freedom song sung be a trumpet of hope.
More streaking, less close. What up?
Hope to the heroes among you who will stand up and undo this madness. As I was walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me a golden valley. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I was walking, I saw a sign there. And
I like the way Bruce Springsteen did it better. Have you guys seen that one? That one was really good.
Sign
His
said,
rendition of this.
no trespassing. On the other side, it didn't say nothing. That side was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California.
Oh my god. Is he from New Jersey? Bruce Springsteen? I don't listen to him, but I heard that song and I was like, wow, he does a really good job.
Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. Nobody living can ever stop me as I go walking that freedom highway. Nobody living can make me turn back now. Cause this land was made for you and everybody. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and New York City, clap your hands. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. All right, stop clapping. That's good. That was good. All right, we're not done yet. I'm gonna sing the last secret censored verse of this song, and you're gonna listen with rapt attention. And together, we're gonna sing "This Land Is Your Land" as loud as it's ever been sung in front of a detention center in New York City. And then we're all gonna sing with pride and joy one last time. It goes a little bit something like this. Here we go. In the squares of the city, in the shadow of the steeple, near the relief office, I see my people. Some are grumbling, and all are wondering if this land's still made for you and me. Tell them! This land is your land, this land is my land. From California to New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you. Clap your hands! This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. Thank you very much. Take it easy, but take it.
Grammy Award-winning musician Tom Morello performing at an ICE protest outside 26 Federal Plaza in New York City. Special thanks to Anjali Kamat and Laura Bastillos.
This is the version, I think. This is the one I heard. that I thought was really good too.
A song for you that I guess is about the greatest song ever written about America. And it's by Woody Guthrie.
Rare.
And what's so great about it is it gets right to the heart of the promise of what our country was supposed to be about. And I guess, I don't know if you talk to some of the unemployed steel workers from East LA or Pittsburgh or Gary. There are a lot of people out there whose jobs are disappearing. I don't know if they'd feel if this song is true anymore. And I'm not sure that it is, but I know that it ought to be. So I'd like to do this for you, reminding you that with countries, just like with people, it's easy to let the best of yourself slip away. Well, once I rode that ribbon highway, I saw above me the endless sky.
Golden, rare.
I saw below me a golden valley. Now this land was made for you and I roamed and I rambled and I followed my footsteps through the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts, and all around me a voice was sounding. It cried, this land was made for you and well, the sun came shining as I went strolling through the wheat fields waving and her dust clouds rolling and her bells were ringing as the fog was lifting, and I seen this land was made for you and me. One Sunday morning, in the shadow of the steeple, by the relief office, I saw the people, and they were hungry, and they were wondering if this land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. Yeah, this land was made for you and me.
Hi, it's Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America. I'm your lawyer friend, Legia Miller. Yesterday, I mentioned the French Revolution, and y'all made it clear that you do, in fact, want an ADHD deep dive on the French Revolution. And I love that you guys are on board with my antics. The thing is, I'm not the first person to say, hey, wait, are things feeling a little...
My bad. Sorry, guys. I was muted by mistake. Yeah, Kiki. So we have on the bottom of the video, there's a ticker, right? Like a information ticker, like almost like a news station. That will tell you the name of the song. But yeah, everybody put it in chat. So it's the Bruce Springsteen version of "This Land Is Your Land," right? He didn't write the song, but he obviously sung it. So.
Like the lead up to the French Revolution right now, or am I crazy? This era has also been compared to the Gilded Age in America at the turn of the 20th century. One ended in a bloody, headless massacre, the other in significant legislative reform. Two pretty different potential outcomes. So today, I'm talking French Revolution. Later this week, we're talking Gilded Age, and then you can decide for yourself where our future might be headed. I want to talk about history for a little bit because the headlines are so overwhelming and also underwhelming at the same time right now.
Yeah,
you know
the original is by Woody Guthrie. He said it in the beginning. He's like, "This is a song by Woody Guthrie."
I mean, it's hard to pick a story every day to focus on from the myriad headlines coming out day to day. It's hard to know what matters. So I am disengaging for this week and just focusing on history for fun. Of course, history is not a means of foreseeing the future. We love to look at the past and say, well, this, and this happened, so the same will happen here. That's not really how things work. History doesn't repeat itself, but it definitely does rhyme sometimes, but usually in unexpected and hard to predict ways. And what's cool is that we are writing history every single day. So just because something went one way in the past, we aren't doomed to let history repeat itself. We can do what we can to work against it. I just wanted to preface this whole thing with that, lest ye think I'm telling you that by the end of this we'll have brought back the guillotine or something. This is just a fun historical thought exercise. It's also not a treatise on the French Revolution. Obviously, this is a 20-minute video on the internet. Actual tomes have been written for 250 years about the French Revolution. And the ADHD-fueled deep dive you could do is truly endless on this subject. And to this day, historians debate.
Guys, what did you send me? Italian resistance. Best. What up? Wow, Whammon resisting? I knew I couldn't trust them.
About the true causes of the revolution and how to interpret it. A few sources you might peruse if you would like to go down that rabbit hole further after this video are Season 3 of Mike Duncan's Revolutions podcast, The Oxford History of the French Revolution by William Doyle, or you can try an older classic book, The Ancien Regime and the Revolution by Alexis de Tocqueville. Okay, those are all my disclaimers. Let's get into it and take it way, way back to the 1780s. Okay, so it's the 1780s in France. The king is Louis XVI. His wife is Marie Antoinette. The king's predecessors, Louis XV and Louis XIV, not a lot of creativity at this time in names, had seen a decline in the legitimacy of the aristocracy, so that by the time Louis XVI had the crown, the people were pretty fed up with the whole feudal system ordained by God thing. For a long time, France was ruled by the king as an absolute monarch, but his power was checked by a social hierarchy known as the Ancien Regime.
Paul Robeson, he's the man that faced the Ku Klux Klan on Hollow Grove's golfing ground. His words come sounding, and all around him there to jump and clap and cheer, I sent the best. The best I had my 30,000. Woody Guthrie.
Right.
The first and highest estate was the clergy, the second estate was the nobles, and the third estate was literally everyone else. So like 95% of France's population was in the third estate. For a long time, it was virtually impossible to move between estates. However, by the 1700s, increased trade and manufacturing meant that a number of members of the third estate had increased their economic standing and entered the new bourgeoisie class. And peasants also aspired to throw off the last vestiges of the feudal feudal system, owned their land outright, and then all of them aspired to greater political power and influence. Part of this is also because of increased literacy and education and a lot of exposure to Enlightenment philosophers like Descartes, John Locke, Montesquieu, Voltaire, and Rousseau. Rousseau proved to be one of the more influential.
I liked Rousseau the best. And like, I'm not a big, if you've noticed, guys, I don't really find a ton of value in always like being so philosophical, right? Because I think like once you digest the philosophical arts or like works of these people, like I'm also very pragmatic. Like, what are we gonna do about it? Right? So, but out of all the people that I think, Rousseau is on the top of my list for being the most, like, there's more stuff to deal with that you can actually work with in his philosophy, right?
Influential figures, and his ideas about equality, freedom, and the sovereignty of the people put a lot of pesky little ideas in the heads of the Third Estate. At the same time, economic uncertainty, starting in the 1770s, spurred on especially by various factors in the New World. The French support of the American Revolution cost France a lot of money, plus they had the 7 Years' War before that, and the French and Indian War before that. France was the most populated country in Europe at the time, so all of these issues compounded when in 1788, much of the country experienced catastrophic crop failures at a time when the system was under greater stress from the massive population. France was home to about 20 million people, the vast majority of whom lived in the countryside. Most lived at or below subsistence levels, experiencing daily poverty and just barely able to feed their families and exchange their work for a place to live and food to eat. This is how it was for most of the Middle Ages. The difference in the 1700s was that
having
increased
enclosed
trade,
a piece of
especially
ground, bethought himself of saying, "This is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him, was the real founder of civil society. From how many crimes, wars, and murders, from how many horrors and misfortunes might not anyone have saved mankind by pulling up the stakes or filling up the ditch and crying to his fellows, "Beware of listening to this impostor. You are undone if you once forget that the fruits of the earth belong to us all."
Mm-hmm. Well said.
With the New World meant that capitalism had begun infiltrating into the lives of even the peasants. Cities were even worse, where work was hard to come by and disease meant shorter lifespans for inhabitants. Due to this widespread poverty, historians estimate about 90% of the peasant class lived at or below subsistence level.
I like Rousseau too. Yeah, I think Rousseau is he's kind of I mean, I hate to say it, like, I don't, because he's very well known, right? But I feel like a lot of his works are much more practical than other philosophers, right? It's why I like him the most. I'm trying to think of others I like, but yeah, I would say him out of all people, right? In terms of philosophy, right? Like classical philosophers, right? You got it. Yeah. He's good, sort of uncorrupted with his philosophy. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what I mean. If I don't know, like I feel like I've gone over all of them. I had to in classes, right? And he just sort of like I gravitated towards him the most, right? Because he seemed like he had the most like tangible benefits, things you could work with in terms of political science, right? The other like philosophers are not as like they're a little bit too wishy-washy, too lofty, too what's the word? Like woo-woo, right? And I'm like I can get into that state. It's just for me, I think it's like it's also important to have like practical arguments that people can understand and digest and that can be implemented in society, right? If we want to.
most people's diets was bread.
Became a jam. Yeah, there you go, man. I had a hard time with a lot of PF philosophy. Poof, yeah. I know they want to blow my mind, but I want to be able to use this info. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Oh God, that's the problem I have with like so many other philosophers, like Nietzsche, right? People love to suck off Nietzsche, and I don't know. I just think that, like, first of all, he's also misinterpreted a lot, right? Like, we watched a few things on like what he meant about being like an Ubermensch, right? An Uberman is actually where Superman comes from, right? A lot of people don't know this, but Superman is literally like the practical version of that, right? And people always take him as like the super selfish individual, like he says, embrace selfishness, and that's not really it, right? It's more complex than that. But a lot of people have trouble understanding a lot of these philosophers, so I don't blame them. like Superman, right? Uberman, Ubermensch, right? That's literally the origins of Superman, guys, right? So this is what's so interesting about art and stuff, is they take a lot of stuff from philosophy, from other like works and other like inspirations, and then they bring them to, and we watch them, and then we don't really like put the pieces together. But literally that's like Clark Kent, aka Superman, right, is the embodiment of the Ubermensch, right, mentality. Why? Because his ideals are unbreaking, right? He always does the right thing. Like even Doubting Josephus said it, right? Like he's the idea of the Ubermensch, right? Not only just physically almost impenetrable, right? It's also like his ideals are, right? And that's what's so interesting about Superman. Like he's a very philosophical character, right? He's a lot less like Batman, who's people like Batman because he's like they view him as more realistic, but I mean that's a point of view. Am I right?
Classic peasant food. Bread dependency meant that fluctuation in grain prices due to crop failures had cataclysmic consequences.
Yeah, it's super actualized. It could be anyone of color, sexuality, or creed. Exactly, right? And that's like what we need to realize. A lot of people don't realize like what Nietzsche was trying to say on these things, and again, this is why it's very like lofty, right? There's a lot of loftiness with Nietzsche, and he I think people boil it down to greed is good, do what's good for you, and be as powerful as you can in society. But that's way oversimplifying him, right? Like if Superman is the embodiment of the Ubermensch, right? Then he's the opposite of what what a lot of people say Nietzsche's about, right? Because he's not greedy, he's not self-motivated, he's not selfish, right? He's just above all that stuff, right? And that's really what he meant by it. So it's an interesting subject. We went over it on stream a few, like last year, I think it was a long time ago we did that. Damn right, girl. Oh yeah, he was fucking brilliant. He messed him up and kind of set above people in a way he thinks. Yeah, exactly. He went insane.
Across the country. On top of that, a lot of nobles in the second estate were broke as fuck, and so they started intermarrying with the bourgeoisie of the third estate because they were the ones who.
Well, and what I really like about Rousseau is the social contract, right? Rousseau talked about the social contract, which means we have essentially a personal responsibility towards one another, right? If we were to take a lot of these things to like their ultimate max, then yeah, it's a super relevant idea. Exactly. That's why I like Rousseau so much, because I read all these philosophers, right, that you have to read in political science history in classes, right? And you're just like, yeah, but like, how could you make the Ubermensch thing like a political system? You can't, right? It's something that you have to struggle with individually, and the only thing you could the only thing is, you have to understand like the intricacies of that, right? And I think a lot of people generally, I don't know, right? Like, what I'm saying is it's a lot more it's a lot harder to actualize this stuff, right? With Nietzsche, at least what he intended to do, right? And then the stuff that does get actualized is the stuff that he didn't really intend to happen, right? So it's kind of like okay, well, buddy, then I don't know what's going on, right? But people miscategorize stuff all the time, right? Yeah.
Had an actual income, creating grayer lines between the formerly firmly established societal order. In order to try to rebalance the economy and settle France's debts, the king's finance minister called an assembly of the nobles and a few representatives of the...
Even Marx, right? Like, if you consider Marx a philosopher, right? Like, he had some interesting points where, like, essentially he said something along the lines of, if you fractalize the world into like nation states, that's going to cause that's never going to actually lead to socialism, right? Because everybody's kind of working against one another. It's just on a nation state basis, right? That's why he spoke against that. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's partially true, right? Absolutely.
Bourgeoisie to propose a tax on the privileged classes which historically had been exempt from taxes. When that didn't work, they decided to call an Estates General, a meeting of all three estates, something that hadn't been attempted since 1614.
I never finished my degree. Yeah, you should get back into it, buddy. Find a good political science degree to get into. I loved my degree, so like no regrets. I never finished my degree. I have a degree in international relations because I wish to join the UN, but I realized they suck. Yeah, they suck, but the reason they suck is not because they as an institution suck. It's because they were like, the idea of them is great, right? It's just, again, they're not gonna, like, the idea that nation states are just gonna give power to the UN is kind of a joke, right? They're not going to do that.
In Versailles in 1789, immediately they were divided over whether to vote by population or by hierarchy, because of course the third estate would have far more power if just population numbers were counted, whereas the smaller first and second estates were accustomed to having ultimate say in matters of rules. When they reached an impasse, the third estate broke off and created its own national assembly. Royal officials locked them out of the meeting rooms, and so the third estate went to the king's indoor tennis court and swore the tennis court oath, promising to write France a new constitution. When the king found out about it, he decided to tell the clergy and the nobles to join in this new assembly so that they also played a role in the writing of the new constitution. But at the same time, he didn't actually want any of that to be happening, so he started separately gathering the troops in order to break up the National Assembly. But turns out everyone knew about the drama unfolding in Versailles because of the pesky press freedom that the king had opened up a few months earlier.
That's what you're here for. That's what you're here for, dog. Society would have to be fair. It would only be open to anyone, and there's all this other shit about complicated to be human being and not make mistakes. Yeah, exactly, right? Bingo.
Revolting because of the...
Yeah, and Kiki, I think you're absolutely right. I went into I have 2 degrees, right? I have a degree in international relations, and, like you, right? And I have a degree in political science. And I wanted to work for the UN or something, right? But I don't think, like, currently the way it's operating and the way the power is vested in the Security Council is not going to work, right? So, yeah, I think two things can be true, right? Several things can be true. Like the UN could be something really great, but currently, because it was written by design, it's incredibly hampered, which makes it weak and makes it feckless, right?
Economic crises for at least a year at this point. And
I think that's like where your despair, your hopelessness of it comes from, right? That's kind of where I realized, I was like, yeah, like, why am I going to do this if I'm really not going to be making much of a difference, right? And I kind of agree. I completely agree. Yeah.
They found out that the king, who lived lavishly and spent irresponsibly while they starved, was attempting to overthrow the representatives of the Third Estate. That was the final straw in a mounting list of failures and grievances. On July 14th, 1789, just over 2 months after the Estates General had convened in Versailles to try to peaceably find a solution to the debts and write a new constitution, a mob of rebel Parisians stormed the Bastille, a medieval fortress on Paris's east side.
Why are women showing off their titties?
That was used,
it's
among
France,
other things.
That's why, guys.
Things as a prison for political dissidents and was seen as a symbol of monarchical tyranny. And in the countryside, peasants began organizing and rising up against the lords who owned their land and collected taxes from.
That picture is iconic, right? The one with the... Yeah. I think that's incredibly iconic.
Them. By August, the National Constituent Assembly had abolished the feudal system and published the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, a sweeping and, at the time, radical document proclaiming the rights to liberty, equality, property ownership, and the right to resist oppression.
You missed fraternity, girl, but... Right? Which is, again, this idea of we're responsible for one another, right?
Their orders made more than half the adult male population in France eligible to vote, whereas before, the power was concentrated in the hands of the 2 to 5% of the population that were clergy or nobles. The lands of the Roman Catholic Church, which owned about 10% of all land in France, were nationalized in order to pay off the public debt and redistribute property to the bourgeoisie and peasant landowners. This was also an attempt.
I bet our puritanical asses asked the French to robe the Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty? Just X lol, I made that up. Okay, let's make that a thing. I like that. That is something we would do.
To de-Christianize France, one that backfired pretty catastrophically, especially among Christian peasants whose whole way of life kind of revolved around the church. An attempt was made to create a political system where the legislative and executive roles were shared between the king and the National Assembly, but King Louis XVI was unwilling to compromise on his power. In June 1791, he attempted to flee France, but was caught and forcibly brought back to Paris. Many others did successfully flee, and these counter-revolutionaries, those nobles and royalists opposed to the French Revolution and in favor of the nobles and ruling classes, formed their own groups and armed militias on the borders of France and in neighboring countries. This led to wars between the countries of Europe that would last for years. France declared war against Austria in 1792, and Prussia joined the war a few months later. Marie Antoinette, born in Austria, encouraged her brother, the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold II, to invade France in order to stop the revolution. When the revolutionaries in Paris discovered this royal betrayal, they imprisoned the royal family, and they massacred the imprisoned noble and clergy members in Paris as well. The new assembly, the National Convention, abolished the monarchy and declared the establishment of the French Republic in September 1792. The National Convention had divisions of its own, with one group arguing in favor of setting up a bourgeois republic, and the other, led by Maximilien Robespierre, pushed for increasing the political and economic power of the lower classes, of the working man. They called themselves sans-culottes. Robespierre proved to be the more convincing leader. The convention judged the royal family guilty of treason, and by January 1793, King Louis XVI was beheaded by the guillotine. And Marie Antoinette met the same fate 9 months later. The increase...
What the hell? Maximilian?
Royal family guilty of treason. And by January 1793, King Louis XVI was beheaded by the guillotine. And Marie Antoinette met the same fate. The convention just for increasing the political and the other, led by Maximilien Robespierre.
Maximilian. I've always heard it pronounced Maximilian, right? But because that's like a name in English too, right? Oh God, weird. Okay.
Pushed for increasing the political and economic power of the lower classes,
I
of
guess
the working
so, right?
man. They called themselves sans culottes. Robespierre proved to be the more convincing leader. The convention judged the royal family.
Yeah, the sans culottes.
Guilty of treason, and by January 1793,
Culotte?
King Louis XVI was beheaded.
Yo, girl, why are you saying those words in my chat, huh?
Headed by the guillotine. And Marie Antoinette met the same fate 9 months later. The increasing outside threat from pro-monarchy military forces across Europe led to greater popularity for the more radical Robespierre-led faction of the National Convention in France. His faction drove the pro-bourgeoisie faction from the National Convention in 1793 and imposed truly radical changes to the political, social, and economic landscape of France. They imposed government price controls, taxed the rich, created nationalized assistance programs for poor and disabled communities, called for free compulsory education, and confiscated and sold the land of the French nobles who fled before the war. They even set up an entirely new calendar system and developed the metric system. For many in France, however, these changes were too much and too fast. Uprisings across the country against the radical National Convention led to harsh governmental crackdown against dissidents, known as the Reign of Terror. The 10 months from September 1793 to July 1794, during which 300,000 people were arrested, 17,000 of them were executed, and innumerable more died in squalor in their prison cells or were killed without trial. By the end of the Reign of Terror, opposition was so strong to this radical, violent government that Robespierre was overthrown in July 1794, and he himself was sent to the guillotine. The National Convention quickly reversed course, getting rid of government price controls and abandoning the social laws and efforts towards economic equality. Another new constitution was written, which divided executive power from legislative power, putting the executive in the hands of a directory of 5 members and the legislative powers into 2 chambers. But ongoing war with Europe and continued unrest within France weakened the power of this central government, leading to numerous coups, most notably by a little guy named Napoleon Bonaparte in 1799, who abolished the directory and became the leader of France, ending the French Revolution era and beginning the Napoleonic era, during which time Napoleon attempted to bring the revolution to the rest of Europe with varying degrees of success. Now, what does all of that have to do with today, with this modern era? Where are the similarities? Let's discuss, shall we? So in 1780s France, you have great economic instability due to issues with trade, issues with crops and agriculture, and significant cultural unrest because of the growth of the middle class, of manufacturing, and the expansion of capitalism into more people's everyday lives. You also have increased exposure to new Enlightenment ways of thinking, but no one could really afford anything, while the wealthiest people had all the money and power. You also had numerous wars across the globe, leading to significant national debt. That's a lot of similarities. Today, we have 50 years of the neoliberal experiment of fucking around coming to a head, entering its finding out era, with extreme wealth inequality and large numbers of people barely scraping by, while the power, political influence, and money all rises to the top 1%. You have extreme economic turmoil, spurred on not only from 50 years of neoliberalism and monopolization, but also the COVID pandemic and a 30% cost of living increase in the last few years that incomes never caught up with. Couple that with the revolutionary advancement in AI in an extremely short period of time, leading to a panic of people thinking that it's going to take their jobs, or even worse, completely decimate the planet, either through the coming artificial general intelligence or, more likely, through the environmental destruction that AI will cause. Add on to that the creation of social media, especially TikTok, and the short-form content model, which means more people are exposed to more information more easily, leading to the creation of factions, but also the greater dissemination of more and more radical information, but also the greater dissemination of different political modes, different ways of thinking, different ways of forming a government. At the same time, there is a dramatic breakdown of trust in institutions. We no longer believe that the Supreme Court can make logical and unbiased decisions. Media has conglomerated to the point that it's exclusive exclusively owned by evil, maniacal Lex Luthor types. The DOJ is exclusively going after enemies of the president while letting actual literal insurrectionists go free. Congress has completely abdicated all of its power in the name of allowing the executive branch to walk all over it, and the executive branch is dominated by unelected fringe lunatics who don't represent the will of anyone. That being said, there are many important ways in which 1780s France is very different from 2026 United States, obviously. The key areas where I think this is true is in our form of government and our economy. While yes, I think more and more people are being exposed to the ideas of communism, Marxism, socialism, especially democratic socialism, none of these ideas are as revolutionary as the Enlightenment was in Europe at that time, because they've been around for a while. We've known about them for a while. Democratic socialism is an accepted style of government in numerous countries in Europe. The French Revolution was inspired in part by the revolution in the United States, and both created or attempted to create constitutional democracies or republics that had never existed before. They were completely new experiments, inspired by this revolutionary new thought brought about in the Enlightenment thinking. I don't think we have something that new or different or radical that I'm seeing being proposed by the people who want to see change happen in this country. Socialism, communism, everyone disappearing into the woods to live in communes off the land in harmony with one another, it's all been attempted before in some form or another. None of this is a new invention of the 21st century. Odds are that even if there was some sort of revolution in the United States, that the fundamental form of government wouldn't change as drastically as France did from a monarchy to a republic, and so quickly. Let's talk economic system. We are absolutely going through economic shocks right now. People are uncomfortable. The way we do work has dramatically and completely changed over the last 50 or so years. For example, as a lawyer, I literally wouldn't know how to practice law in the 1970s. The internet, COVID, and remote work, and now AI has fundamentally changed the nature of people's jobs, some more than others, in ways we're only really beginning to understand, but in ways that have laid economic inequality completely bare, whether you're getting laid off because of AI, or you were forced to work through a pandemic as an essential worker while making minimum wage. We are feeling these changes in really dramatic ways. I'm not sure, however, that these changes are as dramatic as the changes that occurred between the feudal system and the system of capitalism in France in the 1700s. We are still existing in capitalism the same way we were 100 years ago. We're just engaging with it differently. We have settled into our roles as consumers above all else in a way that just wasn't the case in the feudal system. To go from a strict three-tiered caste system to one where there was upward mobility, trade, manufacturing, that fracturing of the societal and economic system was a fundamental shift that I don't think we've seen here in the United States. The shocks here, compared to the shocks leading up to the revolution, they just don't compare. But I do still think there are things we can learn from the French Revolution that can inform how we move forward today. Specifically, my central takeaway from this little comparative exercise is that even the most enlightened, forward-thinking, progressive movements can all go to shit. That's not to say important things didn't come from the French Revolution. It established new norms and new ideas that, even if they didn't come to fruition at the time, like universal compulsory education, for example, they planted a seed that later became a reality. And the nature of these types of big, bold political ideas is that you have to be willing to try and fail and tweak and work on them with the North Star of greater freedom and equality for more people grounding that work. But even if you have the best intentions and the most enlightened ideas, the cult of personality, the fervor of revolution, the drama and fear of instability can lead to, let's just say, heavy-handedness. It can lead to violence that is often unnecessary. Revolution, as you can see displayed in many revolutions across time, may start with lofty ideals and theories, but can end in tyranny when the inevitable backlash happens when you try to change too much too quickly. The instability that comes from a too much too fast approach can lead to the death of a nation. Many great things came from the French Revolution. It is also a cautionary tale. And when we think about our current moment, I, as someone who runs in pretty leftist circles on the internet and in my own comment section, I often see people calling for revolution, for armed revolution, for a push for dramatic changes as quickly as possible. I see a sense of impatience, which is totally understandable. I feel it too. And most things feel too little too late. Most things feel like, well, if they wanted to, they would. But even if they wanted to enact some progressive change that seems like it would make everyone's lives better, the reality of politics, of running a country, especially one as big as the United States, that's another difference to France, which was largely racially and religiously homogenous in the 1700s and contained within a much smaller landmass than the US. The reality is that there is always a backlash. There is always a ripple effect of largely unintended consequences for every decision in governing. And something that seems obvious or straightforward often is not. It makes me think of Ruth Bader Ginsburg's stance that the court's decision in Roe v. Wade created a change that was too much too fast, and it would have been better to push abortion rights through the legislature, where it would require a greater will of the majority. And we did see 50 years of backlash after Roe v. Wade that culminated with Dobbs, but continues today in the fight over mifepristone and the ongoing fights in the states. And that's not to say Roe v. Wade caused all of this, but it's hard to know how abortion rights would look in this country if they had been written into law instead of ordered by the Supreme Court. Who knows if we would have ever even gotten them? It's hard to know. But the point is that too much too fast can backfire. And we saw that in the 10 months of terror during the French Revolution, when the supposedly enlightened leaders in favor of equality and freedom guillotined literally 17,000 people because they didn't fall in line. Okay, so is the United States headed for its own form of the French Revolution? I don't think so. The shocks to the system today are bad, but not like the shocks to the French system in the 1700s. And as a pacifist, personally, I'm okay with that. Though, as my video from earlier this week discussed, that doesn't mean we won't see continued political violence. The people are mad, and they need an outlet for that anger. But I'm not sure that it's going to rise to the level of a full-blown, bloody revolution. Tune in later this week for a discussion on the guilt.
Well, and I think neoliberalism and consumerism, she kind of hinted at this, are addicting, right? We like to be consumers. We like to consume. We like to have amenities and stuff. And it makes it very difficult to kind of wean yourself off these things, right? Not that, because like there's a threat that it could go away, right? A lot of people feel that. I don't know how you do. I don't know what you do about that, right? I think it's something that is very challenging, right? Because you're dealing with a cultural problem, right? You're dealing with people having to want to consume, and right. And I think you can easily do this stuff without having neoliberalism, but I think a lot of people just don't even want to risk it, right? Where's my coffee, Gus? You're late. Pathetic. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted coffee, girl. Damn. Back up. Let's get some coffee.
Gilded Age, a period in the United States that might fit more closely with our current experience, and which can teach us what might come of the current upheaval. If you watch all these videos and somehow aren't subscribed yet, please consider doing so. It's a great free way to help support this channel. To support my work further, please consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon.
We don't have a lot of security to take the risk. Well, exactly, right? Like, I see why people are upset or like scared, right? They want to conserve, right? I don't agree with it, but I see why. Right? But
Patreon to get all these episodes completely ad-free. And if you like my Reagan Ruined Everything shirt, you can get one for yourself at LegionMillerMerch.com. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Christopher Cohen, Evan Friedley, Mark, Sarah Shelby, Dennis Smith, Art, David, Latranja Lucas, Thomas Johnson, and Tay. Your generosity makes this channel what it is, so thank you.
All right. Now we're going to learn about the midterm blowout.
So we have,
which I don't think is, I hope is going to happen, but I'm being pessimistic here. I don't think so. Also, are we still able to consume to where we still feel okay? Fucking stupid. What do you mean exactly?
fairly bombshell reporting from Atlas Intel, which, if I'm not mistaken, Sagar, was the most accurate pollster both in 2020 and in 2024. So let's go ahead and put this piece up on the screen here with regard to the midterms. So this is what they call the generic ballot. They say just like, okay, Democrat versus Republican, not putting specific candidates in. Who do you prefer? The Democrats are winning here by 14.5 points on the generic ballot for the House. That is a shocking margin. You know, all the concerns, justified concerns about the way maps are being redrawn, et cetera. Like, you are not, if Democrats are winning the national vote by something approaching 14 points, there is no amount of map changes, there is no amount of ice at the polls that is going to truly be too big to rig in terms of taking control of the House. And, you know, poll after poll shows it's not that people love the Democrats. The Democrats have a lot of work to do to reclaim any sort of decent brand with the American people. It's just that they are utterly disgusted with the Republicans, with Donald Trump specifically. And Sagar, it does have some credibility given the fact not only Atlas's track record, but given what we've seen in all of these special elections. 15 points is the average, roughly the average shift toward Democrats that we've seen in all of these seats. So, you know, that gives it some credibility. Again, it's an outlier. I want to make that clear. But it does give those numbers some credibility, given that when people have actually gone and voted, this is roughly what we have seen.
Let's start with that. So remember, special election is the most predictive of midterms. It is by far going back many, many years for what's actually going to happen. Then we can start to look at some of the polls and their past track record. Now, you're absolutely right.
Girl, I don't get what you're trying to say. You keep mistyping shit.
2022 and 2024, Atlas Intel was A+, was within 2.2 points of the general 2024 electorate. It was the most accurate of that year. However, what we also learned is is that Iowa Seltzer poll, traditional track record, can be wrong. So let's put all those caveats. But I think whenever you combine the two things, you could say a general trend in this direction, unless it's some sort of Seltzer-esque, you know, crazy misfire. But, you know, when I take a look actually at the issue by issue, that's where I really start to see huge problems for the Republicans. Let's put D2 up there on the screen from Atlas. Now lead on every major issue. Trump's two strongest areas are D+9 and D+7. This is from immigration and for defense. But at the very, very top, this is usual: environment and education and healthcare. Democrats usually are there. But this is where it gets interesting. Employment and job market, and inflation and cost of living. Those are two areas for very traditional Republican strongholds. You have +15, +17 Democratic preference. Trade policy and tariffs, you also have another shift towards the Democrats at +13. Foreign policy, immigration, taxes even, you have a +8. Crime at +3 for Dems. So you know things are absolutely insane when Dems are getting +3 whenever it comes to crime. Maybe a lot of people are taking all these headlines about these white-collar pardons. Wouldn't be, honestly, wouldn't be surprised to me.
True.
If it were, I'm being dead serious in terms of how they're thinking.
Honestly, the lowest number of white collar prosecutions in history happening right now under the Trump regime.
And there has been a massive decline in the murder rate. So if you put those two things together, you're not as worried about violence.
That's what I mean, girl. That's exactly what I thought you meant. I just wanted to make sure, because I didn't get what you read because it was mistyped or whatever. Too many Americans still have enough to consume, so they feel good enough not to take risks yet. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm trying to say, right? What you've noticed, right? I think there's a direct correlation, guys. I'm willing to bet someone like I'm really important is probably very well off, has a good income, and you know, doesn't really suffer any sort of scarcity problems. That there's generally a correlation with those kind of people with the opposite, right? Or like with being more, let's just say, conservative or like liberal, quote unquote, right? Why do I say that? Because people are willing they're not as willing to take risks, or when their needs are just taken care of, right? Like they're like, why would I risk it? I mean, look, I have all my stuff taken care of. I have this, and this in my life. It's when you don't have that stuff as much, or you feel like you're unfulfilled, that you're willing to do that stuff, right? Also, it's sold to us that it's a part of freedom. Yeah, exactly, right? So it again, a part of like the system. Oh, it's a part of freedom. It's a part of America and all this crap, right? Ugh, it's disgusting. But that's going to be very difficult to stop, right? Because these are cultural things, and that we cannot just like, we can't just like share some information or try to, like, they're so ingrained into so many people, right? Like, I was watching a TV show the other day, and I'll give you an example, right? What did the guy say? Oh, well, you got to get a job. What? And he was like, what is a job, right? And it's like, well, it's you earn some money and then you pay for what you need, and that way you're working and not doing anything, right? That whole like dialogue was a part of this culture, right? That's what we're talking about. In addition to all the other stuff we brought up on the stream for months and months and months, right? So like, and this was taught, this is just said like nonchalantly in a show, right? And everybody just kind of goes like, yep, of course, right? Like you hear that and you're like, but now that you hear it and you've watched like streams like this and everything, right? You're starting to be like, oh wow, yeah, that's kind of fucked up, right? Why is it like that? Watch it, how you call me girl boy. Hey! Also, it's how you doing, Crack and Pill? Welcome back. All right, guys. So like all these things are important to understand, right? It doesn't mean that you can't have stuff and fight for this stuff. I think it just makes it more difficult because you're battling against people's like what they've been told in society, and it's a very powerful thing you're trying to combat, right? Neoliberalism is very powerful, especially on the cultural level, right? Everybody always thinks of it as like just an economic system, but if you've watched this stream enough, you understand it's also a cultural thing, right? It's the idea that you can be better, you're special, right? You can do this, you can do that. Only you can, right? Only you can prevent forest fires. God damn it. Only you.
Then you also have this white collar prosecution. It wouldn't shock me, but
only you can prevent them. Okay. I just said that randomly. But you get the idea, right? We've talked about it, especially with the Anna Boca video. Like, it's more than just an economic system, right? It's also like how why people feel depressed when they get online and they compare themselves on TikTok, right? On TikTok, on Instagram, whatever. Why is that? Because that's like cultural neoliberalism, right? The idea that you have to compete for other people's attention, or you have to compete to get anything in life. That's all a part of the system that we're talking about, right? So, you know, it's going to be a lot harder to advocate for what we advocate here, right? When you're battling against all these cultural forces, right? Like, just like on TV, you hear, well, you got to get a job because that's what you do. You get a job to earn money so you can pay for stuff, right? Like, most people hear that fucking phrase and they're just like immediately don't even question it. 99% of the audience, right? But I did. because I'm actively listening. But there you go. That's the culture, right? Because remember, art is downstream from culture, right? So if the art is telling you this stuff, right? You see it on TikTok, you see it on Instagram, you see it on, and you're trying to go against that. It's going to be a lot to go against, right? And like what Jersey said, if people feel pretty comfortable with their material well-being right now, that's a more powerful thing to fight against, right? Because they're not in need, right? The people in the French Revolution, the people who revolted there, right? They were in desperate struggle, right? They were starving. And a lot of people get depressed, and you could argue, well, that's a source of starvation, right? It's a source of starvation, like emotionally. It's a source of starvation, like community wise, right? Because obviously, like as the author said, right? I forget the Korean author. I forget his name. I'm not very good at Korean names or remembering them yet, but he said it very carefully, right? He said, like, that's why we all feel so depressed all the time, right? Because it's very difficult to feel connected with one another if you're constantly competing with them, right? And it's not like, oh, I'm gonna shoot you, right, and get your stuff. It's not like that kind of competition, but it's the competition of, like, you're competing against like attention online. You're competing against, like, who's the better creator, who's the better this, who has the most TikToks. Do you have enough likes? Do you have enough follows, right? Like, I know girls, it's pretty sad to even say this, right? That if their pictures don't get enough likes, they delete them. Gee, I wonder why that happens. Right? Like, really think about that. I'll bet the Korean author has 3 names. He does. That's why I have trouble remembering. I'm not very good with the but I admit it, right? That's why I said it. But he had a great book on this, and I read it. We found it on stream, and I told you guys to read it if you have a chance. But it's a great book on this stuff, and I completely agree. He really, like, that author really got me to start to see things a little bit differently, right? That it's also like a cultural thing. It's not just, right? And he's a political scientist too. So, like, this is coming from a good source, not just some whack job, right? Hey, Eon Wagoneer. So, I don't know. Like, this is what I mean, guys. Like, you have to look at the system in its totality, right? Like, that's why when people say, oh, well, who cares about what this or this or this art has to say? It's just made up. Right? No, it's like all this stuff reflects our culture, our culture, our values, how we treat one another, etc., 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 right? Or how we should. And that's why it's important to understand it, right? You can't understand politics without understanding culture.
I think what it comes down to is a rejection at the mass level, very similar to how the public reacted after Obama was president for a year. There are a lot of reasons largely for that, but it culminated in that huge wipeout, the shellacking of 2010. And I think, well, first of all, the problem with this is it all presumes that Trump cares at all about their chances, which it just doesn't seem like they care. Like, anybody who cares about their midterm election chances is not saying things which we led our show about. I don't care or think about Americans' financial situation at all, right? So this is where I'm like, I genuinely think that they have given up entirely on the domestic front, like completely. This is the only thing that can explain the sheer obsession with Venezuela, 51st state, the reflecting pool, the ballroom, Iran. That's all they really have any control over. The rest of the party has a political future. He doesn't care. He only cares about the future, but he's going to drag it down with him, because the one last thing that we have to be clear on with the Republicans is while many people are fleeing the Republican Party, in particular, many of these independent or swing voters, not just swing, non-identified Trump voters, the actual Republican base is all in for Trump. I mean, do you remember very recently, these Indiana Senate races that were happening where some of these Indiana Republicans crossed Trump? They all lost, okay? So the actual MAGA people, they're still all in. And that's just a caveat that I want to make very clear. Like, Trump is still the chief of the declining. In fact, it might be more powerful because at this point, if you're still all in for Trump, there's literally nothing he can do, including shooting someone on Fifth Avenue, for which they will decline. And so that actually leads a very good place, I think, for the Democratic Party. I would compare it, I'm trying to think, maybe the 1970s, where, like, McGovern, this is a good example. So the 1970s, the entire, post Watergate Democratic Party was having a tough time, especially after Jimmy Carter, kind of figuring out like what we're going to do. And what they did is it opened up this huge space for, remember the Reagan Democrat? That was like a thing back in the 1980s. Really what it was an inverse rejection of kind of the embrace of the new left and this identitarian, this Democratic Party which had no real identity. There was a very hardcore base of people who supported it, but not enough to create like a majority coalition, which is really what all these people decided to do when they voted for Reagan, even if some of them even didn't even agree with their policy. I would compare it now to the other. So you have a very, very small slice of the country, which is still very much all in and believing, but it leaves all of this open negative polarization space, which is the defining politics of our era, towards the Democratic Party. They not like them, but they don't like the Republicans at all. It kind of very similar to the 2024 dynamic. A lot of voters hated Biden. They didn't love Trump. They didn't like a lot of things about him. He still had a negative approval rating. We're still willing to vote for him in the end.
Yeah. I mean, you could also potentially compare it to, depending on how bad things get here with the Iran war and a possible global depression, you could also compare it with Herbert Hoover, and
we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
But that's a possibility, I mean, but that requires having that FDR-like figure who can have a really broad appeal, centered around, a sort of not only national patriotism, but also a broadly shared prosperity was really the cornerstone of what he offered, obviously within the context that there was not completely shared by Black Americans, certainly Japanese internment camp, all the caveats notwithstanding, and very significant caveats at that. But, if you had that type of figure, I do think there's a possibility for that sort of coalition coming together. We get very used to this very narrow partisan victories when you have both politicians basically sort of playing to the culture wars and not really promising significant economic change in a way that's credible. And that part, the way that's credible, is the most significant part, because one of the biggest questions is whether you can get Americans to really believe in a big national project of any sort, given the level of humiliation and decline that we're suffering right now. But in any case, all of this, so you've got Republicans falling apart in terms of the national standing. Certainly the Trump coalition has broken down. His hardest core supporters are always going to be there with him, but it is a minority, is somewhere around a third of the population. That is obviously not nearly enough to win House elections.
Somewhere Chuck Grassley heard Hoover and his ears perked up. Yep. They did. He got aroused. He got aroused.
When, even maintain control of the Senate, let alone hold on to the presidency in 2028. This poll from Atlas Intel was also very interesting on the Democratic side, and very different from what we've seen on other Democratic primary 2028, trial runs. So let's put this up on the screen. This is the first one that we've seen AOC leading the field with 26% of the vote. Next in line, you've got Pete at 22,
Whitmer.
Gavin at 21.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Kamala down at 13, and then everybody else is pretty far below that. Andy Bashir 4, Cory Booker 4, none of the above 3, Shapiro 2, Whitmer 1, Walz 1, Khanna 1, Rahm Emanuel 0.6, and Wes Moore 0.4. for. So, look, again, it's an outlier, but it does add an interesting data point. AOC is very much seen as the heir to Bernie Sanders. She is seen as the vanguard of the left of the party, and the sort of inheritor of that legacy. What we've seen in primary contests around the country, and actually, if we can jump forward and put Abdul's numbers up here on the screen here, D5, is that the energy in the Democratic Party is very much with the left of the party.
You want Kelly, as in Mark Kelly? Huh? Who's Kelly? Yeah. Who the fuck's Kelly? Yeah, Mark Kelly. Ugh. Nah, Mark Kelly sucks.
Party in a way
never be me.
That it truly, in our lifetimes, has never been, including during the times when Bernie Sanders was running, where people liked Bernie, but they were worried, oh, is he electable? I don't know. And there was kind of a limit to how far people were willing to go in terms of voting for him or voting for candidates who styled themselves in his image. That seems to be changing. We now have in the Michigan Senate race, Abdul al-Sayed.
Like, Mark Kelly is shit, guys. He has some pretty shit votes in terms of a Democrat, right? Like, he's certainly better than a Republican. Don't get me wrong there, but he's not. That's why I would put him with AOC. Gene Kelly, Pastique, how you doing? Mark Kelly. That's why I would put him with AOC. But what do you mean? You would have Mark Kelly run as the presidential candidate? We just get another fucking, like, lib. Like, we'd get an Uber lib. We'd get, like, someone like Obama, essentially. Again. Yeah, after... Like, what? I don't get it. I haven't heard him mentioned at all, but... Like, if he was VP, sure. But you put him in front. So, like, if you put him in front, that would mean that he's the presidential ticket. He's on the top of the ticket, right? And if anything, if it has to be those two candidates, I would do AOC over Mark Kelly any day, right?
Is really surging here. We've got a new poll that has him emerging as the race's clear frontrunner, 28% support, ahead of Haley Stevens at 18% and State Senator Mallory McMorrow at 17%. So they're basically in a tie for second. And this is really stunning.
Yeah.
They have him getting 80% of the support of voters between the ages of 18 and 44. So Gen Z and millennials, 80% support. Stevens is getting 4% and McMorrow is getting 3%. So massive, massive generational divide in terms of the view of this race. We can also look in terms of that left energy dominating the base of the party. Certainly Graham Plattner coming out of nowhere, having never run for anything before, and easily dispatching with the sitting governor of Maine, who was backed by the establishment of the Democratic Party. So, you know, this poll showing AOC in the lead fits with that trend of voters in the base of the party looking around and going, okay, well, who is aligned with that Sanders wing? Who is going to stand up to corporate interests? Who is going to be different? And, you know, I've got my concerns about AOC that I've voiced on this show previously. But in terms of voter perception of who she is and what her branding is, I think it's very consistent with the energy that we've seen behind Abdul al-Sayed and Graham Plattner.
It is interesting. I don't know. I just don't see her coming out of a primary. I don't. She's not a good debater. She folded in Munich. She doesn't really, I don't know. What was the analogy you made about how she always seems like she's studying for the...
I think that's a fair criticism, right? I can't imagine AOC debating very well, but I don't know. Does debating even matter at this point? Right? Like Trump could barely debate because all he did was fucking talk over people, and he won. He almost won 3 times, right?
The test.
And he technically lost these debates, right? So I don't know, Sagar. I think that's dumb, right? I think that's a dumb take.
And looking for the right answer as opposed to having an answer that she already... That's really important for a politician. A lot of it right now is the idea of AOC as opposed to AOC, the politician.
I agree with that.
Right?
Yeah,
and that
I agree with that.
You can't get through a primary through something like that, especially if you're going to be challenged. You know, the one thing that I think this whole thing presumes is that Kamala's not going to run again, which I am not putting off the table.
Kamala fucking Kelly. The Uber fucking libs. Eon Wagoneer. If you said that to fucking Kid, he would tear you a new asshole. He'd be like, Mark Kelly? That fucker? Hell no.
He very clearly.
Jesus. But then again, he shits on every politician, so
They have her in there, and she's led most of the polls.
Yeah.
She has led for Democratic primary trial runs. That's why this one is different.
Right.
But it had her at 13%. So still, you know, garnering some support. But, you know, I'm not that concerned for the same reason you're saying, like, you don't think AOC can come through a primary. I mean, I think Kamala has proven herself to not hold up well under public scrutiny. So, you know, I think even though she'll be able to come out and say, look, I warned you that I said this about Trump and I was right. Like, I warned you, I tried to tell you. And there continues to be a lot of warm feelings towards her, you know, in certain parts of the party. But I'm not personally that concerned with that translating into a Kamala Harris primary.
The last thing I'll flag,
because I don't think she'll hold up to scrutiny once again.
Last thing I'll flag, because we have our guest standing by, is the primary calendar here matters so much. It matters so much how that primary calendar is going to look like. And as far as I know, you can tell me, I don't think that it's yet set in stone. But if they go the traditional route, or at least the Biden route, where they wanted South Carolina and first, and without any of the Rust Belt or Nevada, any of these places where Bernie did really well, remember, it can significantly skew the way things go. And I wouldn't put it past the DNC after what they've pulled with this Biden autopsy and everything that they've done. And I mean, remember, before what's her name, Mills dropped out against Plattner, the Schumer and them were going all in for them. So I would not put it past them whatsoever to nominate or to rig the scales, rig the system in favor of a Gavin or a Kamala if it were somebody like that. So that's my last flag for people, because it's so hard to overcome.
They're going to try. I just think it's going to be difficult to do what they did in the past, because just like with the Mills race, people were like, oh, you're Schumer.
Fair enough, Eon Wagoneer. I agree. We may get a dark horse, though. That's kind of my theory, right? We might get a dark horse candidate. And who that's going to be, I don't know, right? Because nobody's going to really know if it is a dark horse candidate. Like somebody we just don't expect to run at all, right? Essentially. It's happened before. I wouldn't be totally surprised if it happened. But I see what you mean then. Yeah. I'm just saying that, unfortunately, you know, well, I agree. I like that Mark Kelly stood up against Trump on the freedom of speech thing how do I say this? On the speaking up against the troops, right? Or not following legal orders and stuff. And he stood his ground on that. And he didn't just cave to Trump. I think he just caves a little too hard for Trump. He's too he's too much of a centrist, right? And not only that, he's also funded by pretty big donors, and I don't like that at all, right? But
candidate, that means I'm definitely not voting for you. And the ability to manufacture consent with the media outlets is really severely degraded too.
He has some bad votes on Israel, right? Ugh, that's not good either. So I don't know, but I see your point.
By the rise of independent media and also by the degradation of trust in mainstream liberal outlets.
Yeah,
so
good point. All right, I've got our guest standing by. I'm going to do this one solo because he's in studio, and then Crystal's going to be back on.
I get it.
Whenever we're with Robert Pape. So we'll see.
All right. Yeah.
For the past couple of days, US President Donald Trump has been in China to meet with his counterpart Xi Jinping. The trip has been remarkably chummy. Trump has spent most of it gushing about how beautiful China is and complimenting his host. And he was apparently unable to extract any meaningful concessions, apart from, apparently, a commitment from Xi that China wouldn't supply weapons to Iran, something that Trump already claimed Xi agreed to last month, and that the Chinese government denied was even happening in the first place. This is probably a good thing from the perspective of anyone who wants to avoid a superpower conflict, but it's a pretty remarkable turnaround from Trump, who used to be incredibly hawkish towards China.
For real.
So in this video, we're going to look at how Trump's policy has changed over time, and try and figure out what happened to Trump the China hawk. The next issue of our magazine is out very soon, with this issue focusing on all of the wars that Trump has been involved in during his second term, with each dot on the cover representing a different military intervention or strike. Inside, we run through each of the conflicts, from Venezuela and Iran to Yemen and Ecuador, as well as discussing what he's really doing. Pre-order your copy today at toolong.news. So, to appreciate just how dramatic this reversal has been, it's worth remembering quite how hawkish Trump used to be on the so-called China issue. When he first came onto the political scene,
China.
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Liberté tabernacle.
Liberté Tabernacle.
The election was sometimes framed as a choice between the confront China candidate in Trump versus a confront Russia candidate in Clinton. Trump's main bugbear was the fact that the US ran, and still runs, a large bilateral trade deficit with China. This has been happening since the 80s, but it really ballooned in the 2000s and was running at about $350 billion when Trump took office in 2016. To remedy this, in January 2016, Trump suggested a flat 45% tariff on all Chinese imports. Obviously, this didn't actually end up happening, but the tariffs Trump did impose were nonetheless pretty severe, at least by modern standards. Trump began applying tariffs to an ever-expanding list of Chinese goods in July 2018. By the end of his presidency, Trump had imposed tariffs averaging about 20% on most Chinese imports. Throughout his term, Trump also imposed a number of sanctions on Chinese tech companies like Huawei and ZTE, and of companies suspected of doing business in Xinjiang. Trump also took aim at Beijing's expansive claims in the South China Sea, where China claims something like 90% of the area via what's known as the Nine-Dash Line, based on an unofficial map by a Chinese cartographer from 1936. In December 2016, Trump tweeted, "Did China ask us to build a massive military complex in the middle of the South China Sea? I don't think so." And in 2017, Trump's Secretary of State-to-be, Rex Tillerson, suggested during his confirmation hearing that the US could deploy naval assets to, quote, bar China from accessing the artificial islands. Trump was also pretty hawkish on Taiwan. After his election victory in December 2016, Trump held a direct phone call with Taiwan's then president, the first between the leader of the island and a US president or president-elect since ties began in 1979. Trump also filled his administration with so-called China hawks and signed the Taiwan Travel Act, allowing US officials of all levels to travel to Taiwan. In August 2020, just a few months before the election, Trump sent Health Secretary Alex Azar to the island, the highest level visit by a US official in decades. Trump also escalated arms sales, culminating in an $8 billion package, including 66 upgraded F-16 fighter jets in late 2019, which provoked retaliatory sanctions from Beijing against US arms companies. You get the idea. In his very first term, Trump was very hawkish on China. During the 2024 presidential election campaign, Trump essentially promised more of the same. He suggested a 60% flat tariff on all Chinese imports and took a notably confrontational tone on espionage, warning Beijing that the FBI would, quote, hunt down any Chinese spies. Much like his first term, Trump also filled his administration with renowned China hawks, including, perhaps most notably, current Undersecretary of War for Policy, Elbridge Colby, who made a name for himself in Washington by arguing that the US needs to extricate itself from Europe and the Middle East in order to focus its strategic energies on China.
Yeah.
In the opening months of his second term, it looked like Colby and co. might get their way. Trump said that he'd get the US out of Ukraine, and days after taking office, imposed a 10% tariff on all Chinese imports, which, thanks to a rapid tit-for-tat trade war after Trump's so-called Liberation Day tariffs, ballooned to something like 140% by May. But since then, Trump's policy and rhetoric towards China have become increasingly dovish. The tariffs were promptly reduced as part of a hastily negotiated trade truce, and Trump has spent most of his time since praising Xi as a great leader. In December, Trump's 2025 national security strategy avoided explicitly labeling China as America's foremost strategic competitor, and instead focused more on Europe. A month later, he upset even congressional Republicans by allowing Nvidia to sell its high-end AI chips in China, so long as the US government got a cut of the profits. Trump also slow-rolled a forced sale of TikTok, something he previously framed as an urgent necessity, and walked back an earlier threat to cancel visas for Chinese students studying at American universities. During the war in Iran, which some commentators suggested might be a way to indirectly undermine China, Trump then took pains to avoid upsetting Beijing. After CNN reported that China was sending weapons to Iran, Trump reacted by merely sending...
By the way, I think something that doesn't get nearly mentioned enough is like his policies are very there's a lot of retribution in them against blue states. Why do I say that? Well, he's gone after all like the big universities, especially here in New England, right? Harvard, right? But what does like stopping Chinese students really hurt the most? It hurts like the New England economy the most, right? Think of it that way, because here we rely a lot on colleges to, like, especially international students who pay full price, right? They actually pay more half the time, more than half the time, but yeah. So I think something that kind of always gets left to the wayside is how much of these policies hurt like California, right? New England, New York, right? These states, the states that he views that why didn't they vote for me, right? Even though he claims to be from New York.
A letter asking...
I mean, he is from New York. Ripping the kids, USA pure. Yep. It just hit me. We're in bad shape. I'm not shaming you. Sorry, I could have clarified. What do you mean? God, I hate this reality. We're in hell, I know, man.
Him to stop, and said on Truth Social that he was planning to open the Strait of Hormuz for China. Ahead of this week's summit, where, as we noted in the intro, Trump took a conspicuously dovish tone, the US also delayed final approval of a $13 billion military aid package for Taiwan. So why has Trump changed his tone? In other words, what happened to Trump the China hawk? Well, Trump's chumminess with Xi is sometimes chalked down to his well-documented affinity for strongmen. There might be something to this, but we also see at least two more structural reasons for this pivot. The first is that, contrary to what Elbridge Colby might have hoped, the US has proved incapable of extricating itself from Europe and the Middle East. While Trump has withdrawn most support for Ukraine, he's been unable to end the war and has apparently got stuck in another open-ended conflict in the Middle East, this time with Iran. At the same time, Trump has started taking more of an interest in the Western Hemisphere, which has left the US without the strategic bandwidth to mount a meaningful challenge against Chinese influence in Asia. Second, and relatedly, is that this is clearly a reaction to last year's trade war, when Trump's rhetoric started to change. As you might remember, China reacted to Trump's Liberation Day tariffs by restricting the export of rare earths, elements which are crucial for most modern technology. Unfortunately for Trump, China utterly dominates in both their production and refining, which is why this prospect sparked panic in America's business community. This proved that China does indeed have leverage over the US, contradicting Trump's long-held belief that their imbalanced trade relationship had fundamentally given the US the upper hand.
Interesting. Oh, great.
Millions of Palestinians across the world are marking the 78th anniversary of the Nakba. The word is Arabic for catastrophe. It refers to the mass expulsion and flight of some 700,000 Palestinians from what is now Israel during the 1948 war that led to the creation of the modern Israeli state. In Gaza, demonstrators donned traditional clothing and marched carrying photos of keys as a symbol of their right to return home. It's the third Nakba commemoration since the war in Gaza began. The United Nations says more than 3/4 of homes in the enclave have been damaged in more than 2 years of fighting between Israel and Hamas. That has caused the renewed displacement of almost 2 million Palestinians, many of them multiple times. Some Gaza inhabitants who were born decades after the expulsion of their ancestors have called the current situation a new Nakba. DW's Jerusalem correspondent Tanya Kramer filed this report.
We've experienced every aspect of the Nakba, just like we heard from our grandparents. The life in tents, the heat inside, and in the rain when we get drenched. It's suffering beyond description.
Throughout the war, we experienced loss, displacement, fear and anxiety. We kept being displaced and it was very difficult for us. We did not live through the Nakba, but what we are experiencing now is even worse. Gaza itself has become a catastrophe, worse than the Nakba of 1948.
The Nakba, Arabic for catastrophe, marks the displacement of Palestinians in 1948. What happened since connects many Palestinians to the collective trauma of 1948. After Hamas terror attacks on
Also, think of it this way, right? If the idea of the nation state was to protect people, right? Like the whole idea Israel was created, right, guys? Was this ancient idea there, or this like conservative idea that what's the best way to provide security for one another? Through a nation state that is made up of one group of people, right? How is that working out? Right? It's clearly led to a lot of these problems.
October 7, 2023, Israel launched a devastating war on Gaza. More than 70,000 Palestinians have been killed.
It's the idea that like a state should be for just Germans. A state should just be for just Jews. A state should just be for just this one group of people, right? When in reality, that's not how we organize ourselves at all, right? Because there are people, like, let's just give Norway, right? Or like Sweden or something. Swedish people, well, there's Swedish people in Finland, right? They're not in Finland, right? Etc., etc. You could also say, oh, but there are many parts of Europe, right, that had German speakers or German people of ethnicity of that German ethnic group, right? And that's why Hitler wanted to integrate them, right, all into one country. Okay.
According to Gaza health officials,
these kind of thoughts lead to problems because we're not actually examining what is actually on the ground, right? That people don't live in, like, not all Germans live in Germany. Shocker. What? There are Germans all around the world now, right? There were Germans even back before Hitler in the Sudetenland and all this stuff, right? So like, that's the problem I have with this is it's trying to like stuff this idea of what the world should be when it doesn't actually examine what the world is like. Do you get what I mean? Use that shit to fuck around. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is literally what Israel's doing, right? Is they're saying, well, that's the land that we were given because of the tragedy, right? They're using that. And listen, obviously, like, nobody's saying the Holocaust wasn't terrible, right? But do you see the justifications, right? Like, Jews used to live in every country around the world. And now it's like the fact that they get to have like their own country, right? And this idea of the nation state is like the solution to all this when it's not even really doing a good job at this, right? And it's creating a ton of conflict. That's the problem, right? Just like the Sudetenland, just like all these examples I've given, right? It's rare that like a single ethnicity fits into one nation state. It just doesn't work that way, right? Especially in the New World, like, it's much more amalgamous and fluid, right? You could argue, man, yeah, well, Germans, this and that, right? But still, there are many examples of this throughout history, right? This is the ABC foot. Actually, ethno-states work incredibly well. I don't see a tendency to oppress their own people as a problem. They don't see the way they use their military as a problem. They don't see the problems as problems. This is more horrifying thing to me. Well, that's what I'm saying is like some states are ethno states and some states are more like homogenous and right. Like you could argue that, sure. But the idea that like every nation state has to 100% represent the other group because it's not how people operate. It's not how people live, right? But it's trying to pigeonhole this idea of how people should be, how like this stuff actually works in real life based on like some falsehood on how nations work, right? It's very rare that this stuff is 100%, right? I just gave the example of Germany, Finland, right? There's several examples of throughout the world, right? That, yeah, they would probably like to have that country back, right? You see this a lot in like in the former Yugoslavia, right? There's a lot of like infighting between ethnic groups, right? Because they believe that land belongs to them. You see it with Azerbaijan and Armenia, right? And what's the main purpose there? What you just said, Aeon Lord, right? Yeah. Now, they're not necessarily ethno-states, none of them, right? But the ethno-state's just a radical version of these ideas, right?
Nearly 2.2 million people have been displaced.
Today, however, we are living the Nakba in every aspect: displacement, killing and uprooting. My father was killed, and the greatest catastrophe that happened to us is that my family members were killed, my father and my uncles. There's almost no one left except my mother and my siblings. May God protect them.
In the occupied West Bank, Palestinians face Israeli settler violence, closures, home demolitions and Israeli policies that are aimed at annexation. What does the Nakba mean for young Palestinians today?
Right now, we are afraid that a new Nakba may happen, especially to our people in Gaza. The expansion of settlements in the West Bank also leads to a new Nakba. And the displacement of our brothers in the refugee camps from cities such as Jenin and Tulkarem also contributes to a new Nakba in our present time.
The people who were driven from their land and towns 80 years ago because of the Israeli Nakba, if you went to any one of them now and said, I will give you the key to your house so you can return today, he would tell you, no, I don't want to return. We're not safe. We've been devastated for 80 years and every day brings a new catastrophe.
What future do Palestinians see for themselves?
We're all targets of the occupation and the settlers, and we are being subjected to the greatest wave of violence seen in the current period, whether in the Gaza Strip or the West Bank. The situation we are living through is a tragedy, a catastrophe. Our daily life is itself a Nakba.
The situation we've seen with war, shelling, death and suffering leaves no future for Gaza. There's no hope amid all this rubble. No future. I'm 32 years old, trying and struggling to build my future, but this war has destroyed everything.
There is no life, no safety, no peace of mind, no work, not even food, not even water. Nothing is available in Gaza. We're living like bodies, without souls.
Let's get some analysis now with Omar Dajani. He's a law professor at the University of the Pacific in California and has advised the Palestinian negotiating team in peace talks with Israel in the past. Welcome to the program. Omar, for Palestinians, the Nakba continues to echo in the ongoing conflict with Israel. To what degree are unresolved legal issues going back to 1948 still shaping that conflict today?
I think it's both unresolved legal issues and broader roots of conflict that still stir people's emotions. So when I think back on the experience of my own family, my father was 16 in 1948. He and his family lived in Jaffa, which is now inside Israel. And more than a month before Israel declared independence, a month before Arab states intervened in the conflict, Zionist militias attacked the city of Jaffa, and my father and his family, terrified, like so many of the other thousands of Palestinians in the city, fled the city expecting within weeks or months, when things calmed down, that they would return. In that sense, their situation was like so many other refugees around the world. But not only were they not allowed to return to their home when the war ended, but like so many other refugees, their property was confiscated and now sits as a vacant lot in the city of Jaffa. And so I think that my family, like so many others, asks the question, what does justice require at this juncture? To what extent will it include restitution for lost property? And to what extent will it involve return? And those are both legal issues and also moral issues.
Of course. The Nakba, the catastrophe for Palestinians, is inextricably linked with the creation of a sovereign state for Jews who themselves had suffered centuries of persecution. In this sense, independence for one group was gained at the expense of another group being dispossessed. Is there any way of reconciling that?
It's such an important question, and I think that there are ways of reconciling it. I think there has long been an interest in ensuring that what was envisioned in 1947, which was that there would be a state for Palestinians alongside a state for the Jewish people, could be realized. Those efforts have been undermined by a range of factors, but over the last number of years by the Netanyahu government's very explicit refusal to accept the idea of Palestinian self-determination. But there are visions being advocated that I think could achieve transformation. I'm very involved in a joint Palestinian-Israeli movement called A Land for All. And what we advocate for is a different kind of two-state solution, one in which there is not only a Palestinian state alongside Israel, but also one in which there is freedom of movement and ultimately freedom of residence across the entire territory, honoring both people's attachment to this land, while at the same time addressing issues like settlements, Jerusalem, refugees that have eluded settlement in past negotiations. So I think that if there is political will on the part of the international community to press for solutions of this kind, they are possible. Israelis and Palestinians on the ground are pushing for them. But we need the international community, including Germany, to stand up.
Yeah, Germany.
The Israelis and Palestinians got very close to an agreement in 1999, as you well know. When negotiations failed, I was anchoring news at the time and asked the Palestinian negotiator, Chief Palestinian negotiator Saeb Erekat, why. He told me the right of return of refugees. You were an advisor to the Palestinians at the time, if I'm not mistaken. If the deal like the one that was on the table then were to be offered again now, some form of that, do you think it could be accepted, or is the right of return of refugees still non-negotiable for Palestinians?
So I think that there were a lot of different factors that contributed to the demise of that negotiation at that juncture. I think you're right that Palestinians felt that the negotiations failed to address Palestinian refugee rights, and including the right of return, but also, as I alluded to earlier, concerns about restitution of properties and other matters. I think Palestinians also felt that those negotiations provided for a map of the West Bank that involved such significant Israeli annexation across the West Bank and in Jerusalem that the Palestinian state would not be viable. So I think that was also a factor. Would Palestinians accept such a deal at this juncture? It's hard to say. I think in view of the cataclysm that has befallen Palestinians, I think that there would probably be a sense that anything is better than the circumstances we face now. But I think if what we're looking for is a long-term resolution of this conflict, it's important for us to address all of its root causes fairly. And one of those root causes is the dispossession of Palestinian refugees. I don't think most Palestinian refugees would actually return to the places inside Israel where they come from. But affirming the right and giving them the opportunity to exercise it is really crucial if we're going to move forward on the basis of peace and equality.
You mentioned the Netanyahu government, which, in your view, has not done much to pursue any sort of agreement with the Palestinians. But on the Palestinian side, too, there's also a problematic Palestinian Authority, who would represent the Palestinians. What hope do you have for the Palestinian Authority reforming to the point that it's accepted by both Palestinians and Israelis in any future negotiations?
First of all, speaking about the extent to which the Palestinian Authority needs reform and is accepted by Palestinians, I think undoubtedly there are really significant governance problems that have assailed the Palestinian Authority. But make no mistake, the single biggest source of illegitimacy on the Palestinian Authority's part, the reason why Palestinians look at it with skepticism, is not so much because of corruption and mismanagement, though both of those things have been a problem, as because it has failed to secure a peaceful future for Palestinians. Palestinians look and say, the path toward negotiations that you promised us would yield freedom and statehood has not delivered those benefits. And so I think that it is honestly very difficult to achieve transformation of the Palestinian Authority so long as an occupation, which the International Court of Justice said is illegal and must come to an end immediately, so long as that occupation is in force, asking the Palestinian Authority to reform, I think, is a fool's errand. Something worth pursuing, but it's not going to deliver transformation. As far as Israel's trust of the Palestinians, I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, it's quite all right. Go ahead. We just have 1 minute left.
Okay, sorry, yes. As far as Israel's trust of the Palestinians are concerned, I think that what we really need is for the international community to treat both.
Let me spill the tea from throne room to chaos. I know King Lutz the Fourth, ruler of the hoarded blind realm, spamming coins like ever. It's so funny. Also, Lady Sparkle Toes. I'm dying, guys. Also, don't forget Duke Dank Gobble. Oh my god. I'm dying. So funny.
Parties at parity, to recognize that Palestinians have a right to our representation, just as Israel does, even if we don't always agree, even if we don't always see eye to eye.
Omar, thank you very much for this talk. That was Omar Dajani from the Law Faculty of the University of the Pacific.
Thank you.
More on this. I'm joined now by political analyst Akiva Elder. He's co-author of the book Lords of the Land, the story of Jewish settlements after 1967. Thanks for being with us. First of all, tell us more about how Palestinians mark this day. Is it purely a day of grievance or also a day of community?
You know, there are too many communities of Palestinians who are marking differently this day. And this is part of the original Nakba. There are Palestinians who live in Israel, and they are Israeli citizens. Some of them don't even define themselves as Palestinians. They say, we are Israeli Arabs or the Israeli citizens of 48 Nakba. There are Palestinians who live in the diaspora. In Germany, there is a community. There are Palestinians who live in East Jerusalem. They are inhabitants, but not citizens. And of course, there are the Palestinians that you just showed in your show, who live in Gaza, if you can call it live, and in the West Bank. And they are people, some of them are double refugees. There are refugees of 48. For them, the Nakba reminds them the first time that they became refugees. And now, since the October 23 massacre, about 44 communities of them were dragged for the second time from their homes by violent Israeli settlers that are getting full support or blind eye from the Israeli authorities. And these people, for these people, the Nakba has never stopped.
As we heard in our report from our correspondent there, many Palestinians today draw a direct connection from the Nakba to the Gaza war and the violence that we're seeing in the West Bank by Israeli settlers. You referred to that. Do you share that sentiment that there's a direct connection between these events?
I'm afraid that things are getting worse. And there is a paradox here. There are more than, in the last poll I saw, there were more than 55% of the Israeli Palestinians or Israeli Arabs who say that they will not vote for an Arab party that will refuse to join the Israeli Jewish coalition, so to speak, the Zionist coalition. The majority of the 1.5 million Arabs who live in Israel, and they are supposedly have, have the same rights as I do have. And they want to integrate. They would like to see an Arab minister in the cabinet. But the Israeli politicians, unlike the Israeli inhabitants, the Israeli constituency, they are afraid to even communicate and to, we are looking at elections maybe in September or the latest in October. And in the polls that you see in the newspapers, mainstream newspapers and television, you can see opposition, coalition, and Arabs. And 4 out of 5 parties from the center left are dismissing any chance that they will invite the Israeli Arab parties to join the coalition, even if they will not be able to form a new government. So there is a paradox. On one hand, more than 50% of the pharmacists are Israeli Arabs.
I want to ask you about politics, since you're getting into that. The prospect of achieving a two-state solution, that's been looking more and more remote over the past few years. Do you think that the goal of a two-state solution is still achievable or even desirable given the current circumstances?
I'm afraid that it's not even on the agenda. I don't see any party, excluding the Democrats, the famous old Labour Party in Israel, that is offering theoretically a two-state solution, but even they are saying not now. What they are really saying is that the Israeli society has to recover from the trauma of the massacre of October 26. Although 90% of the Israeli Arabs very clearly in all the polls reject it. They are appalled by what Hamas has done. And this is the tragedy here, that the Israelis are alienating the 20% of the population. It's okay, to have an Arab doctor, pharmacist, but not in the government. There is,
what? That's so stupid, right, guys?
Lip service that the Labour Party says, yes, we want to see a two-state solution. But adding to that, when was the last time that a German leader put pressure on Israel or an American to put an end to the settlements project and to stop the violence? So there is a lip service that you can hear again and again, speakers from Europe and the United States, leaders saying there is no other solution. But what are they doing in order to pursue it?
Okay.
All right, so we're going to catch up on a few other things, and then I'm going to start this series that I'm going to call Post-Scarcity. Basically, we're going to review and discuss a few videos about post-scarcity and whether I agree with them or not on YouTube. This first one is about how Star Trek's future works, right? Post-scarcity and how money, work, and property operate, right? Because we talk a lot about politics, but like what's the overall goal at the same time, right? So we'll watch these. It's a series of videos. I don't know if I agree 100% with this guy, so we're gonna have to see, but it should be interesting, right?
Saying this bullshit about, well, the Democrats.
But first, we got some more stuff to cover.
Democrats are the party of slavery. Democrats are the party of the Ku Klux Klan, which, yeah, I mean, they were. But we definitely had a party switch. And they'll sit and say to you, no, we didn't, man. There wasn't no party switch. All right, well, if there wasn't a party switch, I want you to do me a favor. Go down to Dalton, Georgia, and find the biggest redneck you can with a big Confederate flag flying off his trailer. Walk up, knock on his door, and ask him why he voted for Kamala Harris. If you think the parties didn't switch, just try that one on for size and see how far you get. Saying this bullshit about, well, the Democrats are the party of slavery. Democrats are the party of the Ku Klux Klan, which, yeah, I mean, they were. But we definitely had a party switch.
Why did you vote for Kamala, huh?
They'll sit and say to you, no, we didn't, man. There wasn't no party switch.
Tonight, we have a CNN exclusive K-File uncovering new details about one of the Trump administration's top public health officials who led the public federal response this week on hantavirus. Dr. Brian Christine stood before reporters promising a response grounded in science and grounded in transparency. But before joining the administration, Christine was...
Is there anybody here that's going to vote for
federal public health,
Lion Kamala?
Implants, and once hosted a YouTube show called The Erection Connection.
And why are we using it as like a basis, right? I think it's because this form of government doesn't exist. So, and we don't have post-scarcity, so we kind of have to use it as like a model, right? Marx doesn't even go far enough for this kind of fucking, right? Like some of the stuff has to do with obviously with that kind of philosophy, right? Socialism in general, but it's still, I don't think it goes far enough to discuss the total ideas, right?
His procedures. K-File
the
also
totality
found a
of the
history
ideas.
Of far-right commentary and conspiracy-tinged remarks, including comparing the Biden administration to Nazi Germany, questioning the 2020 election, and suggesting the COVID vaccine did little to stop the pandemic. CNN's Andrew Kaczynski of K-File is out front with us now. Andrew, what'd you learn?
Well, that's right. Christine has one of the most important public health jobs in the country as the Assistant Secretary of Public Health. His office deals with infectious disease policy, women's health, family planning, and the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps, which makes him a four-star admiral in charge of the more than 5,000 uniformed public health officials who deployed during emergencies. But before taking this role, we found
a ship in a bottle. You found it, Rigel.
Was not.
I mean, Patricia. Do not come.
In public health, he was a urologist in private practice in Alabama, where he specialized in penile implants and was a conservative anti-abortion activist and former Republican candidate for state senate.
Maybe he could have asked. He could have
aimed at fellow urologists.
He could have helped Elon with his penile implant. Remember that?
He also found a podcast that he started when running for office called Common Sense. It focused on everything from abortion, COVID restrictions, transgender rights, the 2020 election, and what he called wokeism in medicine and government. For instance, in one episode we found he argued the pandemic had been used to control Americans and influence the 2020 election. He urged listeners to watch 2,000 Mules. That was the debunked election conspiracy film whose distributor later apologized and pulled it from circulation. Take a listen to him here.
This is probably the most important thing that's happened during the pandemic, is that there is no question that the pandemic was used to influence the outcome of the 2020 elections. Just watch 2,000 Mules. We know that there have been people who have died from that, but we also know that most people who get infected aren't going to die. Most people who get infected aren't going to get sick. But the government and the left have used the pandemic to control people.
Now, in another episode, Christine suggested that
the government and the left
did little to stop the global pandemic, arguing against COVID-19 mandates. Listen to him here.
Fuck off.
We were being forced and pushed, attempted forced. I mean, some people stood their ground, but being forced to take a vaccination that didn't prevent a disease, didn't prevent transmission of a disease, a vaccine that was really not vetted as other vaccines have been, simply because we haven't had it as long.
Now, Andrew, you also uncovered comments where Christie talked about abortion. He compared the Biden administration to Nazi Germany. What did he say exactly?
Well, that's right, Sarah. In multiple podcast episodes and social media posts, Christine took hardline positions on abortions, and he also invoked these comparisons between the Biden administration and Nazi Germany. On abortion, he defended Alabama's near total ban. He explicitly argued there should be no exceptions for rape or incest. Take a listen to him.
Jesus, what a clown.
Now that causes the pro-abortion side of the argument to get really upset that we don't exclude rape and incest. But just because the pregnancy occurs through an act of violence, that doesn't mean the unborn child doesn't have the right to life. And we recognize and we believe that another act of violence, and an abortion is an act of violence.
Now, in another podcast episode, Christine compared what conservatives were experiencing in the United States under Joe Biden's presidency to conditions in Nazi Germany. Listen to him here.
There are things that are similar that were going on in Germany that are going on in the United States right now. There aren't concentration camps in the United States, but there's no question that conservatives feel threatened. There's no question that
they always feel threatened. They always feel threatened. You guys always feel threatened. Fuck off.
Others feel like the government's being weaponized against us.
Oh my God.
All right, Andrew, I'm sure you reached out to HHS. What did they say to you?
So Andrew Nixon, that is the Assistant Secretary for Media Relations at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, told CNN this. He said, Assistant
but they are so strong.
Admiral Christine remains focused on executing.
That's their guys. What you'll notice is a lot of their positions come from, I'm afraid, therefore we need to do this, right? I'm afraid of immigrants, therefore we need to shut down the border. I'm afraid of terrorists, that's why we need to do X, Y, and Z, war on terror, war in Iran, right? I'm afraid of nuclear weapons and Iran, therefore we need to launch a, right? It just goes on and on and on. There's a lot of like fear involved in their ideology.
President Trump and Secretary Kennedy's agenda to make America healthy again and deliver on President Trump's executive order to protect our children against chemical and surgical mutilation.
Yep. In the 1800s, when they were Democrats, they still felt threatened. Exactly. They did. Always. Because the Democrats were conservatives, right? And there's still a lot of conservative Democrats. But generally speaking, that's why. All right. Now we're going to get into it. This is a series about how money, work, and property work in a post-scarcity society. Post-scarce society. Right? He's obviously going to use Star Trek as the example, but we can apply this to a fundamental level as well, right? So, also this can apply to a lot of other examples, right? Kristen B, this could apply to the Orville, right? They mentioned that too. So, there's a lot of examples. This is a political philosophy in itself, right? And a lot of people have trouble understanding it because we're so used to dealing with money, work, and property in this way that is very narrow, right? Most people just have a lot of trouble understanding, right? Even people on the left, when I talk to them, they'll be like, what do you mean you want to get rid of nation states? What do you mean you want to get rid of money? A world without money? What the hell are you smoking, dude? Right? And these are people on the left. But hopefully what these videos will do, and again, I haven't watched them, hence why I want to critique them, is how that kind of society would work, right?
Don't tell me they don't use money in the 23rd century.
Well, we don't. The economics of the future is somewhat different. The acquisition of wealth is no longer the driving force in our lives.
All right, first thing. Okay, if that's the case, then what drives people to do anything? Any answers? Puff, puff, pass, Gus. Damn right. What if money isn't the driving influence in a society, then what drives people to do stuff? I knew this was going to be on the test. Yeah, you failed it already, girl. Expression of thought and boredom. Fun. Exactly. You nailed it.
We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. What does that mean exactly? It means we don't need money.
This is something Star Trek writers and fans have been grappling with for decades.
It's because this isn't about like a TV show, right? That's what I want you guys to understand. Like, obviously they're going to present it in aspects of this, but this is further than just a TV show, right? I want you to not look at it like that. I want you to look at it as like art kind of commenting on a system of government, an economic system that looks very different than what we have, right? So, like, I want you to look at it from that perspective, not like a TV show. Like, nobody, like, you don't have to know the characters. It's the ideas, right? The philosophies behind this, the principles, right? I hate even using that word because it's really about the principles of this kind of society, right? All right.
How does Star Trek's future society work? A world without money seems alien to the point of impossibility to many people. The difficulty in answering this question has led to numerous fan theories, essays, non-fiction books,
yes, and even there's been a lot of works on this, and I've read a few of them, but I recommend you start off with a really good book. It's called Trekonomics. He does a pretty damn good job, and he's an economist, right, and a political scientist. He explains like the ideas behind this kind of government, right? What it would look like. And again, there have been a lot of people writing on this subject, right? I think in the near future, maybe like in 50 to 100 years, maybe a little bit later than that, we're going to get more and more people that associate themselves with this kind of philosophy, right? Or this kind of like viewpoint, that they want to get to this kind of like post-scarcity world, right?
Been some dismissals. It's a nice idea, but it can never happen, says the straw man. This was also something foremost in my mind when I was making part 2 of my Philosophy of Star Trek series on the concept of utopia. I thought about including the topic of today's video as a segment in that video, but I ultimately couldn't find a place for it. So, here is my 2 cents on the subject. It's based on what we've seen and heard in the Star Trek mythos, combined with my extrapolations and ideas to fill in the blanks. A fun thought experiment to try and answer this age-old question: how does Star Trek's future work? To tackle this question, we have to look at replicators. Warp drive is often pinpointed as the threshold technology in Star Trek's universe. However, I think this emphasis on warp drive downplays the massive impact of the...
I think the idea of exploration and all that, like a lot of people watch the show for that. I don't give a shit about that as much. I'm going to be honest. I don't care about that aspect of the show. What I care about is the political like ramifications, or like what it's trying to say about like human nature and diplomacy and politics and economic theory. Those are like what really gets me the most interested in this, right? Not necessarily like the exploration aspect. I know a lot of people like watch it just for that. This is why I don't really like TNG as much. It focuses more on the exploration aspect, and I just don't care as much. I care more about the politics, and that's why I like DS9 better, right? But that's just like a neither here or there. I just want to make that point clear, right? Because this is predominantly a politics stream.
Mention of replicators.
Yeah.
Warp drive and first contact may have altered humanity's collective worldview, but replicators are what truly transformed human society into the post-scarcity utopia seen in the mythos. In our modern world, we need money to meet our basic needs.
Bingo.
Our motivation in making money is so we can continue to shelter, clothe, and feed ourselves. There are other goods and services we use money for, but our basic needs come first. The mere existence of replicators then outright eliminates our primary need for money. Replicators can meet all of our basic needs as well as luxury items right off the bat, so why would we ever need money? This is a rather obvious point to anyone who has ever entertained the question at the heart of this video, but the implications of replicator technology go further than that. Replicators can be used to meet our basic needs, but I have yet to see anyone recognize replicators are also the ultimate tools for self-sufficiency. Keep in mind...
Agreed. Because one problem I have with the system right now, right, is it's dependent on too many factors, right? It's dependent if you have a good paying job. It's dependent whether you live in a wealthy country. It's dependent whether you know the right people. It's dependent on whether you, you know, it just goes on and on and on and on, right? However, if you have all these just basic needs met, then this isn't going to be a problem, right? Because it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Your basic needs are met.
Mind that not only can replicators replicate goods, but they can also replicate other replicators. Not only that, but replicators can replicate power sources. Replicators can make solar panels, batteries, or even the components of a small fusion reactor. Replicators can also provide building materials like bricks, cement, or lumber.
Free green energy is the prerequisite for replicators. Yeah, I've said that, right? In the real world, we need a cheap, very cheap, almost to the point where it's so unlimited that charging for it is kind of pointless source of energy, right? Green energy is like that step in the right direction. I think there are other forms, and there's probably stuff that we haven't discovered yet. So a lot of this is like, we just need to discover this kind of technology, right? But we're not putting the kind of money we need for this kind of technology. Like, governments are not investing in this shit, right? If anything, they're investing in war and like other forms of like, they're putting their money into businesses, right? Not like institutions that actually want to like contribute to society equally, right?
They can even replicate parts for furniture, heaters, and any other creature comfort needed to make a cozy home.
Right.
With a single replicator, one could become completely self-sufficient.
Yes. And one thing you can say is, unfortunately, no matter how communist or how socialist you are, you will always be dependent by a government, right? Think of it that way. If the government changes, if you live in a system where the government provides everything for you, that's a problem, right? Because if then you have someone like Trump come in, or someone who doesn't agree with that stuff, you immediately start to lose those things, right? And it causes the degradation. Now, if you're completely self-efficient or self-dependent, that becomes a miss. Government is no longer really that important, right? Like, one thing you start to realize is when you watch the show, that government is not really like that important in the lives of these people. Like, they think about it and they kind of like, they think about it in like an abstract way, right? But they don't care about like the actual government, like who's in power, like this person, right? It's a very kind of like deconstructed version of this stuff. And it's because they're just, when you have post-scarcity, you become a lot more self-reliant. You're given more freedom, essentially, right?
Build a house and meet all your basic needs without even connecting your home to any kind of grid. You wouldn't even need pipes for running water or sewage removal if you didn't want to. You can get water from the replicator and dispose of any waste by placing it inside the replicator. Now, in Star Trek, we've heard of industrial replicators. These are certainly handy for getting large-scale production or colony efforts up and running relatively quickly, but on an individual level, a single modestly sized replicator is all anyone would need. When it comes to powering a replicator, the primary method of energy generation in Star Trek's future seems to be fusion power. Although the warp drive...
They're working on this as we speak, right? They're trying to create like a mini sun in, I think, in France, right? I think in Germany too, and in Montreal. So there's several of these projects going around on the planet, right? Throughout the world, really.
On most starships is powered by a matter-antimatter reactor. All other systems seem to be powered by fusion. Now, fusion does require fuel, but once a replicator is powered up, the fuel needed for fusion is now in infinite supply, because the replicator itself can make more of it. It would make sense for there to be some kind of central organization or authority to initially create and distribute replicator technology, but once replicators see mass adoption, no one needs to rely on that central organization anymore. A single replicator gives a household the means to live completely independently, as much on or off the grid as it likes. The moment replicator technology is invented, our modern ideas of market, supply and demand and so on cease to have any relevance whatsoever.
Yes, I agree entirely. None of this fucking matters if you have a replicator, right? None of it. And I attribute it to something along the lines of, if somebody knocks on your door and it's a hot day and they ask for a glass of water, most people, in fact, I know because I've done this test throughout my neighborhood, they just give you a glass of water. In fact, I don't think I've ever been rejected that. Right? And why is that? Like, why is it that people are willing to part with a glass of water like that? I think the reason is, A, the amount of water that you're getting is trivial. They're not going to charge you. B, it's a glass. Who cares, right? C, this is the prime example of people actually wanting to help other people, especially when they live in their neighborhood, right? So this is why I find this like this economic model and this like political system so compelling, right? Because, and again, I highly recommend you read some books on this issue, because there've been a few books on it, right? We're not going to sit here and read books because that'd be a boring stream, but I found this series of videos that kind of go over this and I'm gonna give my input, right? Because it's something I've done a lot of research on, right? Because I've researched every other form of government out there, and this is something that is fairly convincing to me now, the more and more I read on it.
Money doesn't exist in Star Trek's future because it no longer serves any function.
Yes. When you have unlimited amount of stuff, like, for example, what would be the purpose of charging you for a meal? There would be no purpose, right? Because it would be the equivalent of that glass of water, right? Brought to you by that source of energy, right? And that's what I mean by post-scarcity, is that essentially, right, certain things in this society have become post-scarcity, have become post-scarce, right? But not everything has, right? There's still a lot of scarcity when it comes to food, right? That's why you get people who say, like, yeah, but there are starving kids in Africa. Why is that the case? It's because there's drought, famine, right? There's a bunch of problems. Capitalism, right? All this stuff contributes to these problems. There you go.
But if replicators can make anything anyone could ever want, how come people still give gifts? How come people still go to restaurants? How do people own property?
Okay. These are all questions that you could quickly answer, or maybe like it'll take you more time, right? All these things exist in this kind of society. It's just they look different, right? If you go to a restaurant, like, you're not exchanging any money to go to the restaurant, right? There's no exchange. So then why would someone own a restaurant? Tell me that. Interesting, huh?
Let's tackle the first question. Throughout Star Trek, we've seen numerous characters exchange gifts.
Yeah. What would be the purpose of even giving a gift? Guys. It's not about the food anymore. Bingo. It's not. Ah, there you see, you understand, Rigel. It's not about the food anymore. Kindness. Bingo. Because you want to go to a restaurant to enjoy a date night, an event with somebody that you want to get to know or something, right? Or you want to go because you like the way that chef or that restaurant owner, right? Because they're not really owners. Owner treats you, right? And we do a lot of this in our normal lives. We do, right? Like we call people up, we talk to them because we like their company, right? But our economic system doesn't allow us to do that fully. In this economic system, it's entirely up to you, right?
Gave Kirk a pair of antique reading glasses, Picard gave Data the complete works of Shakespeare, and Jake gave his dad a valuable baseball card. All of these things can just be made in replicators, can't they? So why do they have any value? Gifts don't just serve practical purposes, they function as symbols of a relationship.
Bingo.
A gift from you, sir. You value it? Yes, sir. Why? It is a reminder of friendship and service.
There's also the concept of strict uniqueness to consider.
You nailed it.
Sisko could have at any time replicated himself a baseball card. While it would have looked exactly like the card he wanted, it wouldn't have as much value as the one Jake gifted him.
Correct. The value is that Jake did all this stuff to get his dad this baseball card. And he appreciates that, all the stuff that he did, right? This was a really good episode, by the way. Heavily recommend you watch it. But this is what we call about human. It's a human nature episode, right? And it has a lot of economics in it for that reason, right? Why? Because they got to trade all this stuff. They don't have money, right? But there are some societies that value it. Ah, okay. It is a very sweet episode. Yeah, I agree. It's so cute. I love it. Like, this is one of my favorite episodes of DS9, right? And it touches upon this exact concept, right? And it literally is the most, like, you're just like, it's so sweet. It hurts your teeth, right?
Because the replicated card wouldn't be unique. The baseball card Jake found is an antique. It has a history which a replicated version wouldn't possess. And just like the example of Picard gifting Data the works of Shakespeare, the baseball card becomes a tangible symbol of Jake and Sisko's relationship as father and son.
Bingo.
Well, can't you just replicate another one?
We could, but we're not going to. That's our dartboard and we want it back. It's the principle of the thing.
The idea that the existence of replica...
See, there's a lot of moments like that just throughout the entire show, right? Because of course they can, right? Like, none of this stuff has any real value. It's just the value you put into it as an individual, right? It's entirely individualized value.
Would somehow render gifts redundant is predicated on the notion of gifts only having value if they are exchanged for money or if they serve some practical purpose. However, this fails to consider the social value of gift giving and the sentimental value of collector's items. The same thing applies to restaurants. People go to restaurants in Star Trek for the same reason people go to restaurants today. Partly for higher food quality, but I would argue mostly for the experience. Human beings are social creatures. We like to be amongst other people, even if we're not actively interacting with everyone. A good dining experience isn't wholly dependent on the food and drink, but the atmosphere of a place, the decor, the character, the music, and so on. People in Star Trek go to restaurants simply because they like it, because they can't get the experience of a restaurant, bar, or cafe from a replicator at home. Which leads us to another question.
And here's the great part. Think of it this way. How many people do you know? Right, maybe you don't know very many, but I know a lot of W. O'Brien. Hell yeah. How many people do you know that have started a business and they say stuff like, well, I started a restaurant because that's a money pit. It's a cash cow, right? And then they get into it and they realize they hate it. And then they have to sell it. Do you see the incentives there? The incentives were never about the hospitality or cooking or like the idea that you love to do what you're doing there, which is cooking food, right? Interacting with people. It was to make money, right? And if you don't believe me, look on, I don't know if you guys ever seen this show. It's called not Hell's Kitchen. That's another one. Gordon Ramsay's like Kitchen Nightmares, right? On that show, what you'll notice, I've watched a few episodes, and what you'll notice is a lot of restaurant owners buy restaurants because they think they can make money off of them, right? They can sustain themselves, but they don't actually really like the business aspect of it. Like, they don't like the restaurant aspect of it, right? And what does Gordon Ramsay do? He goes in there and he supposedly changes stuff, right? That's not really true. Apparently it's fake, but he goes in there and he likes to cook and stuff, right? You can kind of tell he obviously likes it. And he has that good, but the problem is they don't actually like what they're doing. But that's what the system is really creating here, right? The system is creating people to do restaurants or hotels. That's another really good example, right? Hotel Hell is another one, right? Where they don't really like the hospitality industry, but they're doing it because they have to, or they feel like they have to, because that's one way to earn money. Do you see what I mean, guys? That doesn't exist here, right? It just doesn't. Why? Because Sisko's dad clearly likes to cook like Cajun food because he loves to cook Cajun food, right? And that's why he owns a restaurant. He even says it in the fucking show, right? Like, I could never not do this because this is like what I love to do. Right? And there are people that love to cook, that love to have their own kitchen, that love to, right? They just don't want to worry about all the like scarcity aspects of the business and stuff, right? And that's what's so great about this philosophy and this form of government, is that it allows people to do what they want to do, right? And get rewarded for it, not in cash, but in satisfaction, right? In a sense of like pride, right? In self-worth.
If there is no commerce, how do people own things? How does Joseph Sisko own his restaurant?
This is a very simple concept too, but you'll see, I think you'll explain it, right? Like when you say you own something, but you don't actually own it, right? Because there was no money exchange, right? There's no private property. And private property doesn't exist. And this kind of, how would that work? Well, let's see, right? I already know, but I'm sure he's going to explain it.
How does the Picard family own Chateau Picard? It's conceivable they could have been built from replicated materials, but there are repeated references to both properties being in both families for generations. First, we need to distinguish private property from personal property. Private property is something one claims ownership of for profit, whereas personal property is something one claims ownership of for personal use.
Bingo. That's the difference, right? You would still have that kind of property, right? It's called personal property. You just wouldn't have private property, which is property that you did that, because there would be no point to it, right? Like you don't have to make an income because there's no fucking money, right? Private property is useless, completely useless, right? Because what would you be generating off that? Nothing. Right? There's no money to be generated.
My PlayStation is personal property because I use it.
That's my PlayStation, right? Because I own it and I use it to play games on it or whatever, right? In this example, like my streaming setup, this under Federation law would still be my fucking like setup. Why? Because I need it to do the show, right? But it's not my property to generate like an income with. Do you see the distinction? Especially under a post-scarcity society.
If it was stolen, I wouldn't just be hurt financially, but I would also be hurt personally, because I wouldn't be able to finish Yakuza Like a Dragon, and I was really doing well in that business management minigame. This is why we intrinsically understand that theft is wrong. Correct. It's not just because the law says so, there's also a social contract at work. Ian M. Banks' Culture series also depicts a future utopian society where money and the concept of private property don't exist, and we see this social contract in practice. In the book The Player of Games, the protagonist, Gernau Morat Gerge, yeah, all of Ian M. Banks' character names were like this.
I gotta read this book. I've heard a few people who've told me this is an interesting concept, or like an interesting book that also kind of talks about this, so I'd be interested to read it. I gotta write it. I keep forgetting to.
Spends almost 5 years away from his home on an expedition to an alien empire. During his time away, his home is freely used by other people because they know he will not be personally using the property while he's away. By the time he returns from his mission, the house is returned to him because it's understood he'll be living there again until further notice. Considering the age of these properties, it's possible the circumstances of their ownership were grandfathered into this new moneyless society, but even if money can't buy property in the future, there's still that social contract.
Bingo.
The Picard and
there's that word, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Social contract. See why I like his philosophy the most out of the old school philosophers, right? Because it applies to so many political theories to this day, right? Or political ideologies, right?
Sisko families both personally use these properties. The Picards make wine and Joseph Sisko serves customers. We all understand intrinsically that if someone broke in and claimed ownership of either property against the wishes of the Picards or Siskos, both families would suffer personal harm. Therefore, although neither property is privately owned, we understand they are the personal properties of the Picards and Siskos.
I don't see my sign on that contract.
Earns any money, then why would anyone work at Chateau Picard or at Sisko's? In fact, if no one needs any money, why would anyone work at all?
Bingo.
As we all know, in our current world, we all need money, and the primary way of getting money is through work. However, it's a mistake to assume that getting money is the only reason people work. A future without money where basic needs are met wouldn't eliminate work. It would simply eliminate work people didn't want to do. It would eliminate...
By the way, I would still stream, I just would be less stressed. Right? Because I wouldn't have to ask for money. I wouldn't have to ask for donations. I wouldn't have to ask for subs. I wouldn't... Right? Do you get the idea? That aspect of this makes it more difficult. That's just one example, right? But you can apply this to just about anything else that you would like to do. If you want to ride horses all day, well, guess what? Fuck you. You can't. Unless you're an Olympic rider or something. Why? Because that's not profitable.
The kinds of pointless jobs described in David Graeber's book Bullshit Jobs. This is why, in my opinion, a failure of Star Trek's world building is...
So, that's actually a really good point. Right? Graeber, we talked about his book before.
The strange absence of automation. Joseph Sisko clearly loves running his restaurant. He enjoys the process of preparing food for people and always greets customers with a big smile on his face. In today's world, Sisko would have to constantly worry about the restaurant being profitable, but in Star Trek's future, he can simply do the work which makes him happy without ever stressing about money. But is the guy spending 8 hours a day welding hull panels onto the Enterprise really fulfilled by that kind of work?
Oh yeah, there are a lot of people who love that shit. I can name like 3 off the top of my head that I know personally, right? But if you tell them to sit in front of a computer all day and be at an office, they hate it. They hate it.
Again, some work is worth doing even if one doesn't enjoy it, simply because it can be a positive act. Jake doesn't like waiting tables or helping out in the kitchen in his grandfather's restaurant, but he still does the work because helping his grandpa out is a good thing.
Yeah, and we do this all the time too, right? Like, this doesn't stop when your parents ask for something and you're like, oh, fine. Right?
Do. So we could argue menial construction jobs have become communal jobs, which everyone does at some point in their lives in Star Trek's future, but personally I'm not convinced. This is one of the gaps in Star Trek's world building which I'm choosing to fill in with my own headcanon. The point is that work isn't just about earning money, it's about finding something to do that's fulfilling on a personal level. As a piece of anecdotal evidence, I've occasionally asked my friends and family what they would do with their lives if they didn't have to worry about money. Not one person has ever said they'd just sit on the couch and watch The Office again for the 1 millionth time. Everyone has said things like...
The problem is, all that stuff would get boring really quick. Doing nothing all day would get incredibly boring, right? Damn, they're gonna sunburn. They face welding without a mask like that.
I'd learn an instrument. I'd learn a language. I'd go back to school and study a science. I'd travel the world. I'd finally sit down and write that novel. What this shows to me is that when money is no object, people want to learn, to express themselves and do something exciting. People would still do what we would consider work due to the labor involved. They would simply do the work that they would find most fulfilling. In Star Trek's moneyless future, replicators not only take care of our basic needs, but they also make us totally self-sufficient. Our possessions are neither communal...
Right, nobody could take that away from you, right? Like, it's not like their government could go in there and be like, yo, we're gonna cut it down. No, you can't do that, right? It's not how it works. It just clearly isn't, right? So it is self-sufficient. And that's the awesome part of it.
Or private, but personally owned.
Nice!
Something which is understood via social contract. This leaves us free to pursue the work which is truly fulfilling to us on a deeper level. There is no theft because no one is driven to desperation through poverty, and no valuable item can be sold off. But how can a social contract settle disputes? What about housing? What about infrastructure? What about the government? What about the bad apples? There are still a lot of lingering questions about how Star Trek's future works. Originally, I attempted to answer all of them in a single
But I
video.
think once you understand like the system and you understand like how it would work, I think you can fill in a lot of the gaps yourself, right? I don't think like you should use the show entirely as like the blueprint. I think it's just a demonstration of it, right? It's just a show at the end of the day. You use it as a blueprint, right? You use it as like a sense of like a thing you base a jumping point, right? A jump off point, right? Ah, there you go. That's how this and this would work then, right? Done.
But the project proved to be
Best
too
practices.
big in the time I had. Therefore, I've decided to make this into a series of videos.
Yeah.
We've covered money, work, and property in this video, and the next will focus on how Star Trek's future...
But you see how this is different from like state-run communism? It has a lot of elements. It clearly is like... It clearly is socialism, right? It clearly is... Oh, you could even say communist, right? But it's not like state-run. Right, where the government is giving you something and then you take it, and right, it's not how it is. Or some private corporation, which is even in many ways worse, right? Because you're dependent. The dependency aspect is completely not there, right?
Society is organized. If you want to know when that video drops, subscribe to the channel.
We don't have to because we have it on the playlist. So this next one is social currency and government. So far, I agreed with most of what he said in that first part. Now let's see if we can continue that, right? Again, as somebody who's read a lot of books on post-scarcity, I can kind of understand where this is coming from now. So I highly recommend, if you want to start off with this concept, right? Because it's very difficult for a lot of people to grasp. I know I didn't get it at first, right? Highly recommend you read this book first if reading is your thing. Can you imagine reading? God, I'm telling you guys to read, not watch some fucking TikTok video.
That could never be.
Oh, my bad. This is the book. Okay. So, by Manu Sadia. Highly recommend you read it. It basically talks about this subject in detail, right? As an economist. He's an economist and a political scientist, I believe. And he kind of like deconstructs all this stuff and brings in a lot of like of real world examples of how this would work, right? I think this is the book, and again, it sold like millions of copies. Again, there's been a lot of like, you're kind of like, whoa, you know, for a fucking TV show, a lot of people have been writing books and fucking papers and all sorts of things on this subject alone, right? It's because it's inspired this subject, right? Of what is like post-scarcity. Are books swipeable? No. I mean, if you swipe at them, you'll get a paper cut. Especially on the edges.
Don't tell me they don't use money in the 23rd century.
Well, we don't. The economics of the future is somewhat different. The acquisition of wealth is no longer the driving force in our lives.
We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. What does that mean exactly? It means we don't need money.
This is something Trek writers and fans have been grappling with for decades. How does Star Trek's future society work? Now, 6 months ago, I made the first installment in what was meant to be a series on this subject. The previous video covered money, work, and property, but there's so much more. To sum up the previous video, in Star Trek's future, replicators not only take care of our basic needs, but they also make us totally self-sufficient, with no need to connect to any grid. Our possessions are neither communal nor private, but personally owned, something which is understood via social contract. This leaves us free to pursue the work which is truly fulfilling to us on a deeper level.
Jersey, why don't
There
you
is no
dance like
theft
that?
Because no one is driven to
Could
desperation
never be
through
Jersey.
poverty, and no item can be stolen and then sold off because there's no money. Wars over natural resources are obsolete because every resource is now abundant. This video will explore how social contracts are enforced, how society deals with bad apples, and how the government of Star Trek's future works. Here's a hypothetical scenario for you. What if one day some asshole kicks down the front door to Chateau Picard, trashes the place, and then just refuses to leave? What happens then in Star Trek's future? In the modern day, depending on where you live, you can call the police who will show up and remove the asshole for trespassing. Today we have strict private property laws. But if there's no private property in Star Trek's future, only personal property, what happens then? We rarely see any kind of police force in Star Trek's future. Other than brief appearances from Starfleet security, we've only ever seen that one robot guy in Star Trek 2009. Perhaps there is a police force that simply enforces the social contracts of personal property the way police protect private property today. But frankly, I don't buy it. That seems like a very boring solution to this problem, and if personal property is defined in law the way I described previously, it's way too vague and it's a goldmine for NIMBYs. No, to solve this intellectual puzzle, personal property will remain a social contract, not the literal law. So how do we deal with an asshole like this? Unfortunately, some people are just dicks regardless of their economic status.
Bingo.
So what do we do about this asshole in our scenario?
I agree. Like, even in this society, like, they would still have problems. They would have murderers. They would have, right? They'd have people who do terrible things. But it would be greatly alleviated, right? But then it's like, how do you deal with that? I guess we'll find out what he has to say, right? I kind of have some ideas on this, but I guess you don't really like fully see it like that. They don't have like a space force of cops or anything like that, right? They don't have the cops. Good. I'm actually glad they don't, right? Because there's a lot of problematic stuff with the police, right? But let's
For
see.
the answer to this question, let's take a quick trip over to the Orville. I don't think it's
Oh, look at that! Thank you, Kristen B. and whoever else told me to watch it. I'm glad I watched this show too, right? Because this is another example of like a post-scarcity world, right? A post-scarcity society. I find that really interesting too. I really liked this show because they did a good job at explaining this stuff, right? At demonstrating it. Not just like talking about it, but demonstrating it, right?
controversial to say the Orville was basically Seth MacFarlane's Star Trek fan fiction.
Yeah, you can tell he clearly loves Star Trek. He loves like the idea of it, right? He likes like the really high ideals of the show, right? And he wanted to make it also a comedy. Like literally, that's what I saw when I watched it. You're welcome. Damn right, girl.
Say that as a negative, the Orville was fantastic after its rocky first season, but it's undeniable how much influence Star Trek had on that show. Like Star Trek, the Orville presents us with a utopian future where money is obsolete, replicators can make anything upon request, and people generally seem to lead happy, fulfilling lives. So the comparison isn't unwarranted. In the Season 2 episode All the World is Birthday Cake, Commander Grayson says this:
"Our currency is reputation. An individual's wealth is determined by their personal achievements, not their monetary value."
Now, at first glance, this raises just as many questions as we work
Yeah, like this is an interesting concept because I think this is pretty difficult for people to understand, right? Like what you do is like your currency, essentially, right? You don't give the dicks the satisfaction, then they aren't rewarded for keeping their dick behavior, so they don't keep it up. Exactly, yeah. Well said, Eon Lord. Eon Wagoneer.
But I think this idea is key to understanding the worlds depicted in the Orville and Star Trek. In our modern world, shitty people can get away with doing shitty things as long as they have money.
Look, here's the thing about being rich. You get to do what you want, the authorities can't really touch you. Okay, it's like being a superhero, only better.
But in a world where reputation is currency, this kind of power imbalance isn't possible, because the only capital is social capital. In a sense, the concept of reputation as a currency creates a kind of social panopticon. People generally behave themselves as a currency creates a kind of social panopticon.
The panopticon theory by the social theorist Jeremy Bentham holds that when people think they are consistently being watched, they behave themselves even if no one is watching. Yeah, I kind of buy this. There's many examples of this, right? Now, does it apply to our world entirely? No, I don't think so, right? But I think it's because we don't have a lot of these systems in place for this social panopticon to happen, right? Sometimes it does, but not always.
People generally behave themselves because if they don't, others won't want to interact with them. The social bonds between individuals keep everyone in check. This is another reason why people still work despite not earning a wage. Sure, you could just sit on the couch binging your favorite TV show round the clock, and in a future where all your needs are met thanks to abundant resources, it doesn't do any harm, but would anyone want to hang out with someone who does nothing and has no ambitions? Getting up off the couch and striving to achieve something would yield social rewards. It would mean meeting new people, collaborating or competing with them, learning, trying, failing and trying again. This is what working to better ourselves means. In terms of material rewards, this also helps explain why Starfleet officers tend to have nice country houses and beachfront apartments. When a property owner is deciding who to let to, money plays a big role, but there's also a social mechanism at work. The landlord has to judge whether they think the potential tenants will be good people. In Star Trek's future, the social...
Interesting, huh, guys?
Viewer discretion is advised.
New follower to the commune! Thank you, son of Doron!
Thank you! How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the follow. How is your evening so far?
Metric is the only metric. Highly decorated Starfleet officers would wield a lot of social capital.
Isn't that a Star Trek reference? I remember Son of Doron, right? I think so.
So it's no surprise they often end up with lovely looking homes. So if we return to our original hypothetical scenario, the asshole who broke into Chateau Picard, trashed the place and squatted, may not get the police called on him, but he would have wiped out his social capital. Who would want to work with this guy, or hang out with this guy, or offer this guy a house if this is how they act? That being said, a social panopticon is most effective at preventing bad behavior. What happens when someone breaks all the social contracts and just doesn't care about the consequences? What happens when force is needed to prevent harm? Now, one possible option is simply to use in-universe technology for home defense. We've heard of the Cisco's having a private transporter system in their house, so why not just beam any intruders out onto the pavement? If they try to get back in, just activate a force field. That's a simple enough solution, but again, it feels too easy to me. What if a trespasser trashes the site-to-site transporter and breaks the force field emitters? Does every household just have force fields on by default as a preventative measure?
I don't think
that doesn't feel very Star Trek to me.
Neither that.
We need
that
to
doesn't
go bigger
feel
and talk about governance. In Star Trek, the largest governing body we see is the Federation, which we can assume is a federal democracy. The clue is in the name.
Yeah.
But other than that,
literally the name of it is the United Federation of Planets, right? There are things you have to do to become a member, right? They've talked about it. They talk about it all the time. Like, you got to have a one world government. You got to be unified. You got to have egalitarianism. You have to have post scarcity. All these, like, they have a bunch of stipulations, right? There's a bunch of things you got to meet before you can join the Federation, right? As a member. Right, so think of it as like essentially like the globe, like each member kind of working together, right? In a big government form, right?
I don't see any kind of smaller local government. But if you stop to think about it, maybe there doesn't need to be. People often refer to Star Trek's future, jokingly or not, as space communism. But the term...
Yeah, I've heard many people talk about it like this, either space communism, right? Because, I mean, technically, by its very definition, it kind of is, right? It's just not state communism, right? Little echo, my bad, hold on. It's a very different form of it, right? But like I've heard it also called fully luxury gay space communism, right? I've heard many different like fully automated luxury space communism, right? Gay space communism. There's a bunch of memes and stuff about it, but basically, yeah, like that's the idea, right? Or what I like to call like utopian socialism, right? There's another way. Gay space communism, yeah. I've heard people call it like fully automated gay space communism, right? As the joke, because like being gay wouldn't be a problem, right? It just like it would be radically accepted, right? Or any sort of LGBTQ
doesn't really apply.
Plus.
Honestly, I don't think any economic model applies to the future scene in Star Trek.
No,
because
it doesn't.
In a sense,
it's sort of that's why it's not really exact. Like I get what people are trying to say, but it's a very different kind of model, right? It's not exactly one-to-one either. So I agree with him. And I always say that to people. Like it's very difficult to understand because you have to understand the concepts of what post-scarcity are, right? What it could be, what it is, right? Yeah, fully automated luxury gay space communism someday. That's what I want.
There is no mechanism, but the term doesn't really apply.
Yeah.
Honestly.
But even that's why I don't call it that, honestly. I do it as a meme, right? But it's not exactly accurate because it doesn't really take into account all the things that it implies as well, right? But yeah,
I don't think any economic model applies to the future scene in Star Trek because in a sense there is no economy, there's no money, no one buys anything, there is no trade, free or otherwise. Surprisingly, I think Star Trek's future is far more individualist than collectivist.
Correct.
The few glimpses we see of life away from Starfleet are far more...
It's like an individual form, like you could argue, and I would definitely agree, right? That it's an individualized form of communism, right? It's a liberal form of communism, quote unquote liberal, right?
Transcendentalist than socialist.
Mm-hmm.
Transcendentalism is a philosophy which assumes that people are, for the most part, good by nature. People are at their best when they are independent and self-reliant, with an emphasis placed on living within nature. The country estate of Chateau Picard and the log cabins of James T. Kirk or Christopher Pike feel like the literal embodiment of this philosophy. The house Sisko wanted to build on Bajor and the brief rustic existence shared by Janeway and Chakotay also fit this mold. Remember that in Star Trek...
I'm so upset they never ended up together, guys. I'm still upset. I blame Jersey.
Future, there is no scarcity and everyone is self-sufficient. There's no need for any kind of larger organization to manage the allocation of resources. It's also worth remembering that in Star Trek's future, international travel is super easy.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like traveling to France is like, what does it take? Couple seconds, right?
You can travel from London to Shanghai as easily as hopping on the underground.
Yeah.
No one's social or professional strata are limited by geography.
And why is mass transportation like this so important? Because it would connect us further, right? Guys, look at the beginning of like the 1500s, the 1400s, right? When we started developing ships that took months to get to like India, the New World and stuff, right? What was the end effect? There was obviously imperialism, right? But there was actual like exchange of ideas, right? Like you remember when like we talked about how when the Spanish needed a native translator, right? All these things. So like that's the beginnings of it, right? This is taken to the nth degree, right? When you can literally go just about anywhere on the planet really quickly, right? The idea that these people are very different, it actually starts to erode, right? And we're starting to see that with jet travel, right? Jet travel has made us interconnected more than ever, right? Now you could definitely argue that jet travel has a ways to go. It's way too long, and it's still not fast enough, and it hasn't propagated enough to more people, right? And I would agree with all that. But you're starting to see that. You can definitely see that mass transportation like this is going to help, right?
You can make friends and colleagues anywhere on the planet. We know that in Star Trek there aren't really any nations left on Earth.
Correct.
No one strongly identifies with a single nation, unless you're French, because everyone is simply an individual. There is no us versus them because we're all just individuals.
Do you see why I say the idea of a nation state is so like, it's like gerontoc. it's like speaking to somebody from like the 1800s, right? It's so I cannot say that word. Gerontocratic, right? Like it just seems so old-fashioned when you're talking about it like this, right?
Individuals of the human race. In this kind of world, what does local even mean anymore? Why would any emergency service restrict itself to one area of the globe when any destination on Earth is just one transporter trip or shuttle?
That was the point I just made, right? When it's going to be a lot harder to justify this stuff when it's a lot easier to like connect with one another almost instantaneously, right? In any part of the world, right? Why would you do that? Like, that's so stupid. You could literally visit in a couple seconds and a couple minutes that area of the world and see how it's ridiculous, right? So I completely buy that aspect too.
Right away. Perhaps emergency services in Star Trek function like international rescue in Thunderbirds. Going anywhere in the world, their services are needed. And at that point, maybe it's just Starfleet. Despite how Earth-centric Starfleet and the Federation are, it's worth remembering that, on paper, Earth is no different from any other member world.
Correct.
Starfleet may have originated as an Earth organization, but its primary duty is to the Federation as a whole. But if Starfleet is both...
It's not even a military, right? Starfleet is considered an exploration first. All right? And they just kind of execute like any sort of like, they're just like the government branch essentially, right? They have military training, but that's not their primary function, right? That's another thing that I think a lot of people have trouble understanding. Like they're prepared for defense, but they're not, like, that's not their intent, right? Their intent is to like live and cooperate and try to like build relationships with other people, right? Out there.
Defending the Federation against outside threats and responding to local conflicts, doesn't that make it a military and a police force? If so, Commander Adama has something to say about that.
There's a reason why you separate military and the police. One fights the enemy of the state. The other serves and protects the people. When the military becomes both, then the enemies of the state tend to become the people.
However, despite functioning a lot like a military, Star Trek characters and fans alike will insist that Starfleet is not a military.
I don't think it is
I think
either.
we can say that even though Starfleet does fulfill the traditional role of the military, it has so many other functions that just calling it a military is inaccurate.
Exactly.
Because Starfleet is also about scientific research and exploration.
When you put a lot of nerds and stuff, right? Nerds tend to be very introspective. And everybody needs to be well researched, right? Like you got to graduate from, I guess it's, what is it called? Starfleet Academy, right? You put a lot of people who understand like their fields and they're like really good doctors, really good physicists, right? There's a bunch of people, right? Well, they're not trained entirely on military stuff, right? They're trained in other things like medicine, right? Diplomacy. Do you notice how most of them are trained in very like diplomatic things? Wow, it's almost like if we had a police force that had more than 5 or 6 weeks of training or 6 months, and you had to actually pass like an IQ test and score really good and have all these tests that prove like, oh, maybe to a certain degree, you know, like a lot about other fields other than just policing, that we would have a radically different police force, right? Does that make sense, guys? It kind of makes sense to me, right? Because a lot of people have argued that the police here in the United States should have much higher standards, right? And they do in other countries. There are a few examples of this, right? Now, I'm not saying that they're police. I'm just saying that this argument makes perfect sense, right? They're not going to really go out and oppress people when they have like a PhD in fucking diplomacy, and like one guy is like a doctor and takes an oath to not do any harm, right? Like, yeah, he has military training, but that's predominantly where he's coming from, right? So of course it makes perfect sense, right? Even in a political sense, this would make perfect sense.
So perhaps Starfleet does just do everything, policing included. Perhaps Starfleet security has the authority to arrest the hypothetical squatter at Chateau Picard because he'd be infringing on the rights laid out by the Federation Charter. Perhaps Starfleet security is everyone's police force, Starfleet medical is everyone's healthcare provider, and so on. That would make sense, but it would also make the universe a little too Robert A. Heinlein for my liking. We also see plenty of examples of non-Starfleet scientists and security personnel, etc. I think it makes sense for there to be some kind of planetary emergency services which occasionally work with Starfleet, though it makes the most sense for all of these services to be based in Earth orbit. So if push comes to shove and the squatter doesn't leave, a police force of some kind, whether it be Starfleet security or a separate multinational law enforcement agency, arrests the trespasser and escorts him off the property. Later, I'd imagine the perp is offered counseling or some kind of support service as opposed to simply being thrown in jail.
Yeah, they don't
We
do
haven't
that.
seen any prisons in the Star Trek universe. There are brigs on Starfleet vessels and stations, but on Earth, prisons seem to have been replaced by penal colonies, which focus on rehabilitation rather than punishment.
Correct. Yep.
Much like the Norwegian prison.
Well, remember, that's what Janeway does, right? In the first episode of Voyager, what does she do? She's like, oh, I need somebody who understands, like, these pirates, right? These people who are operating outside the law. Can we get Tom Paris to do it? And she asks him, right? And he's literally just at like a penal colony, right? But there's no like, he's like, essentially it's like an open air prison, right? Like he's not in jail like the Monopoly man, right? He's literally just working and being rehabilitated, as they call it, right? Like much like the Norwegian system does, right?
Described by Rutger Bregman in his
This
book
isn't-
Humankind.
This isn't like like this exists technically to this on Earth, right? At a much smaller scale. Like this exists today, I mean, right?
A hopeful history. These are facilities in which inmates, even murderers, are part of a community,
Exactly.
doing their own farming and running their own businesses.
Bingo.
Yet despite how naive the approach may sound, the system is far more successful at reforming criminals.
Well, yeah, we took a look at that system, right? In Norway, in the Scandinavian countries in general, this is what they do, right? And the successes of this system are phenomenal. Like the recidivism rate is much, much lower than ours, right? So there's something to be said about it. And recidivism is like the rate that they go out and do another crime, as in like murder or, right? Like what they do again. It's much lower. And it, like, you don't think it would work, at least on paper, but it actually does. And conservatives lose their fucking mind when you tell them this, right? Because they can't fucking stand anything.
Than more rigid institutions focused on punishment. It makes sense for Star Trek's justice system to work in this way.
Yep,
While
I agree.
post-scarcity living and a social panopticon discourage harmful behavior.
I completely agree. That's the way it looked like to me. That they never like abuse you, they never treat you like shit. In fact, you still get your replicators, right? Like you still get your food and all that. They never torture you or any of that crap. But I would gladly go to jail in Norway. Yeah. Well, the Norwegian Supreme Court in 2005, guys, I don't know if you know this. The Norwegian Supreme Court in 2005 said that no prisoner could be sent to the United States for extradition because our prison system, our prisons here in the United States are too shit. It would be like sending them to like inhumane like it would be like sending them to like, I don't know, fucking North Korea or something, right? A work camp in North Korea. That was their equivalent. They said that about our country. What a joke.
When force is required, it's to put
I agree.
criminals
I
on
mean, we do have a terrible prison system, right?
To rehabilitate way. While post-scarcity living and a social panopticon discourage harmful behavior, when force is required, it's to put criminals on a path to rehabilitation, so that they can one day return to society. After all, they're going to have to be somebody's neighbor eventually. So to sum up, the idea of working to better ourselves and the rest of humanity is based on the concept of reputation as currency. Individuals wield social capital to yield social and material rewards. Because everyone is so self-sufficient and individualized, the role of government is largely centralized to the Federation Council, which maintains and expands the Federation Charter in accordance with the wishes of voters.
Right, what's the Federation Charter? I understood that pretty clearly. The Federation Charter is equivalent to, like, the Canadian Charter, right? The UN Charter, like these big documents, even like to a lesser degree, our U.S. Constitution, right?
Starfleet, meanwhile, works together with planetary authorities to respond to any emergencies which may arise, be they large disasters or small social disputes. It is a future society in which kindness, generosity, integrity, and ambition are rewarded and never squandered. The lazy and lethargic are still cared for. They may miss out on what life has to offer, but that's their choice.
Yeah, that's their choice. And you know what? I'm sorry, but in a free society, right, there are going to be lazy people. And you just gotta kind of deal with that. Stop trying to control other people and do you, right? You gotta live life the way you want to live life, right? Maybe you'll inspire them, right? I've been told that I've gotten some DMs and I'm touched, guys, but you guys have been like inspired to stream and do other stuff. That's what I want to do, right? Like if I inspire you to like take up more politics or like think like a post-scarcity person, right? Like try to like have this vision, right? Whatever it is that I inspire you to do or like you get inspired to do, like that's awesome, right? I love that. That's what I want, right? That's like what community is for. Like you can't always like police everyone, especially when they don't want to do anything, right? They probably have their own issues. Also, remember, like healthcare and all this stuff and like mental health care are all taken care of in this system, right? So like if a lot of people like that just have like a lot of trouble because they've gone through something traumatic or they've gone through something that they're having a lot of trouble dealing with and the system doesn't help them deal with it, right? With this, you would be able to, right? There are counselors available like that. And treatments and all sorts of like genetic conditions that you may be suffering from, right? That can easily be cured, right?
Or violent,
like Gus inspires us. Love it. Thank you, girl.
Given a path to rehabilitation.
I just didn't want to call anyone out.
And only secluded when necessary until they can participate in society again. But what happens when individuals...
Did Shatner pass away? I don't think he did. That's actually the only Star Trek series I haven't watched fully. I've started watching parts of it, but I don't find it like as relevant, but I really like these three here, right? DS9, Voyager, and TNG. But
individuals want to do more.
I think that's what the stuff that we're talking about the most. I think the reason they're the most relevant is because they show this off the most, right? And now I'm gonna say the Orville. The Orville does a good job at this too.
More than self-sufficiency. Who is building the homes, the bars, cafes, restaurants, and amusement parks, and all those other things which life demands when there isn't an emergency to respond to? We'll cover that in the next video. Thank you for watching. Leave the video a like and
we'll get to the next one. Housing and leisure. How are those gonna work in a post-scarcity society?
This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Don't tell me they don't use money in the 23rd century.
Well, they don't. The economics of the future is somewhat different. The acquisition of wealth is no longer the driving force in our lives.
We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. What does that mean exactly? It means It means we don't need money.
This is something Star Trek writers and fans have been grappling with for decades. How does Star Trek's future society work? In previous videos, I covered topics like money, work, property, social currency, and government. To sum up, replicators have made money as we know it redundant because now everything is in abundance.
Correct.
People work not to earn enough to survive, but to do something that satisfies them personally. This is encouraged due to reputation now acting as a kind of currency. People who do nothing with their lives live comfortably, but those who strive to achieve something are admired greatly,
whatever it is, exactly,
yielding both social and material rewards. However, there's still a question which has been lingering over this discussion from the very beginning. If there is no money and property is only personal, not private, and one's reputation can yield material rewards like a nice house, who is building all those houses? More than that, who is building the bars, cafes, amusement parks, arts centres, and all those other things which can't be done by individuals? In the modern world, housing is often dominated by private corporate developers who build and sell homes for profit. But if there is no profit motive, then developers would have no reason to build homes, and so wouldn't the housing industry just collapse?
I was about to say, motherfucker, you would! Because you love working with your hands. You love to work on buildings and stuff. You like this stuff. You just don't like the money aspect of it and the shitty bosses and stuff, right? Exactly. I know people like this. It's pretty obvious, right?
Well, it's worth remembering that private developers are not the only ones who build homes.
Bingo.
There are also building societies, housing...
It's not even governments. It's just people, right? There are people who like to do this.
Associations and social housing. These organizations differ wildly in how they operate, but they operate on the same basic principle. Communities recognize a need for housing, and so they band together to make sure there's enough to go around.
Right? There's no government there involved, right? Oh, look at that. It's just like we have our resident person who builds or people who build, and they're a part of the community, and boom, done, right? Didn't build it there. We want a dilithium mine there.
Usually by contributing into some kind of shared pool of resources. Though money is the driving mechanism behind their operations, the goal of these organizations is to provide people with homes, not to turn a profit. In Star Trek's future, organizational models like these have either overtaken or outright replaced private developers as the main housing provider. However, as I said, while these organizations are not for profit, money is still the driving force behind their operations in today's world. And while the entities themselves don't prioritize profits, some members of building societies do want to see their investments grow. So if we remove money from the equation, don't these kinds of mutual companies also collapse? Let's back up a second. To clarify, I didn't say building societies, housing associations, and social housing schemes as they exist today would overtake private developers. I said organizations with models like them would. Again, they're all built on the same principle of a large group of people pooling resources to build homes.
Correct.
In Star Trek's future, it's the same model but a different motivation. In part 1 of this series, I pointed out that money is not the only reason people work. In today's world, people need money to survive, which is why a lot of people end up in jobs they hate. But there are also plenty of people who work for some kind of intangible reward. Joseph Sisko, for example, doesn't earn any money running his restaurant, but he clearly loves the work.
Exactly.
He finds joy in preparing food and talking to customers. And
there are people, guys, I know them, that love to schmooze, right? They love to talk to people like this. Exactly like Joseph Sisko does, right? This isn't even like I'm sure you know people like this in real life. They love this aspect of like, oh yeah, it's you again. What's up? How you doing? Oh my God, good to see you, girl, right?
Place running.
They love that
All
shit.
his basic needs are already met, so he's free to do what he enjoys most in life, which is running this restaurant. So what kind of intangible rewards come from building homes, or building anything for that matter? If money isn't driving construction, and no investors are turning a profit, why are buildings still being built? There are two main reasons for this. The first being simple expression. Buildings are there to serve functions, but architecture itself is an incredible medium for artistic and even philosophical
Exactly. That's what I was going to say too. There are people who love it, and there are people who love to build beautiful buildings. What are you talking about? Yeah.
expression. In a world with no budget constraints and rapid construction tools like replicators and robots,
Bingo.
Just imagine the freedom architects would have to create.
Whatever
this
they
extends
wanted,
to interior
exactly.
designers and furniture makers too. Imagine what they could do in homes fitted with holodeck technology, though more on that later. So in Star Trek's future, mutual organizations building homes wouldn't be made up of investors. Instead, a huge chunk of their membership would be made up of artists looking to express themselves through the designs of the buildings.
Exactly.
The second reason buildings are still being built in Star Trek's future is simply because it's a morally good thing to do.
Yeah.
Everyone should have a right to live with a roof over their heads. Think of all the volunteers today who build schools, hospitals, and houses in impoverished areas.
Exactly.
They don't do it for any kind of material reward, they do it simply because it's a good thing to do.
That's a great
In Star
example,
Trek's future, or at least in my headcanon, most construction labor is taken care of by machines. But volunteers could still help organize the project, perhaps work to solve any engineering problems, find suitable land, and so on. It would be a lot of work, but at the end of it, they're helping provide someone with a home. That's
Exactly.
a good thing, and in a world where reputation is currency, that would go a long way. These are the primary drivers of development in Star Trek's future. Any gaps in supply could easily be filled by social housing built by the Federation government. And if you remember what I said in part 1, replicators are the ultimate tools for self-sufficiency. If you didn't want to join a mutual organization to build your home, and if you didn't want to live in social housing, just grab a replicator, find a nice spot, and do it yourself.
Bingo.
With 24th
You don't
century
need anyone
technology,
else.
anyone can simply...
You don't need anyone else, right? You don't need no government. If you hate the government, go fuck off. I don't care, right? Say you don't want anything to do with the Federation. Okay, well, fuck off. You don't have, say you don't want to deal with anyone. You can live in the middle, right? Nobody, your needs are taken care of. 100%.
build a home themselves. All that being said, there's still the question of land use. We can explain how and why buildings are still being built, even without a profit motive, but how do we decide who gets to use which piece of land? For one thing, the planet Earth is a lot bigger than most people perceive it to be.
Of course it
Most
is.
land on the planet is still uninhabited. Earth isn't turning into Coruscant anytime soon. In the UK, for example, every city could double in size, and yet it would only cover 12% of the available land in the isle.
And that's a tiny fucking island. Imagine that, guys.
Recalling Star Trek's transcendentalist leanings from the previous video, Pike and Kirk may have just wandered off into the wilderness, found a nice spot of land no one was using, and just built themselves a house. However, this requires a change in philosophy around the use of land. Political economist and journalist Henry George believed that land, something that wasn't invented by anybody, should belong to all members of society equally, and that anyone who fences off a piece of land to call their own, depriving others of access to it, should pay a tax for it. Anyone who buys a plot of land only to do nothing with it would simply be wasting money, so they'd be incentivized to either sell it to someone else or do something of value with it. Obviously, there are no taxes in Star Trek's future, but I would imagine they adopted a philosophy like this. If you want to build something somewhere, be it a house, a bar, or an amusement park, simply find a suitable location and ask if anyone is using it. If no one is, great, go ahead. If someone is using the land or someone nearby objects to what you're building, just talk it out and figure out a solution, or find somewhere else.
What? What? But that could belong to someone else. What? Hey, can I use? You're not using it. Yeah, go ahead. Wow. But today you can't do that, right? Because the land belongs to Russia. It belongs to this country. It belongs to... There's 1,000 other fucking bureaucratic things. There's 15 people who own it because, yeah, they want to make profit off of it. They got to make money off of it. 1,000 things. Do you see how simple it is? How fucking simple it is?
Land is in finite supply, yes, but in Star Trek's future, people can use way more of it than we can today.
Bingo.
Today,
That's
if
the
you want
key.
to build some new houses near a city, you need to connect it to the city's infrastructure.
Exactly.
The further away you build, the more costly
With
the
this, you
infrastructure.
don't even have to, like, this isn't even a concern, right? You don't have to build near a city's infrastructure because infrastructure doesn't fucking matter. Because you're self-sufficient, right?
This has led to a concentration of...
You don't have to connect to the electrical grid of your city, right? The whole idea of the city is like, if you want to live there, go ahead. If you don't, fuck off. Awesome.
people and resources into cities. However, in Star Trek's future, replicators remove the need to be connected to a grid, and transportation to anywhere on the planet might as well be instantaneous. In a world of shuttlecraft traveling at relativistic speeds and global transporter networks, where people build is no longer limited by geography. Imagine living in London, working in Shanghai, and having dinner in Paris all on the same day. In Star Trek's future, it's possible. There's also hologram technology to consider. We know that while inside a holodeck, users can journey far into the distance of a simulated landscape without ever hitting the wall. We also know that because holodeck technology is based on the same principles as the transporters and replicators, holodeck simulations feel entirely real while you're within them. So even if you get stuck with a tiny box-room apartment, holographic projectors can turn that tiny living space into a luxurious mansion or spacious penthouse. It's up to the user. We also know that Earth has some kind of weather control system. So even if you prefer a rustic log cabin, you could be guaranteed a nice...
And that's what you saw, Jersey, when you said, like, remember in DS9 when they're in the like holodeck together and they were on that ship and they were like at that lake in Louisiana and then they just ended the program and it turned off. There you go. Yeah.
Climate wherever you put down. I'd also like to point out that not everyone wants to live in the same type of place. Many people want beachfront property, but many others prefer the woods or the desert or even the Arctic Circle. After all of that, if you still think land is too finite, do you know where you can find plenty of living space? Space. I'm not just talking about other planets, but space habitats. In Ian M. Banks' Culture series, another post-scarcity utopian society...
Yeah, that's what's so interesting about this is this idea of post-scarcity isn't like just like a TV show or something. It's a philosophy, right? It's not even just a philosophy. It's a political like there are many works on this already, right?
Most people don't live on planets, but instead live in enormous space habitats called orbitals. The area of space the culture covers is so vast that anyone can find their ideal living conditions if they look long enough. Star Trek features numerous large space habitats, and at one point Bones even mentions owning an entire moon. So if you can't find what you're looking for on Earth, you have all of space to choose from. However, there's still another question which crops up now and then. In a world with no money, no private property, with all that George's land use stuff I just talked about, how does the Picard family own Chateau Picard? We know the property has been in their family for generations, meaning it was originally bought with money a long time ago and then inherited by those who came after. Doesn't that whole idea contradict the egalitarian, moneyless society seen in Star Trek? Not necessarily. I think when people hear the word equality, they often think of it as everyone getting the same thing.
Correct.
But what it really means is equality of opportunity. Some people will want big country houses and some people won't. The point is, everyone gets the opportunity to have both. Although the Picards came to own the chateau thanks to a system which no longer exists, that doesn't automatically mean it would be taken away from them.
Well, you could also have your version of it. In fact, you could recreate it yourself. If you really wanted to, right? I don't know. I wouldn't like a vineyard like that, so like that could never be me, right? But
Star Trek's future is an evolution, not a hard reset. So there's some nuance in the transition from our modern-day society to Star Trek's future society. It's not an all-or-nothing proposition. People weren't forced to stop using money, they were offered a better alternative.
Exactly.
So I think...
like the whole idea of money just became obsolete, right? And I think a lot of people don't understand this concept that money is completely and totally like worthless in a society like this, because they're used to everything being money, right? Everything. Governments, that's all they care about, money, right? People care about, right? Because that's what we've been told our entire life. You got to work, you got to do this. It's your labor. Whatever way you look at it, it's still all about money. And you should just be like, oh, fuck all that. We should be way past that, right? With the right technology.
Chateau Picard was simply grandfathered into the new system. After all, what would be the point of forcibly taking this property away from the family? A property which the family uses and works on. They aren't doing anyone any harm. Remember that this is a future where resources are abundant and an individual's rights are enshrined under the Federation Charter. Sure, some extra houses could maybe be built on the land taken up by Chateau Picard, but there's no need. And no one has the right to force the issue. It doesn't have to be an issue at all. Why does the Picard family get to own Chateau Picard? Considering everything I've said in this video, the answer is, why wouldn't they? Far from the absence of money crippling housing and leisure, in Star Trek's post-scarcity future, those things have been liberated. Rather than private for-profit developers driving construction, new houses and attractions are created by artists expressing their creativity and volunteers putting their time and effort towards making people's lives better. In a world of super-fast transportation and abundant land, people are no longer limited by geography. The world is everyone's oyster, free.
Right, you don't have to live near a big city because there's no point. Besides the fact that you want to live near a big city. Now today, if you don't live near a big city, you don't get certain jobs, you don't get certain people you live near. None of that matters. Right? Because when you can get there in like 15 seconds, yeah, well, what's the point? That you could live in the middle of the fucking woods for all we care, right?
To live, work, and play anywhere they want, customizing their environments to suit their needs. And if Earth isn't enough, people have the enormity of space to find what they're looking for. All of that sounds wonderful, right? The trouble is, that's not quite the Star Trek universe we're presented with, is it? As many people have pointed out in the comments, the future I've described in this video series is contradicted numerous times by what we see in the Star Trek universe. And that's because, as we'll discuss in the next video in this series, the Star Trek universe is fundamentally broken.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to end it there. But we took a great look at all this stuff, and I don't know what the next video is, but it should be interesting. We'll leave it tomorrow at that. But thank you so much for joining me on the Gustex broadcast. I'm hitting and quitting it. Damn right. We'll look at the next part there and cliffhanger. Damn right. I gotta eat dinner, guys. I'm starving. It's already what, 8 o'clock almost. Yeah. Bye, Complain Elaney. Take care. And then we'll examine that and critique it. I love critiquing this kind of stuff, right? Because I've read a lot of books on post-scarcity, so I'm kind of curious what he has to say. But you know, I like to condense this stuff because it's very hard to wrap your brain around sometimes, right? Because we've been brought up in a world that's the opposite of post-scarcity, right? Things are pretty much always scarce. So it's hard to imagine a world without money. It's hard to imagine a world where this, and this happens. And that's the problem. So we're going to go on part tomorrow. We'll do the next part and I'll critique it just like I've done every part here. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Stay tuned for the credits. What if I haven't watched it? Well, then you're cooked. What do you mean? He explained it. You don't have to watch it. It's just a blueprint, right? It's just like a vision of it, or like, what's that word? It's just a demonstration of it. A demonstration, Jersey. God.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Bing, bing,
I
bing,
love you
bing.
guys.
We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, bing, Thank bing, you. bing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, with the map, bing, 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 little mouse on him. Bing, 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 bing.
Billions and 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 billions.